And it's a good morning to listeners on TalkSport 2 and viewers on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel to exclusive coverage of day 2 of the third test between New Zealand and England in Hamilton. It was a slow burner yesterday, both on the pitch and in the stands at Seddon Park. New Zealand batting through the opening session before then losing 7 wickets across the afternoon and into the evening, before a late blitz from Santner and Southey cleared the throats of the local fans and got them hopping on the grassy banks. Set up for an absolute beaut here in Hamilton. England 1 wicket away from batting. New Zealand possibly already with a score on the board.
Driven by Latham, no doubt about his 15 hours. Atkinson pitches up and Latham delightfully places it wide of Stokes at mid-off. Your beard is of very fine proportions now, but there was a time when it was absolutely luxuriant. Could have housed a family of birds and you wouldn't have been able to see them.
Down the leg side, and has Tom Latham been caught by Ollie Pope? He has. Matthew Potts with the success.
Driven down the ground for 4 by Williamson. It's a shot that leaves Goss on his knees.
Chance and bowled. Williamson's gone.
It's a blancmange of a pitch. It is a pudding.
Guard of honour from England for Tim Southey as he makes his way to the crease. Southey comes down the wicket on the charge. He's heaved this one over square leg for 6 more. First ball with the new ball. Well played Mitchell Santner, who will resume on the second morning. 50 not out from only 54 balls, with New Zealand 315 for 9 from only 82 overs.
Yeah, really interesting day on day 1. 4 bowlers used, all going the way of pace. 23 of the 82 overs being bowled by Ben Stokes. The pick of the bowlers, for my eyes anyway, Gus Atkinson, 3 for 55 from his 19. But what a struggle late in the day. Back-to-back tests for both Atkinson and Carse, who've bowled so well this year. And it was taking its toll. Perhaps the moment of the match was the laughter from Ben Stokes when Bryden Carse went down with cramp, not just in one leg, but 2. We shall see how they go today, but I'm sure both bowlers would certainly benefit and appreciate England batting all day here because the sun is out. It's an absolute beauty here in Hamilton at Seddon Park. The crowd's just starting to fill in, and we're expecting another bumper attendance. Already you can see to the left of me the fans that have arrived early. They've gone for the positions under the big trees in the shade. It's a scorcher at Seddon Park. Speaking ahead of play today, Jimmy Anderson. Who better to talk to Scott Taylor, TalkSport's Scott Taylor, about what the bowlers have gone through, the youngsters under his tutelage, of course, these days, over the course of the last month or so than he. Jimmy Anderson, the bowling coach of England for this series, anyway, chatting with TalkSport's Scott Taylor.
Jimmy, good to see you. 315 for 9. How do you see the match situation ahead of day 2?
Yeah, I think it was a tough day for us yesterday. It was quite a bit of toil there for the bowlers. I thought it was a great effort from all of them, for the 4 seamers to do all of the work yesterday. I thought it was a great effort. There was a bit in the wickets. Obviously, I thought we bowled well in the first session in particular. Lots of play misses, but didn't quite get the breakthroughs. But we stuck at our task all day. I thought we did well to get the 9 wickets, and I think certainly on a small ground like this with a fast outfield, I think that it's probably looks 50 runs more than what it actually was. So I think we're in a decent position. If we can finish them off quickly today and get going with the bat, then I think we're in a good position.
And how pleasing was it that you got the 9 minutes? You mentioned you went wicketless the first session, but you beat the bat so many times. So to see that reward and maybe a bit of luck with Matt Potts' wicket at Williamson is just what you need.
Yeah, it was one of those days where, as I said, there were playing misses. There were a few edges. A couple of half chances went down. And yeah, we ended up getting wickets with balls that maybe didn't look like they should take wickets, but that's just the way cricket goes sometimes. But I think it was the fact that we stuck at our tasks. Like we all the bowlers kept running in really hard, trying to extract something out of the wicket, and I thought we did a great job of it.
You may not know this, but what was the thinking behind not bowling Bashir and going all seam yesterday?
I think there were, talking to Stokesy, there was about 3 times when he was coming on to bowl and then we got a wicket, so then the seamers kept going. So it was just one of those days again where things like that can happen. There were times when it was probably the right time to bring him into the game, but then we'd take a wicket and the seamers would keep going. So, I mean, a good thing for us is he'll be fresh for the second innings and take a little bit of workload off the seamers.
How impressed have you been with Bryden Carse on this tour? He's taken plenty of wickets and performed well.
Yeah, I think all the bowlers have bowled great. I think we knew exactly what Bryden's strengths were when he came into this group. I thought he did fantastically well in Pakistan, and then to come out here and continue that form. He's had a pretty big workload as well, but he's coped with it. His body's coped with it, and he keeps coming back and giving more and more to the team. So it's really exciting, I think, to add someone like him to our group of bowlers, because I think we've got a lot of variation in there with our seam attack. So hopefully, he can keep going from strength to strength.
Just finally, how have all the bowlers pulled up this morning? Back-to-back tests for some. Hot day yesterday. How are they this morning?
Yeah, well, obviously they're sore, but that's inevitable in Test cricket. You're going to be sore. Certainly, Matthew Potts as well. His first game of the trip. He said this morning it's like the first day of the county season. You know you're going to be sore the next day. That's the job of a bowler in Test cricket. You've got to be able to come back and perform again, even after a hard day in the field.
Perfect. Go well today.
Cheers, mate.
Cheerful Jimmy Scott Taylor. Wow, you can interview him every single time he's up for interview. Really good interview there. Great to hear Jimmy talking about the bowlers and how they're going and how they will possibly move on from here as well. And also insight into why Bashir didn't bowl yesterday. Harmy picked it throughout commentary. We were kind of expecting Shoaib Bashir to bowl from the 30th over onwards, and every 10 overs or so we kept wondering where he was, and he never actually appeared. So there you go, good stuff. Time now though for an odds update with William Hill.
In the Zone on TalkSport 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Ben Barrett from William Hill is with us with an odds update.
Yeah, very good evening to you all. The general consensus is that this game is finally poised, and the betting completely agrees. New Zealand are 10-11 to go on and win from this position. England are 5-6 to draw, 90-1. Surely only weather will have an effect on that one. Mitch Santner will be hoping to add a couple more runs to the totals tonight, but surely Will O'Rourke is just a walking wicket, and England will get to batting sooner rather than later. Who will start for England with the bat? No great surprise to see the duo of Yorkshiremen at the head of the betting. Joe Root 12-5, Harry Brooks 13-5. The form that Brooks been in, I'm slightly surprised he's not favourite. Duckett is 15-4 to be the top England run scorer. Ben Stokes has done plenty of bowling. If he does plenty of batting, he might land a 6-1 poke here. Ollie Pope 7s, Jacob Bethel 7s, as is Zach Crawley. This is finally poised. England need to get this last wicket quick sharp and get to batting.
That was Ben Barrett from William Hill, and that was today's odds update. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
In the Zone on TalkSport 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
This time last year, or at the start of 2023, we were privileged to be joined in the commentary box down in Wellington by the former New Zealand international Jacob Oram, the all-rounder, and really good guy. He's now part of the coaching staff for New Zealand, and he caught up with Daniel McCarty a few moments ago.
Head of day number 2 on a glorious day in Hamilton. New Zealand will resume at 315 for the loss of 9. Jacob Oram, New Zealand bowling coach, joins us. Thanks again for your time. Jake, 315 after being sent in, not the worst, but is it a touch frustrating considering the start that was laid?
Yeah, I think you summed it up really well. But when you consider that we were likely, well not likely, we were going to bat. We're playing the spinner, which probably means we wanted to bowl last on it. And after the start, none down at lunch, 100 for none. We laid that platform. Latham and Young did the hard work getting through that new ball. I think that is a really good wicket out there in terms of nipping round early, and then it just flattens out as you expect with good test wickets. And we just let a few go, and we invited England back into the game, and we know what good sort of momentum players they are, and unfortunately they took that opportunity, and now we're going to have to battle away today to stay ahead of the game.
I guess they got better as the day went on, but they were tiring, weren't they? I guess that's a function of 3 straight test matches. And I guess that's another little bit of, salt into the wound.
And celebrating test wins, maybe. Yeah, look, they bowled a lot of overs. When you've got to get 20 wickets to win a test match, which they have done, you're bowling a lot. It's actually, if you lose by an innings, your bowlers are only bowling once. So to be able to be that side, dominating and bowling sides out twice, you're bowling a lot of overs. Even yesterday, I off the top of my head, I sort of feel like most of their bowlers were either close to or more than 20 overs in a day, and it was hot yesterday. So if we were only, say, 4 down, 5 down right now, and they were having to back up, it's a great position for us to be in from a physical point of view with that pressure on them, but we're not. And we've done that to ourselves a wee bit. They bowled well, but we did it to ourselves. And as I said before, now it's up to us to battle away with the ball and make sure we do the same to them what they did to us.
Jacob Oram speaking with Daniel McCarty there. Anton Devcic, part of our commentary team for this third test match. And one of the things that we've been asking New Zealand is for them to start throwing a couple of blows themselves. And when it doesn't work, dismissal of Daryl Mitchell comes to mind, also Rachin Ravindra. We are, of course, always quick to criticise. But they need to start trying to ask questions of England. Interesting stat that came out the back of yesterday. Yesterday, 72% of the runs scored, helped by Southee and Santner towards the back end of the day, we should say, came in boundaries. And that's the highest percentage New Zealand have ever registered in a plus 200 score. So were we seeing signs yesterday, Anton, that New Zealand were trying to land a few blows of their own?
Yeah, I think initially when the day first started, they were looking to just make really good decisions based on length, and I thought they did a really good job there. Tom Latham and Will Young, they batted for the first session, and although the run scoring wasn't prolific, they were making really good decisions based on length. And then through that middle phase of the game, England bowlers started bowling a little bit better and started tying up the batsmen, which then led to a couple of poor shots, I'll say. But as you saw in the back end of the day, Southee, Santner, they put a little bit of pressure back on the bowlers, and in a test match when bowlers are just allowed to run in and bowl and hit a length consistently, they're test bowlers for a reason. They're high quality, and they do have the ability to get you out. So pressure must go back on the bowlers, and I'm sure today, with the overhead conditions being so beautiful, England are going to look to put a lot of pressure on the New Zealand bowlers, and preferably a little bit earlier than what New Zealand did.
Brilliant stuff. Anton's going to be with us throughout the day and throughout the test match. Harmy coming in though, Steve Harmison is going to talk us through the first half an hour or so of the first or the second morning's play here as the England players start their walk out onto the ground. Will there be a huddle? There were huddles at the start of the afternoon and evening sessions yesterday. It doesn't appear that the huddle is on display today. Mitchell Santner, 50 not outs, reaching a half century with a 6. Final ball of the day yesterday, alongside William O'Rourke alongside him, who can certainly bat out a few dot balls. Harmy's about to come in. You can get in contact with us via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel chat facility. One such member who has subscribed, you've got to subscribe if you want to ask a question, so do so, has picked up on Neil Manthorpe sitting behind the commentary team. He's about to come in asking the question. I've always wondered what it is that Manners is drinking in that orange distinctive cup of his. Well, the answer is, dear caller, it's an Americano with a splash of milk. Got to just get a little dash of it. And Neil Manthorpe does write his own Substack column, if it's called that, and you can buy him a coffee. So go and buy him an Americano at some point today. Steve Harmison will pick up, and then it will be Manners with his orange cup, ready to take you through the first 20 minutes of commentary here at Seddon Park.
Yeah, another beautiful day here at Seddon Park. England just need the one wicket. 315 for 9. It's going to be Gus Atkinson with what will be the third over of the second new ball. Will O'Rourke is on strike. I hope Will O'Rourke will live up to his reputation of being resolutely shotless and allowing Mitchell Santner to carry on his unbeaten half century. Jerusalem once again. the start of the day's play in during the first over. 2 slips in a gully. There's a short leg in as well. As O'Rourke is in once more, and take your pardon. Atkinson is in once more, and O'Rourke once more leaves alone. His leaving is excellent. I've said that a lot during this 3-match series. He continues to leave the ball superbly.
Looks a batting day, doesn't it, man? As I was out there earlier, walked across the pitch. I mean, all the green grass has gone off it. It looks brown. It looks beautiful. I mean, the sun, it's barely, any resemblance of big clouds in the sky. Barmy Army have found a little bit of shade on that bank because it'd be warm throughout the day.
O'Rourke plays inside the line of the next one from Atkinson, and it's taken behind by Pope.
They've found a little bit of shade, haven't they? Big trees on the bank on the far side of the ground from us. And, the ones that it's correct. I mean it's lovely the way the bank goes. There's a little dip in the middle, so it's not all uphill. The tree over trees that are hanging. I mean, as we finish off Jerusalem and we get a clap off the England players, there are a little bit of shade, but boy, it'll be hot over there.
Outside the off stump again, and left alone by Will O'Rourke. One of my favourite photographs is of a rasping hot day in somewhere like Cumbria, I think it was, and unusually hot. It was like mid-30s, and there was a electricity pylon casting the only little bit of shade, and all the sheep had lined up in the shadow. Down the leg side again, and Will O'Rourke plays a token leg glance at this one. Really did look like they were in a queue, and he had to look quite carefully to see that they were just, I mean, it was the thinnest line of shadow, but of shade, but they took it with glee. 315 for 9. Ground far from full. I'd say probably half full at this stage, but a lot of people are pacing themselves, I think. Maybe coming in for the start of England's innings. O'Rourke pushes this one again up towards mid-on, and there's no run. It's gone straight to the fielder. 315 for 9. Mitchell Santner about to take strike for the first time, with Will O'Rourke having safely negotiated the first over of the day. I wondered, actually, Harmy, with Jimmy Anderson having gleefully described how
Did good fell this morning, wasn't he, Jim?
He was, wasn't he? But he couldn't help that grin when he was describing how much pain all of the other 4 seamers were in. I just wondered whether Ben Stokes might have thought, you know what, let's kick off with a bit of spin.
I think obviously Shoaib Bashir was ready to bowl a few times. I think they sent it out for the helmet and the shin pads. I think once they came on the field, twice I think other times they'd been sent for, but yeah, I mean the bowlers put a good shift in yesterday. I mean they got better as the day went on.
It is Matthew Potts in once more for the second over of the day, and Mitchell Santner turns it away behind square on the leg side and declines the single. So we know exactly what we're in for, with England spreading the field, handing Santner the single if he wants it, and Santner doesn't. I wonder whether it'll be a 3-ball or a 4-ball strategy.
I think it'll be a 3-ball strategy, and then move off the 4th, wouldn't it?
Well, I would think so. Will O'Rourke perfectly able to look after himself. Potts in again, beats the outside edge. Mitchell Santner may have opened the face of the bat, looking for the run, the guide, but I think he was beaten.
I think you need to slip in here. I really do. I think, I know you're trying to keep Mitch Santner off strike, but I think I'd bring at least 1, possibly 2. You can spread out, you can spread the field out, but still have an option that if Santner nicks it, he gets dismissed, or a chance of getting dismissed. It's a 4th over of a brand new ball.
Everybody on the boundary. Potts in again, beats Santner outside the off stump. I'm tired of saying this, Harmy, but I'll say it just once, and then if I'm tempted to say it again, shut me up. I hate this. I hate starting the day like this. Just on principle. He's the number 8.
I'm going to say he's number 8. Come on, Ben. You've got an extra cover out on the fence. Deep point out on the fence, mid-wicket, out on the fence. I think you can have, well, you've got 2 fine legs on the fence, so there's two out of 4 positions there you could have a slip.
Here is Potts again. Forward comes Santner, playing it defensively straight back to the bowler. Do you know, just let him hit 1 boundary or 2. You know, Ben's shown that he's happy to buy wickets with the top order.
4 balls gone as well, so they're not coming in. They're not coming in. They're basically saying we'll bowl 1 ball at Will O'Rourke with a brand new ball. Santner, yes, he's 50, but he's a number 8 who should have a slip in.
Here is Potts once again, bowls. Santner, a little fiddle at this one again, beaten outside the off stump, 3 times beaten outside off stump, the number 8 batsman. I mean, it was different yesterday. He came in against the old ball. Yes, he did clobber the new ball a couple of times. But, you know, we only had 2 overs with it. He was playing against a very tired attack, an old soft ball, and he's a number 8, and he smashed a few boundaries. Congratulations, this is the beginning of day 2.
Yeah, there's 5 balls gone in the over, and England have brought Harry Brook into slip, but there's no sign of any of the boundary riders coming in. So they're basically saying we're not. Are England reading that they don't want to give too many more runs away?
Here is Potts again, and Santner pushes this one square of the wicket on the offside, and they take a single. So they're saying that they're going to bowl. They're happy to bowl 1 ball at the number 11, whose defensive form in this series has been absolutely outstanding. Will O'Rourke has faced. I filled my scorecard in, and now I can't read it. He's faced 25 balls in the first. You know, you've got the numbers on me.
Yeah,
I
12 in the first innings, 39 in the second innings, 26 in the first innings of the second test, and he's accumulated 6 runs out of all them balls.
It's 50 balls though for 1 dismissal, isn't it?
Yeah, 1 dismissal. He's been out. No, he's been out twice,
but still faced 50 balls. Anyway, 316 for 9. Here's Gus Atkinson continuing, and played away defensively by Santner.
It's also strange that Ben Stokes, not 1 point did he bring the field up. Even the last ball, 5th ball of the over, 6th ball of the over, every man was on the fence. Is that Ben saying he doesn't want to give any more runs away, any cheap runs away, because they identify that possibly New Zealand have got a score on the board that England don't want to make it too much bigger, because it's not as good as wicket as it looks.
Here is Atkinson again outside the off stump. Santner leaves alone. Well, I posed the question to you: would it be a 3 ball or a 4 ball strategy? And it's now we're going to keep the number 8 on the strike and give him a single off the last ball of the over.
The last ball of the over.
Could that possibly have been a mistake?
No, I don't think so, because the last ball of the over, Ben Stokes brought a slip up, so still had.
But there was still a single wherever Santner wanted.
Anywhere he wanted. There was 8 men on the boundary. It's quite bizarre.
I find it very hard to explain. Everybody on the boundary again. Atkinson in bowls to Santner, driving5 inside edge down into the ground. Only Ollie Pope can come up and do the fielding. So 5 men on the leg side boundary, and 4 men on the offside boundary. Very, very bewildering. And Mitchell Santner is looking like a number 8 against the second new ball. The new ball is only in its 5th over.
At least all the kids are getting the scorecard signed.
Yeah, well, that's right. There are a lot of autographs being signed. Mini bats and scorecards and a few selfies down the leg side here. And Mitchell Santner, I think, leaves it alone. He was considering looking to flick it away on the onside, but it's Ollie Pope who dives to his right to gather. It's another glorious day in Hamilton, Sunday morning. I wonder whether a significant portion of the population are gone to Sunday church and we'll be filing in a little bit later.
I think from a Barmy Army or an England fan's point of view, I think they might have had a good Saturday night.
Yeah, I think they're just going to come in a little bit later, aren't they?
Not sure about the Hail Marys this morning.
Here is Atkinson again, bowls to Santner, who takes a single off the fifth ball of the over, so Gus Atkinson will have just one ball at Will O'Rourke. Do you think, well, what's the likelihood that England are thinking New Zealand have got 50 too many here? I mean, that's what you're suggesting is a possibility.
That's the only thing I can think of, and why England haven't tried to get Mitch Santner out by having 3 slips of gully, 3 slips, 2 gully, short leg, an extra cover, because that's what the field have got now for just one ball.
Yeah, 3 slips, 2 gullies, short leg, as you said. Here's Atkinson, bowls to Will O'Rourke, and edged, no, he hit it on the pad, beg your pardon, hit him on the forearm, and bounced to Harry Brook. I saw the big deflection, but there was absolutely no excitement or reaction at all from England. So Will O'Rourke continues to survive, as he has done very well in the first 2 tests as well, when he's batted as night watchman. 9 balls he's faced, 317 for 9. At what point, well, I suppose it's a new ball, isn't it? So it's interesting hearing, I was going to say, what point does Ben Stokes bring on Shoaib Bashir? Jimmy Anderson said, confirmed what you said yesterday, and I'm sure they probably told you in the hotel, but every time they were about to bring Shoaib Bashir on, one of the seamers took a wicket, so he never got a bowl.
I thought England seamers, as the day went on yesterday, made New Zealand dig a deeper hole for themselves.
Potts in again to Santner, who blocks it into the vast empty spaces on the offside and doesn't take a run.
Yeah, the game's going nowhere here at the moment, but yeah, I think when there was a period when Ben Stokes was bowling and he was going well. I think he was thinking about bringing Shoaib Bashir, and that was probably the closest he got. And that was the 3rd time, because it was just before the second new ball. Joe Root got the pads brought out and the helmet brought out, but England got another wicket. So yeah, I think that's why the seamers bowled all day yesterday.
Potts in again to Santner, drives and gets a thick inside edge out towards deep backward square leg. Cover drive to deep backward square leg. Could have had a single, doesn't take it. As you said, the game's going nowhere here. Simon Finch thought the same thing. Yeah. The Barmy trumpeter, he thought, let's breathe a bit of life into this.
Try and get some life into the crowd and into the game, which is a little bit of a holding period. I think calm before obviously England get out to bat, and there will be a storm.
Slower ball from Matty Potts, and it was quite nicely delivered too. It was easier to pick from the commentary box with him bowling away from us. It was actually very slow. It was 102 kilometres an hour. That was don't often see that. I mean, if his average speed's about 130, a slower ball would be 115, but 102.
Yeah, out the back of your hand, very well executed, slower ball. Probably would have been possibly a lot better if the field was up and trying to stop Santner from going over the top.
Here is Potts once again, bowls. Santner guides this away, square of the wicket on the offside. The 4th ball of the over, and he takes a single. The other thing that I find so frustrating, Harmy, is that Mitchell Santner looked like a number 8 against a new ball in the first 2 or 3 overs. He played and missed 3 times in the first over. And by doing this, you allow him to play himself in as pressure-free circumstances as possible.
Just having a bit of a net now, Mitch Santner, facing 3 balls, blocking them, leaving it, really having no danger other than the stumps of the wicketkeeper from a dismissal's point of view. And you're right, he's been given a chance to slowly but surely get himself back into play.
Here's Potts again, bowls to Will O'Rourke, and he plays inside the line of it, the big fast bowler. Down below us, right below us, the 4 non-playing England squad members, 3 of whom have got the high-vis vests on. Ollie Robinson, Ollie Stone, Rian Ahmed, and Jack Leach has not got the high-vis bib on, but all of them dressed in their whites. Here's Potts once again, and big Will O'Rourke comes forward, and steers that square of the wicket on the offside. It's fielded by the captain, Ben Stokes, at cover. He does get himself around a little bit, Ben Stokes. Does field at leg slip and gully sometimes when they need 2 gullies. Who else is below us here in the England party, Harmon. You
you've
recognise
got-
everyone
you've
else?
got Collingwood, McCullum and Trescothick watching iPads. They've got iPads on of the game, watching the TV coverage of this match. Cullum's got a crossword. He's doing his
Is that Sudoku or a crossword?
I think it's a crossword. There's quite a few of them. Root and one or two others like the Sudoku, but I think there's a crossword from McCullum, and then you've got Mark Saxby, the masseur, plus the 4 non-players.
Here's Gus Atkinson once again. Drive from Mitchell Santner. Doesn't make contact that he wanted anyway. Inside edge onto the pad. Mark Saxby, he's skinny, isn't he?
Skinny, yeah, he is skinny, and he's getting skinnier. To be fair, Sax, he's brilliant. He's been with the England cricket team since 2004, I think, 2005. One of life's great men. I mean, really is such a huge person inside the dressing room.
Here's Atkinson again, bowls to Santner, drives sweetly, and he's called 2. He's called 2 immediately, and they're going to come back for 2, and they're going to complete 2 very easily. It's another reason why this strategy can backfire, because it's pretty decent square boundary, and they're right on the boundary. They're not 10, 15 yards in. So Santner knew the moment he hit that he could come back for 2. Second ball of the over. It's a very meek and tame start by England, I think.
Yeah, it's not normally the Ben Stokes way.
Here's Atkinson from the city end running in towards Santner, and this time he punches it off the back foot out to one of the four men, Jacob Bethel, on the cover boundary.
This is very, very much un-Ben Stokes like. I think I thought he would have come out and tried to get Santner out, and if Santner got going, yes, go back to this theory, which is to try and have 2 balls at the number 11. But to start this way, I struggle to understand it, especially with a new ball in hand.
Here's Atkinson again, bowls to Santner, and again he blocks it defensively. That's the 4th ball of the over. Apart from anything else, you're not only puffing up Mitchell Santner, as yes, he batted very well yesterday, but as I said, in very, very different circumstances against a tired attack, seam attack with an old ball. But you're basically saying, we regard you in the same light as Kane Williamson.
Yeah, but there's no real. I mean, they brought Slip in now, but it's like how you get him out. You take a lot of the dismissals away.
Well, I was just about to say that. Yeah, I was just going to ask you. Driven by Santner now towards long off. Joe Root does the fielding, and there's no run. I was just going to say, what does Gus Atkinson feel? Because not only are you saying, Mitchell Santner, you were magnificent yesterday, and we're not sure how we're going to be able to get you out. But what are you saying to Gus Atkinson?
Like I said, I can't get you out, so you're not giving off. Like I said, it's un-Ben Stokes like. It really is un-Ben Stokes like, because Ben normally would risk going for a couple of boundaries to try and take the wicket and walk off the field. You're giving them easy 1 and over, possibly 2 or 3 and over. Yes, they're not giving the boundaries away, but you don't look as like getting them out.
Atkinson in again to O'Rourke. It's back of a length. It's thigh pad height, and it hits the thigh pad. And there's no run, and Will O'Rourke survives, and survives very comfortably. He's faced another dozen balls now without scoring. Will O'Rourke, New Zealand, a 321 for 9. Been a tame, meek, and curious start by England, who've not been on the attack at all. 321 for 9, and it's all very, very mysterious. Can't put my finger on it. It's a tactic of desperation. It's born from desperation normally.
Yeah, I'm struggling to understand, but I'll try the things that you can take from it. Do England think New Zealand have got too big of a score and they don't want to give them another 20 runs cheaply if Mitch Santner gets away because of the surface? But I think this morning the surface looks quite good.
Here's Potts again, bowls to Santner and beats him. More evidence that he's a number 8 batsman looking to play himself back in. He began the day 50 not out, and he's now 56 not out from 75 balls. 7 4s and 2 6s yesterday. Will O'Rourke just faced a couple of balls yesterday, or 4. I think he's now faced another 8 today. 321 for 9. As Matty Potts turns once again. He's certainly moving pretty well, but he's only played 1 test in a row, as opposed to the 3 that the other seamers have played. Santner again guides it up towards Stokes at mid-on. Long on comes trotting in to do the fielding, and there's no run.
The wicket looks good. I mean, we've had, what's that now? This is the 8th over of the second new ball. Hasn't really swung. Pitch looks quite placid, actually. It does look. The pitch looks a bit the same as the way England's tactics are. Very tame, very placid. No real movement as such.
Here's Potts again around the wicket, bowls to Santner, hits him on the pad. Again, it bounces out into acres of unprotected space on the leg side, and there's no run. I'm trying to think of the football equivalent of this, and the phrase "parking the bus."
Parking the bus. Yeah.
Would that be appropriate? Do you think? Is that similar, as close as you can get in football?
Yeah, I think it is. And I think they've got 2 team buses here today. I think they've made sure. Yeah, they've made sure that the whole goalposts are well and truly covered, because this is parking the bus.
Here's Potts again, bowls short and pulled away by Santner, and he's got 4. He's split the 2 fielders behind square on the leg side. Yet more evidence of why this strategy is flawed to begin a day with the number 11 at the crease. And, well, Mitchell Santner's got the first boundary of the day. It was a poor delivery.
Yeah, it was a slow ball. But, as I say, it was a slow ball down leg side. And again, it just didn't quite come off as well as he would like. It's 1,000 runs, I think I've just heard, for Mitch Santner in his Test career. But it's split the field, gone for a boundary, but he knows he's got an easy single.
Here is Potts again, and it's the 5th ball of the over, and everyone's on the boundary. And Santner says, well, fine, of course I'll take it. And because Will O'Rourke is best number 11, defensive number 11 I've seen for a decade, I reckon. And he looks very, very organised. And if he's only going to have to face 1 ball and over, I reckon John Norman's been doing some research. I reckon he's going to come and tell us why England have started in this peculiar style fashion. 3 slips, a leg slip, 2 gullies. Now it's all out attack for Will O'Rourke, who is once again defending without any semblance of difficulty whatsoever. He looks extremely calm and extremely organised. And New Zealand have moved on to 326 for 9. Harmy, tell us about that little bird. It's just on the corner of the.
It's been there all day, hasn't it?
And yesterday.
Yeah.
I think it must obviously live there. It's very, very sweet. More from you, and then it'll be John Norman.
Yeah, just says that as it's flown off. Yeah, bizarre. I'm really struck. England's struggling to understand England's tactics. Again, they've gone back onto the boundary, trying to protect the boundary. Mitch Santner, number 8 batter, and yeah, I've really got no solution to why England have gone down this road, John Norman.
Here is Atkinson, Santner facing, 326 for 9. New Zealand. You all right? You man, is it? You have a bad night's sleep?
No, I had a good night's sleep. I enjoyed a catch up with a couple of good friends last night.
I saw David Boone, Gladstone Small.
Me and Gladstone.
You and Gladdy.
Enjoyed a beverage on the terrace, and I'm just a bit underwhelmed by England's tactics this morning, John.
I know, I've been listening to you and Manners.
Can't work out what's going on.
Moaning away, start of a beautiful day here in Hamilton as Santner ducks. Short delivery from Gus Atkinson. I'll give you one reason, as far as I can see. New Zealand yesterday went from 250 to 327 balls. That's easily the fastest 50 of their innings. The majority of those runs came from Mitchell Santner, who's still out there. And so far this morning, they've added the princely sum of 11 runs. So England haven't lost anything. But they could have lost As Santner turns down a single to square leg, as Atkinson drifts onto the pads. I suppose the thinking is, first off, against the new ball, as in cricket all over the world, the ball does travel faster, runs can come quicker. So maybe England are just thinking that a couple of overs of Santner hitting sixes like we saw yesterday, and suddenly New Zealand are up around 350. And that's a good score on this pitch.
Look like try and get him out though.
Yeah, but they're not going anywhere. This is a beautifully caressed on the up drive through vacant extra cover by Mitchell Santner. No run.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere, but I mean, they don't look like getting Mitch Santner or Will O'Rourke out. And if they're only going to bowl one ball at Will O'Rourke, they've got to bowl at stumps, and they're not doing that. So
I agree.
That's why I'm thinking. I can't understand. I mean, this is the most un-Stokes bit of captaincy we've seen for probably since he's been captain.
Well, the good news is England have a slip, a second slip, and it's Harry Brook. Wide first slip, but he's in a second slip position as Santner takes a single through extra cover, and that brings William O'Rourke on strike for one delivery. Yeah, but England haven't lost anything. It's not like the proof will be in the pudding. If New Zealand reach 360, 370, and it takes an hour, and Gus Atkinson and Bryden Carson, Matt Potts have to bowl more overs in this sun, and then England are bowled out in 55 overs and they're back out there bowling again. Yes, this period of play will be questioned, and you question it, it's absolutely fine. Last ball of the over with 3 slips, 2 gullies, a point and a short leg, and William O'Rourke has been caught behind, but he has immediately reviewed. So we shall see what occurs here at Seddon Park. England believe they've got their man, and we're going to go upstairs to find out.
Yeah, he was straight at it, wasn't he? Straight to the review. A little bit like the last over, I think it was, from Gus Atkinson, when it seemed as though he nicked it and it dropped short, but it hit his back leg. So it's a good ball. Seems in a good position. It's just straightened a little bit. It's missed. Has it missed the bat? Or is it
until we see the ball go past the batter and we know whether it's hit his thigh.
It looks as though he's miles away from the bat.
And the ball has just clipped the thigh. We're watching it now.
Hassan.
And there's a flat line.
Frame through there, yep. I've got a flat line and it goes past the bat and then it flicks the back pad or back thigh pad. If you're overturning your decision to not out, Hassan, I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, signal now.
So DRS has overturned the on-field out call. And so New Zealand bat longer. Mitchell Santner to face. He's gone past 1,000 test runs, batting average of 25, back in the side. And he's certainly providing some assistance with the bat as this ball snakes past the outside edge of Santner's bat and through to the keeper. No run, 327 for 9.
I mean, when you blow deliveries like that, when you blow deliveries like that at a number 8 in Test cricket and you've got no slip, that's why I'm slightly frustrated that England, you can have boundary riders, no problem at all, right? Extra cover, you've got Joe Root. You've got mid-wicket in Jacob Bethel. You take them 2 fielders and put them at slip, you stand a better chance of getting Mitchell Santner out if he nicks it.
Round the wicket to the left-hand is Santner, who again pushes this length delivery through vacant extra cover where it's fielded on the boundary by Bryden Carson. I understand it. I do understand the frustration, but I also don't think England are risking anything. It's a bit like the chip leader in poker. Just putting little token little bets in for 10 hands when you're thinking, why don't you just go all in and just take the other players out? Yeah, they can still do that. We can still see more attacking fields. It's not like New Zealand are over the hill, running away with the game. This is straighted from Potts and defended by Santner. No run again. Cast comes in.
Yeah, they put on 12 runs in half an hour. You get another
12 runs. Crawley will hit 12 runs in the first over.
Yeah, I get that. Ben doesn't want the game to go nowhere, doesn't want the score to get away from him. I get that, but you've still got. It's not as though it's Daryl Mitchell. It's not as though it's Rachin Ravindra. Yes, Santner, he's on 62, but he started his innings again. 2 balls of a second new ball taken, and you've got everybody on the boundary. Have a slip, have a catcher, and try and feel as though from a bowler you're trying to get him out.
This is on the body of Santner. Clips this to mid-wicket, but again, no run taken. Bethel running in from the boundary edge. 327 for 9. New Zealand 315 for 9 overnight. There were yesterday, by the way, 231 for 7 when Blunder was caught at cover by Bethel. So they've added 96 for the loss of 2 wickets since then. So maybe that's on their mind, because they didn't have this defensive field for much of the last hour of play yesterday. Maybe Stokes is feeling that they went a little bit too aggressive.
Didn't have a brand new ball in hand then, though.
No, they didn't. No, but they're still taking wickets. Short delivery, and there is a slip in place as Santner withdraws the arms and hands away from the ball and watches it go through at comfortable pace. Potts bowling 127 kilometres an hour. You know, there is a sheer blooded mindedness about Stokes as well.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he may just be thinking, these are the tough yards now for his bowlers, and he wants to see how they go. He's asking them to do ugly job, unrewarding job. You've done it, painful job, horrible job, and he wants to see how they go about it.
They're tough overs, and
he wants to see
the
this
job. Yeah, it's coming back to win the game. I mean, your body's tired,
and he wants to see that. Maybe it's that. You know, when he's asking Atkinson and Potts to run in with the field spread like this, he wants to see their reaction and how they go about things. Full toss, and there's an outside edge, and it sails away to the boundary at third. Shoaib Bashir can't cut this off. It was a poor delivery from Potts. 4 taken, but that does mean that William O'Rourke will face the first ball of the next over.
This is what England have been waiting for half an hour for, to try and get O'Rourke. He's faced the first 6 balls of the morning, and he played them comfortably. Now Atkinson's got a little bit more of a tail up, so hopefully, from England's point of view, 6 balls at O'Rourke, and it gives England a chance to wrap up this innings. If England, well, we'll leave you with, if O'Rourke faces all 6 balls and blocks all 6 balls, I think Stokes then has to change his tactic.
Yes, possibly. I mean, we'll find out. Will Shoaib Bashir get a bowl? Probably not. The second new ball is still just 10 overs old, and just to back Harmy up, of the 41 balls delivered today, 2 would have gone on to hit the stumps. Did you hear that, Harmy? 2 of the 41 balls bowled today, 2 of them would have gone on to hit the stumps. Harmy, you're not on air now. As Atkinson is in, and Rourke plays defensively, but the ball comes off the outside portion of the bat, just dies in front of Ghali. Bethel leaping to his left. Oh, Harmy's cheered up all of a sudden. Tim Tams have arrived, and so is Anton Devcic. You would have taken this, I'm sure, Anton. The first half an hour successfully navigated by New Zealand. But now we're going to see a few balls aimed at William O'Rourke with a more traditional field setting. 3 slips and a Ghali. There's a short leg. There's also a catching cover, Stokes, mid-on. Also got fine leg and a short fine leg as well. He's successfully seen off 2 deliveries, but yeah, it was a good start for New Zealand.
Yeah, it's an interesting start. First and foremost, I don't know what was more interesting, watching what was unfolding there in the middle, or Harmy pulling his hair out for the first half hour. But
well, he's reaching an age where you can't pull your hair out. I mean, he's doing all right. But Atkinson again. This is short, and William O'Rourke, with the field in, attempts a flamboyant pull shot through mid-wicket, but it's too short, too wide, too fast, and he misses by about a yard.
Yeah, I think Harmy made a good point about you can have the best of both worlds when you're trying to bowl to the tail. You can have your slips and you can bowl aggressively with those boundary riders back, and just trust your bowlers to bowl that heavy, hard length and bowl to that plan. And if they do hit you for a boundary, then they've played a really good shot.
O'Rourke waits as Atkinson is in, beaten this time, plays inside the line, does O'Rourke, and that's taken by the keeper. I, as someone who's never played the game, like you and Harmy, have always felt if you let the batter know how you're going to bowl, before you bowl a ball, then surely that makes the job easier for the batter. Unless you're going to double bluff. Essentially, if the field's spread as it is, or when the short stuff comes out, I just find that's surely as a former batter yourself, knowing what's about to come, must be in the benefit of the batter as O'Rourke comes forward and again plays defensively, fielded at cover by Stokes. 1 ball to go in the over, 331 for 9.
Yeah, I think you're right there. It makes it a lot easier when you know what the plan of the opposition is. Body language, even tactics. England have probably showed Mitchell Santner a little bit too much respect this morning, and that gives a better confidence, especially when you know that the bowler's at the top of his mark and they're just trying to bowl at the other player. Gives you confidence.
Last ball of the over. Atkinson is in and he beats O'Rourke, who comes forward and plays inside the line again. Shakes to withdraw the bat, but the ball had sailed past the ball by the time he did that. Over successfully navigated by New Zealand. 91 bowled by England. 9 of them this morning. New Zealand have moved from 315 for 9 to 331 for 9. Gary Morgan, our scorer, has just sent something through which surprised me. I wonder if it will surprise you, but Santner's gone past 1,000 test runs, which we saw. But of those 1,000 test runs, 510 of them have come at number 8. And is he saying that he's 60 not out now, or he's averaging 60? If he's averaging 60 at number 8, which does seem quite high, I'll be gobsmacked. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, he's facing now, and it's Potts continuing from the Tim Southee end, and with the field spread, this ball is on good length, on and around off stump, and just pushed into the covers, but Santner turns the single down.
I mean, Mitchell Santner, from an early age, always showed promise with the bat, and I think, if he's brutally honest with himself, he probably hasn't got to the level where his talent should have taken him. So when we're talking about he's a number 8 batsman, like
you're talking with the bat, not the ball.
With the bat, yeah, with the bat. He's always had high potential with the bat, but he just hasn't quite managed to get the most out of it until now.
Potts continues round the wicket to Santner, who again, a check drive through extra cover, and it's fielded on the boundary, and he turns down the single. So you've just heard Harmy and I having a little chat about how England have gone about things this morning. It's obviously gone New Zealand's way so far. They haven't added too many runs though, just 16 to their overnight score. Can you see or understand the England tactics, or are you slightly surprised at the way that England have gone about things?
I'm a little bit surprised, considering that they're all about attack most of the time.
Potts again. Santner attacks this delivery. It's short, it's on his hip, and it's fielded by Zach Crawley at square leg, deep square leg. The thing is, though, the whole Bazball idea, the mantra of Bazball, when you think of Bazball, you think of England batting. You don't really think of them bowling. So I'm not sure. I understand how Bazball works from a batting perspective. I'm not sure it's quite as obvious from a bowling perspective. Also, Stokes just confounds. He always confounds. Potts again, continuing round the wicket, and Santner on the back foot punches this through extra cover and decides to take a single, and that means William O'Rourke will face 2 deliveries at the end of the 92nd over. The score moves along, 332 for 9. We were talking about pass score yesterday as well. Only 17 runs added, but has New Zealand pushed towards 340, possibly 350? Does that take them beyond par, or are we still in the same kind of area?
Yeah, just quietly. I think New Zealand will be okay. They will be happy with how they've gone, considering the last 2 Test matches, how they've gone about their work. Deep down, I think 350ish they'd be really happy with, and it gives them a chance to at least prolong the game for as long as they can.
Over the wicket now to William O'Rourke is Potts, who ducks underneath this short delivery. Mitchell Santner averages 30 with the bat when batting at number 8. That's pretty handy for a number 8.
Well, I've played with Mitchell since he was probably 16, 17, and he was always a top order batter. His bowling was developing, and he first and foremost, he was a batter that bowled a little bit of spin. As he's got older, the spinning department's obviously taken over, but he was always a guy that made teams because of his batting first and foremost. So
that's interesting.
As a number 8, I don't think he's a genuine number 8. He could easily bat 6.
That's really interesting, actually. As O'Rourke turns down the chance of a single, guiding the ball nicely down to fine leg. Santner keeps him where he is. And another over. New Zealand have seen off. Will they even make it through to the drinks break? Who knows? At 67 to Santner, 332 for 9. That's really interesting about Santner, because we covered the series in India and we picked up on the stat, thanks to Gary Morgan, that he'd only taken 1-5-fer in first-class cricket coming into that test series. Maybe 2 first-class 1-5-fer in first-class cricket. I don't think he'd ever taken a 5-fer for New Zealand in test matches. But the interesting stat was he made his debut a long, long time ago. I mean, he's been playing first-class cricket for the best part of 12, 13 years, and almost seems like he's still kind of new to the game, from an English perspective anyway. Here is Atkinson, and this is left alone by Santner, who's got, kind of rests his bat on his left shoulder. He's got quite a high batting stance, and this is so short and wide that he doesn't even bother to bring the bat down from the perpendicular. He just leaves it kind of resting against his shoulder and lets it go through. 332 for 9. So yeah, so he started more as a batter, and his batting was supplemented by his spin bowling, but over a course of time the spin bowling's come more to the fore as Atkinson continues round the wicket to Santner, and this time does play a delivery that's on the off stump, just pushes it out to the cover where it's fielded by the bowler.
I think, especially with Mitchell, he's been in a tricky little situation where he actually hasn't played a hell of a lot of first-class cricket in big clumps. So when he gets a chance to come back and play for Northern Districts, he might be there for 1 game or 2 games, and then he gets called away to an ODI series or a T20 series. So
it's not his choice, per se?
No. The volume, he just hasn't had the opportunity to get the volume in, and you know, I think one day cricket to a degree has sort of shaped the way he's turned out as a bowler.
The one-day captain now, isn't he? Or the T20 captain, defended again by Santner, pushed back to Atkinson, who collects and starts walking his way back past the umpire, back to his mark.
You know, I've had conversations with Mitchell over the years about the balls that he bowls in 4-day cricket are just genuinely too good for anyone to score off. Like, he bowls that hard length, 1-day length, which in a 4-day game, it's just, I can't get a run, so I've got to go forward and defend. He doesn't bowl that driving length that Ajaz Patel will bowl, and he'll get guys driving.
Atkinson again, this is pitched up on the pads of Santner, who comes forward and clips this square of the wicket and just strolls through for a single. 1 run added. England have reached Graham Gooch, 333. For the loss of 9 wickets, or New Zealand have reached Graham Gooch, 333 for 9. Santner moves to 68, and O'Rourke has faced 22 deliveries. It seems also, going back to the point we were just discussing with Harmy, is that the end of the over? Am I supposed to? No, Daniel McCarty's coming in after 2 balls. It's almost like England have decided that William O'Rourke is essentially Chris Martin, and I'm not sure that is actually true.
No, definitely not. Chris Martin was one of a kind.
Atkinson is in, and outside edge of the bat, but the ball dies on backward point or gully. One of 2 gullies. It's Stokes there, bounces a couple of times before it's fielded.
Chris Martin used to bike to training with his shoes tied around his neck. He didn't even bother bringing a bat, so I'm pretty sure Will O'Rourke, he at least brings a bat and a 5-pad to training. He gets in there every now and again.
By the way, it's a real Kiwi thing, isn't it, just to walk around barefoot?
Yep.
I like
or
it.
Jandals, or you know, when they get sweaty, you take them off.
Yeah, I love it. Last ball of the over. It's of Yorker length, dug out by O'Rourke. A couple of kick-ups, 3, 4, 5 on the thigh, and it's passed to Bryden Carse, who can't continue the juggling act. End of the over. New Zealand 333 for 9, and after a word from Anton Devcic, he'll be, wow, he's got a smile on his face for the first time this series. Be Daniel McCarty.
Yeah, I think it's probably, I see Stokes warming up there, but I'd be more inclined to be thinking about Bashir to have an over or 2 at Santner. He might feel more inclined that he can whack Bashir rather than the fast bowler, so it might draw out another false shot or 2 from Santner as Potts comes into bowl.
from around the wicket, bowling to Santner, defending, lengthening high on the bat, into the offside, and there is no run. Good morning to all, wherever you may be listening, or afternoon, evening, discombobulated. Local time, what are we, about 20 minutes to 12. Great to have your company on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. In fairness, I was smiling at 199 for 3. The first innings of the first Test match. Here is Potts again, pulled away powerfully from outside of off stump, zipping across the surface. They got 1. And Mitchell Santner throws the bat up in frustration. He thought he could get back for 2. He judged a beauty of a 2 a couple of overs ago, but now he's exposed the obdurate Will O'Rourke to 4 balls, 334 for the loss of 9. Devi, good to see you again, mate.
Morning. Oh, that's the first little mistake from Santner. He thought he'd hit that a little bit better than what he had, and they could only get through for the single, which gives Matthew Potts the opportunity to bowl 4 balls at Will O'Rourke, which hasn't been done this morning yet.
Well, he hit that 4 to the boundary and exposed him at the start of an over.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a guy sort of chastise himself hitting a boundary in Test cricket too often. Mitchell Santner certainly did.
You got to take them when you can get them, I guess. 69. He's done a good job here.
Oh, he's loved Will O'Rourke for not only the fiery fast bowler who's made an impressive start with the ball, but he really values his wicket. Gets an inside edge that goes past the leg gully down to the fence for a single because Bashir's position. And the crowd are roaring singles like Chris Martin's batting, but he is the polar opposite to Chris Martin. We all love Chris Martin. I don't think there's anyone in the New Zealand cricketing fraternity who doesn't love Tommy. But poor Chris couldn't see the ball. Could he? But Will O'Rourke, good judge of line, doesn't follow the ball, and he's helped New Zealand with some really valuable partnerships. I think of the hour him and Mitchell batted together at the end of the second innings of the first Test, coming in as a night watchman for more than 20 minutes, wasn't it? He's Santner facing up to Potts, coming forward, pushing back to the bowler. There's no run.
Hey, he's perfect, isn't he? He just stands nice and still, and if they bowl short, he tries to get out of the way of it. You know, most tail enders, once they've faced a few balls, they tend to think they turn into Brian Lara or Viv Richards and feel like they can hit a boundary or 2, but Will O'Rourke, so far in his career, he's done his job as well as he could, and more times than not, he's done it really well.
335 for 9. Santner's on 69 not out. O'Rourke finally off the mark after 25 balls. Here's a full toss, almost waist height, just below, according to umpire Raj, who makes the signal at point. Run will be taken with 1 ball remaining in the over. 336 for the loss of 9.
I think it might be time for Bashir to have a bowl. Bowls off spin, Mitchell Santner, the left-hander. I know Mitchell Santner will fancy himself taking boundary riders on against the spin. It gives them an opportunity to try and score, and that might just open up an opportunity that England need. But at the moment, this is perfect for New Zealand. They're just scoring 1 or 2 and over and taking a little bit more energy out of these England bowlers, and pitch might be just deteriorating slightly more with the sun out. So New Zealand are really happy with how it's going at the moment.
3 slips, 2 gullies. The gullies come out. O'Rourke, the right-hander, waits for Potts. He's beaten once more outside of off-stump, but again doesn't go reaching for the ball. Keeps the bat going on a consistent path, so it nibbles away because the ball is still reasonably new. 14 overs. Any nibble away, it's going to be too good for him. It is the end of the over. 336 for 9. Latham 63, Young 42, Williamson 44, Ravindra 18, Mitchell 14, Rundle 21, Phillips 5, Henry 8, and Southey was the last to go. Caught by cast off the bowling of Atkinson for 23 off 10. When Blundell departed, 231 for 7. What percentage chance did you have New Zealand getting within 1 stroke of 340, Anton? Here is Atkinson continuing around the wicket and hitting the ball on the up. Mostly through covers, but for no run is Mitchell Santner.
Yeah, it didn't give them much chance, but it just shows that when you actually throw a couple of punches back, it doesn't matter who's bowling, whether you're facing the best bowling attack in the world, they get under pressure. And if you just allow them to bowl to you day in, day out, ball after ball, they're good bowlers. They're going to get you out eventually. It's unless you're Kane Williamson, or Tom Latham.
Atkinson bowls and it's pulled away through wideish mid-on, but no run. Couldn't gap it well enough to come back for 2. But I also have to question the tactics from England, not only this morning, the field spread with a brand new ball. You are allowed to get Mitchell Santner out. I'm pretty sure that's in the rules. I was a bit confused going to the short stuff last night. On a ground, the dimensions, as you know, are quite small. Don't need to middle those cross-back strokes to profit to the tune of 4 or 6. They've just taken the foot off the gas a touch. Back of a length is Atkinson. Touch tight to off stump and defending is Santner, no run.
I think especially when Matt Henry came out, it was straight to the short pitch stuff. In at the body.
That was 7 down.
Yeah. I would have expected them just to, even if it's 2 or 3 overs, let's go heavy and hard and back our ability, because the ball was still doing little bits and pieces. And bowling to the tail, they're probably expecting it up round their heads, more often than not. So
well, Henry got out in that awkward sort of short lifting ball, the second ball of the Atkinson hat-trick, caught in the gully to spooned up as Atkinson bowls full on off stump, opening the face, rolling it down towards third man for a single as Santner. 2 balls remaining in the over, 337 for the loss of 9. So what's that? 102 runs have been added in this will challenge my maths, 25.4 overs since that 7th wicket was taken.
Yeah, and even moving into this, when Southey came out to bat, the one place Southey knows it's going to be is up round his ears. Even though he got the guard of honour and I thought Stokesy might have just given him a couple of nice little ones to get going. It was the very next ball was up round the ears, so it makes the game simpler for them. He can step away and not worry about his stumps too much. And
3 slips, 2 gullies, man under the helmet. Atkinson from the city end gets 2 straight and turned away nicely into the mid-wicket region. There is no run. Plenty of sun yesterday and today. It's much drier than we normally see here on day 2, Antor. I think you and I talked about this yesterday in the first class game. Kane Williamson played in it and talked about plating. Explain that to the listeners about potential deterioration of the surface, because it's going to be hot the next couple of days. Bit of rain in the forecast. I'll get you to explain that, because the last ball of the over now have Atkinson. Leg side, and it's tucked away down to the fence for 4. Please be off the bat. That will take him into double figures in Test cricket. 4 runs, a boundary. He has 13 Test runs, not today, in his career. But again, he's part of a very valuable partnership. It is now worth 38 runs. It's 341 for the loss of 9. As Will O'Rourke goes to 5.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot from Will O'Rourke. But going back to that plating stuff, it's something new here at Seddon Park. And speaking to the local first-class cricket coach, BJ Watling, he said that during the 4-day games that they've played, little circular formations like a plate, dinner plate, sort of form over time, and there's fraction of movement in there on the edges of the plate. There might be crumbling soil, and the ball reacts differently every time it hits a different part of that plate. So he was relatively happy with the way it sort of broke up. It gave opportunity throughout the whole game.
341 for 9 as Potts starting a new over, back of a length. Pushing forwards is Santner, no run. And that is a fair criticism of New Zealand surfaces. That is why they're often so emerald green, and people around the world lose their collective minds, don't they, thinking this is going to be green. They never play that badly, but they don't deteriorate.
Well, they don't. No, they don't. And you look at Australia, they have big cracks that run the whole length of the pitch, where we tend to have a little bit more moisture in our wickets, and the plating tends to occur a little bit more here.
Very warm morning. Santner comes forward, challenging the inside edge as Potts, as the ball goes through the mid-wicket region, no run. And that's why I thought there might have been some urgency with field sets, with the new ball. Hopefully get that wicket as quickly as possible.
I think they need a slip at least.
Yes.
They haven't got anyone inside the inner circle, which would be there for a 1-day game. They've got no one in sight, and you could drag someone from somewhere and just maybe mid-off, bring him mid-off up, try and get him to drive with a slip.
Santner's 71, left-hander weight, been at the knee as he hits the ball from that static position as his trademark. Good hand-eye coordination, drags it to the onside. There won't be a run, two balls? Yes. No, count properly, Daniel. 3 to come. I blame Mark next to me. That's Mark, by the way. Get so many questions about who is this fine human being. One of the very best.
This is perfect for New Zealand, though. Like, they're so wicket falls now. They're going to feel like when they walk out the bowl that they've grabbed back a little bit of momentum, and if they start well with the ball, they can make inroads.
3:41 for 9. Potts it again. Continuing full effort. That individual full and into the pads of Santner, clipped away through the onside out to the deep. And I spoke with Jacob Borum. It was quite a long chat for a pre-day preview for the New Zealand radio coverage on Sport Nation. And Jacob Borum was very animated, very direct, very grumpy by Jake standards. And we know that I think they were a very frustrated side with how the middle section of that game went there. Against a tiring attack, and they did look heavy-legged at times. That I think we can say about 4 gave their wicket away quite cheaply, and he was adamant the gap between these two sides, which when you look at the simple results of Wellington and Christchurch, tells you there's a big gap. He doesn't believe that's the case. He wanted a fighting performance. Well, he's got it through the first hour, and they'll get more runs here as it's flicking off the pad, I think, of Santner. No, bit of bat, according to the umpire. No, delayed signal. Another run, 342 for 9, 1 ball remaining in the 96th over.
Well, you look at the scorecard and the great start from Latham, Young, Williamson. Although one of those guys would have wanted to have gone on, the platform was set for your Ravindra, Mitchell, Blundell, Phillips to get going, and 3 of the 4 of those got a start and batted for a period of time when the ball was getting closer to 80 overs than what it was the first over. And apart from Phillips, you can probably excuse Phillips for getting out early, but the 3 above him, they needed to dig in a little bit longer. And
on a warm day yesterday as it was, here's a nice looking stroke from O'Rourke, pushing forward, nudging back to the bowler. Nicely done by Potts down into his left. That is the end of the over. 342 for the loss of 9, New Zealand. Santner 71, O'Rourke is 5. The partnership is worth 39. Potts and Atkinson done all the bowling through the opening 57 minutes on day number 2. Atkinson 26 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 66. Potts 28 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 90. And a change made by the England captain, Ben Stokes. He scored his own number. Heavy workload for him yesterday. 23 overs, 1 for 86. And those figures don't sparkle, do they? But I don't think a true reflection of how he bowled. He was very hard to get away for long periods, and a thread went past the outside edge a lot. Probably a victim of that change of tactic later in the day.
I think England fans will just be happy that he's bowled a long spell. Yeah. That's the most positive part.
Yeah, and he's called his own number again from around the wicket in the city end, bowling back of a length and chopped away once more by Santner through to cover. And there's no run, but your observation of the playing surface looks pretty flat, doesn't it?
It looks flat, yeah.
Sure, the English top order are like, okay, you've had your fun, can we knock them off, please?
Yeah. They're licking their lips, and the day, the blue sky, no wind, it is going to get better over the next 2 days. And New Zealand, like I said, these little runs that they're getting here and there, they're also important. They need as many runs as they can get on the surface.
Same field, 5 back on the onside boundary, 4 on the off as Santner comes forward, defends just outside of off stump, and Ben Stokes will have to trot on through and collect. It's also the challenge of a field like this is getting the ball back to the bowler.
Yeah, who's going to shine it? You have to throw it to long off, don't you?
And they have. They've literally thrown it to long off.
Yeah.
Who's come up to mid-off. Joe Root. Now he'll have to turn around, run back.
Yeah, he's doing some kilometres out there, old Joe. Doesn't need that at his age, does he?
152 tests. Come on, mate. Treat me with some respect. Stokes it again. Powerful figure. Bowls full of wider of off stump. Nice looking drive by Santner. It's probably he's just thinking this is like a Thursday night glorified net for me at the moment, with the field back, real pressure, sort of a lone figure.
He's done a good job. Like he's just taking it when it's on offer. He's just going against the grain. England obviously want to take this wicket, and him and Will O'Rourke have said to themselves, well, you guys been out here for another couple of hours. It won't hurt you.
3:42 for 9. Santner waits again, the left-hander. He hits powerfully back past the bowler to the onside. Will that reach the rope? Short boundary straight. Tumbling stop. Won't get there. 4 runs. Slightly over-pitched, and we've seen that throughout this match. If players do miss the half volley length, there's plenty of runs to be had. 346 for 9. 10th 4 to go with 2 sixes as Santner reaches 75. The partnership worth 43.
Yeah, slightly over-pitched. Santner's, I wouldn't say it was a well-executed shot, but he's tried to drive it down the ground on the up. Mid-on and mid-off. Long on, long off, are very wide, and it's only a small ground here, especially straight at Seddon Park. So if you sort of beat those players by 10, 15 metres, it's pretty hard to cut off before it hits the top of the run.
They're reviewing this. He's a pretty unflappable character, is Mitchell Santner. I don't know if he handles pressure. I think that's a big reason why he's such a good white ball bowler when players come hard at him. He's so skilled in that variety. It's obviously been a longer period before he's had success at the test level. And of course, what he did in the last test match he played in India will be remembered forever in a day. But you know him well. Is there a more laid-back, consistent guy going around?
There's been many a times throughout my career that I've just wanted to shake him. He's that relaxed. Wake him up. And yeah, I've quite often thought to myself, I just need to actually give him a good shake here, because he is so relaxed.
Is he intense competitor though? Despite that outward appearance, there's a drive on the up that would have carried to a third or fourth slip or even a gully, foul stroke, and it's going to be a single as we lose the fielder behind the sight screen. It was Bashir. I assume he kept it in. Yes, just 1 run. Santner staying at the non-strikers end. 76s, named 347 for 9.
He is competitive, but he never lets you know that he's competitive, because he's so good at everything. Like he plays off a +2 in golf, and he's good with the ball under his feet, and he can. The one thing I reckon he wouldn't be any good at is rugby. So I haven't actually seen him do that yet. So
bit slight for that.
Yeah, a little bit slight. Yeah,
good height for an open side flanker, but you'd break him at a breakdown, wouldn't you? Snap him in half.
He's not hitting any rucks.
Terry
Wright.
Wright.
Any velocity.
Terry Wright for the old timers. 3 slips, 2 gullies, leg slip as Stokes bowls to O'Rourke. All past the inside edge. That did move back, and Stokes' reaction tells you all you need to know. He stands, arms crossed, right hand on his forehead. He is a frustrated man, and understandably so, because New Zealand have got through the opening hour and 2 minutes unscathed. They've gone from 315 for 9 through to 347. Santner is 76. And once more, Will O'Rourke is finding a way to contribute. Generally not off his own bat, just 5 off 30, but he's finding a way to form partnerships as our cords get hopelessly tangled here. I'll get out of the way. Harmy, I sense, has plenty to say, and we'll get a thought from Steve Harmison before he's reunited the dynamic duo, Manthorpe and Harmison. 347 for 9. My smile's getting bigger, Harmy. We'll scurry on off before that changes.
I'm not surprised, Dan McCarty. Yes, thanks. And strange hour from England. John Norman mentioned they're not getting away on New Zealand. Still probably now around about, I would say, par score. 320 to 350 is probably the par score on this surface, which is getting better and better. Frustrating for England, really frustrating for England. Not Stokes-like. Really, really un-Stokes-like the way England have gone about their business this morning. Fielders all on the boundary, not looking, especially with a new ball. The new ball was 2 overs old. The second new ball was 2 overs old. And for the first 20 minutes, not trying to get Mitch Santner out, or, well, I'm saying not trying to get Mitch Santner out. They are trying to get Mitch Santner out, but with 9 men on the boundary, no slip in or no catches in, I thought was pretty un-Stokes-like. So you're trying to protect the boundary, you're trying to protect the score and not let New Zealand get away. Mitch Santner's batted beautifully. Will O'Rourke's done what he's done throughout this series, Manners, that we've enjoyed. We love not so much we love lower order runs, but we love a bowler who values the fact that he's out in the middle and really, really puts value on his wicket. And Will O'Rourke's done that to much of England's frustration, Manners.
Yes, certainly. Here's an interesting observation, Harmy. This is from Gary Morgan, our statistician, who tells me that, or tells all of us, that of the 90 deliveries that have been bowled so far this morning, I'm going to ask you to have a guess, and obviously you can tell by the look on my face which way to go, high or low. Of the 90 balls bowled this morning, how many would have hit the stumps?
Well, I finished half an hour into the play, and I think there was 41, 42, and only 2 were going to hit the stump. So maybe it's double that and say 4.
100%.
4? Yeah.
4 out of 90.
And I'm not on that stats group, so yeah. I mean, you've got to be aiming at the stumps when you're bowling at Will O'Rourke. But it's hard for a bowler. I'll always back the bowlers up on that front. That you train to bowl outside off stump, train to nick a batter off. Good players when you bowl on the stumps, they hit you through mid-wicket very, very, very hard and very, very quickly.
I've got a different question for you, if I may, just quickly. Many years ago, about 16 years ago, Steve Waugh took his Australian team when he was captain to play a test match, a one-off test match, and 3 one-day internationals in Zimbabwe. It was a very short tour. They went to Harare. I'll continue the story in just a moment because drinks have been consumed, unfinished and removed from the field, and it's Matty Potts in to Mitchell Santner as bowled. Finally the partnership comes to an end. Matty Potts hits the off stump, and Mitchell Santner's valiant, defiant innings of 76 comes to an end, and finally New Zealand have been bowled out for 347. It's taken just over an hour for England to claim the last wicket, and the defiant Will O'Rourke finishes 5 not out from 30 deliveries. It was unconventional, it was quite hard to understand for much of that hour, and New Zealand, with the second highest partnership in the innings, have totaled 347. They had 303 on the board when Will O'Rourke came to the crease. His highest partnership was the opening partnership of 105. So congratulations to Will O'Rourke, and particularly to Mitchell Santner. His main job is with the ball, obviously, but he's done a terrific job as an all-rounder with the bat. He actually has batted as high as number 3. He's got 3 first-class hundreds, 1 test 100 for New Zealand, and he's done a wonderful job here. And I think, Homie, 300. I'll get back to Steve Waugh in Australia when we've got another moment in the future, because it's a good story and it ends with a question for you. But your thoughts then on 347? I think that's useful.
Yeah, useful. I think it's definitely an in-game score. I said that at Wellington when England got 280. I thought 290 was possibly below par, but it was an in-game score on that surface. This is actually a better surface to bat on, I think. So it's definitely an in-game score, a good score. It's about the new ball. If England can get over that new ball, it is a beautiful day here in Hamilton. So I don't think it's the easiest wicket to get in on, but once you get in, like Mitch Santner shown, and he batted beautifully. He really did. He attacked last night when the ball was soft. He seized the moment when it was the right time to seize the moment. And this morning he's played very responsibly. Took on whatever he needed to take on, which was more often than not single off the 5th or the 6th ball. Tried to hit a boundary as he got more accustomed to the atmosphere out there and the way he was trying to play. So for me, I think it's definitely a good score, an in-game score, possibly around par. I think now we look at what's happened in this series so far. You look back at Christchurch, and I would have said New Zealand were in the game there, and if it wasn't for the drop catches.
Well, very similar score, wasn't it? I think there's only a run in it.
No, they got, what did they get, 250 in? No, they got 348. Yeah, 348 in the first innings at Christchurch. I thought that was roughly about par score. England got 499, and that was the only reason they got 499 is because they dropped 8 catches. So England will want to come out. I think it's a little bit of a better batting service. England will want to come out and try and emulate that and do that, but getting over the new ball could be quite tricky, because I think the new ball on this surface and new ball in general in New Zealand is the time to time to cash in for the team that's bowling, because once that goes and you get to 15, 16, 18 overs, then it starts to become a little bit more friendly for batting.
Bowling figures, Matthew Potts had an extended run this morning, bowled unchanged from commentary end, the Tim Southee end, finishing with 4 for 90, 28.1 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 90. Gus Atkinson also bowled 7 overs, finishing with 3 for 66. Overnight he had 3 for 55, and Ben Stokes bowled just the 1 over, which cost 5, 24 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 91. And well, Mitchell Santner's done a terrific job, as I said. I wonder, though, Harmy, how much of a role he will have to play with the ball. Unlike New Zealand, unlike England, rather, Santner is going to have to bowl, because New Zealand don't have the extra seam bowl, unless you include Daryl Mitchell, but he's not bowled a ball in the series. So I don't think you can suddenly include him as a semi-frontline member of the attack. So Mitchell Santner is going to have to bowl, and that does beg the question, will England target him, and target him early? Because if they can bring down a bowler, and Santner may or may not be the obvious target, Tim Southee is also may or may not be the obvious target. One of those two, if they are susceptible to an early onslaught, then that really severely limits New Zealand's options, doesn't it? I suspect that Santner will come in for some early attention.
Yeah, I'm sure he will bowl early in the innings. No show of Bashir, so we don't know if it's spun or anything. It probably suits Mitch Santner playing against England. I think Anton was on air yesterday talking about him as a one-day bowler, and he's more suited to play the very, very shortest form of the game, but also a 50-over form of the game. And I'd imagine once a batter from England gets in, that's the mentality that England have, and the game plan they play to, the run rate they try and target. So it might be easier for Santner to get back into Test cricket playing against this England side, but there's no doubt whatsoever that England will target him. They'll target Southee, and they'll try and get Santner into the game early to try and hit him out of the attack, and then all of a sudden that puts a huge amount of pressure, more pressure on a young Will O'Rourke, or the experienced Matt Henry, who's bowled a hell of a lot so far in this series.
I've got another stat for you, which I think you'll appreciate, and hopefully our listeners and viewers on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel will appreciate as well. But as a very handy number 10, a very occasional number 9, and sometime number 11 yourself, you'll appreciate this about Will Rourke, I think. Now, his Test career batting average is 2.6, and I've often championed this as a measurement for the value of tail enders. Don't go by his batting average, it's 2.6. Have a look at the average number of runs that New Zealand have scored when he's been batting. Bear in mind, he doesn't always bat number 11. And that number is, I think, an astonishing 56. So he averages 2.6, but New Zealand, on average, scored 56 when he's been batting.
Yeah, and he's got a very, very simple game and a simple technique. This kid will go, by the time he's finished. We joked yesterday that if he plays the same amount of Test matches as Tim Southee, he might hit 10 sixes and not 98 sixes. I think in Test cricket, he's got the ability to average probably between 10 and 15 once he starts opening up and learns how to play a few more shots. But from a defensive point of view, he's so solid. And you're right, if you've got a Santner, Smith, Nathan Smith's handy at number 8. You've got one of your top order batters going in at the time. If O'Rourke comes out, he's very, very frustrating for the opposition from a bowling point of view, because he plays for his stumps. He's quite brave. He'll wear one. He's been hit a few times in this series, but he plays for the top of the stumps, and he basically says, right, by hook or by crook, you will not bowl me. I'm a number 11, so I might get LBW because I might get in the way, but you will not bowl me. And I think if you've got somebody that values it like that, doesn't play away from his body, hasn't really got a shot in him yet, if you've got somebody dangerous at the other end, I mean, that 50 run average, that's a win in a game. That's a game winner. You know, it's a game changer. So he's been very, very good for New Zealand, but also very, very frustrating for England.
I wonder whether you would say to Will O'Rourke, you need to learn to play a few more shots in Test cricket.
I'd want to play a few more shots.
I
don't want to finish averaging 2.6 and putting me in the category of Chris Martin. No chance. He's 10 times the player that is. No, he's got batting shoes. He doesn't come out with his bowling boots on. He knows he can bat. I mean, he looks as though he practices his batting. What he possibly needs is a little trip up the order as night watchman, get in the next morning, have a little bit of fun, and go, oh, I enjoy this. I can play a few. I can hit a few for 4. It's normally the problem. That's normally the problem when you start finding a shot. You feel as though you can hit it, then you hit a couple of shots, then you feel as though you're Brian Lara. That was my experience of being a very, very good number 11 and a bang average number 10. That's his next step with the bat. But at this minute in time, he's doing a brilliant job for his country by just holding an end and frustrating the opposition bowlers.
He has done a brilliant job. The New Zealand players have had a huddle. They've had a chat. Kane Williamson and Tim Southee are embracing as they make their way onto the field, and Mitchell Santner is also shaking hands with Tim Southee. So New Zealand have a score on the board, and I confess I'm not completely familiar with the phrase, but I get it and I like it. It's an in-game score.
Yeah, it's an in-game score.
England as in you're in the game with that.
Of course you are. Because all of a sudden, if England come out and get just 375, I mean, you've got them to bat last on it. If England come out and get 500, then you're probably chasing your tail. And then all of a sudden, you've got to bat well third innings. I think if you get a score like this, there's always an innings in Test match cricket which goes into fast forward. A team will get bowled out quickly for not very many. Sometimes it's a 4th innings when you're chasing 350. 250 between 250 and 350. The fast forward is a team 4th innings gets bowled out for 150. Or 3rd innings when a team's been in the field for quite a period of time. You tend to lose a few wickets and then you get bowled out for 150 there. New Zealand have got a score for me which is in the game. If England go and match them, I think as well as that, we want to see how Santner goes. If it spins, then all of a sudden it's even more, it's above par score. Because if it spins, then all of a sudden England have to go 4th innings, possibly chase 200, 220 on an up and down wicket, and it's turning. So I think we've got an interesting passage of play up until lunch and just after, especially when we see Mitch Santner bowl on this surface.
Right, it's going to be Matt Henry with the first over of England's reply, which means that Tim Southee will be bowling from the Tim Southee end. 3 slips in a gully for New Zealand. No short leg in for Matt Henry. He's running from the city end, running towards us, more importantly towards Zach Crawley. And the first delivery bounces a bit, turned nicely off his hips down to Will O'Rourke at long leg, and England are underway, as is Zach Crawley. I wonder with Will O'Rourke fielding down at long leg whether he might actually be taking the new. Surely not. Tim Southee, of course, is such a good slipper, good catcher, that he's in the cordon at 3rd slip, and it might just be that surely Tim Southee, you give him the new ball in his last Test match, surely. I'm sure that will happen. I think Will O'Rourke's just doing the honours down at long leg for the right-hander and the left-hander. Same field for Ben Duckett, the left-hander, except the mirror image of it. 3 slips on our left now as we look from behind over Ben Duckett's shoulder. Here's Henry once again. Up to the crease now, bowls, and Duckett beaten outside the off stump, angled across him, bounce, good pace again. Matt Henry once more looks like he's just continuing the form of this series and indeed the form of the last 2 years. Anton Devcic still alongside Harmy and me. Anton, yeah, in-game score according to Harmy. I think you'd agree with that.
Yeah, I think so. Yes. The change in Matt Henry's confidence over the last couple of years as he's got more cricket has been fantastic.
Here is Henry, bowls to Duckett, tucks it away out towards the leg side. Ravindra Fields
He's been one of those unfortunate cricketers over the years when Trent Boult and Southey were almost in their prime, where he spent a lot of time on the sideline. But recent times, he's got a good volume of cricket under him, injury free, and he just looks like he knows exactly where it's going and what he's trying to do. It's Zach Crawley. It's almost Zach Crawley's kryptonite at the moment as well.
He's got him 7 times, hasn't he? Here is Henry again to Duckett, and I think he might have played inside the line of that one. Either he played at it and then tucked the bat inside the line, or he did withdraw it at the last moment. Anyway, it fizzed through to the gloves of Tom Blundell. And I have to say, what a gentleman as well, Matt Henry. Just the loveliest guy. He's got time for everyone. He's one of those top sportsmen that doesn't avert the eyes of people. If he sees a kid that recognises him, he'll say hello, he'll sign, he'll have a chat. Duckett, oh, and he's edged this. It's a kind of uppish slash from Ben Duckett. It's the kind of shot that he plays, and so you immediately wonder with him whether there was an element of intention about it, but it wasn't too far away from the gully.
It was a bit like the Rachin Ravindra one yesterday, wasn't it? Went flying into that gully this time. Well, for Ravindra it went to hand. Ben Duckett, get him playing with a straight bat. The minute he plays with a straight bat, he just looks as though he's in trouble. Once he gets it sort of angle 45 degree or it's a horizontal bat, that's when Ben Duckett's at his strength. So there, he's just gone with a straight bat as opposed to the horizontal bat. He's out of control.
Here's Henry again. Duckett beaten. No doubt about that one. Good over from Matt Henry. Very, very good over from Matt Henry. 5 runs came from it, but I think 4 of them are fortuitous. And this in reply to New Zealand's total of 347. The anticipation builds for Tim Southey's last Test match, and he's going to bowl his first over from the recently named Tim Southey end. I have to say the anticipation, the sense of occasion has just been building Tim Southey's last Test match. Another word from Anton Devcic, and it'll be John Norman to describe it.
Yeah, it's a special day for Tim. He's got his family on the bank, coming down all the way from Whangarei, which is a good 3.5-4 hour drive, and he spent so much time on this field over the last decade and a half. He almost knows every blade of grass on this field, and he's very, very familiar with the wicket and how it reacts. So I'm hoping to see a good performance from him one last time.
And it's Southey now. 5 without loss then, England. New Zealand all out for 347. First delivery, and he draws Crawley forward. Thick outside portion of the bat. Flies low to backward point. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what kind of character he is, really. Anton, you'll know him far better than I. But there must be quite a lot going through his mind right now. But I suppose the experienced hand that he is, he knows that, and all sports people are brilliant at this, just needs to focus, compartmentalise and get on with the job. 3 slips and a gully in place as Southey is in. Over the wicket to Crawley, who's driving through the covers and away to the boundary for 4.
I don't mind the length here from Southey. Steve Harmison mentioned that he wants, especially to Ben Duckett, he wants him playing with a straight bat. But it's actually quite a lot harder to do against the shorter bowlers, isn't it? Zach Crawley can almost hit off the front foot on hard length, where you almost feel like you have to bowl really long half volley to bring Ben Duckett forward. So the length from Southey there, don't mind so much. Drawing shots.
There was a touch of swing there as well. So Southey is in, pitched up again and driven again from the full face of the bat. And 4 more runs to the score. England 13 without loss. And Crawley starting as Crawley does.
Yeah, just over-pitched again, and just a little bit of swing. It's actually gone to Ravindra from mid-wicket to deep square. I'd actually bring him across and put him in there. I'd put him in a catching position at extra cover and say to Zach Crawley, you've actually got to hit it on the floor every time. You've got to hit it on the carpet. And we know that Zach Crawley, he hits it well through mid-wicket, but he also hits it in the air in both areas. So I'd have brought him over and brought him on the other side. I don't see the point of having him at deep square.
Back-to-back 4s, pitched up again by Southey. And Crawley this time comes forward. Not quite driving length, and it's punched to extra cover where Santner fields. 13 without loss.
That's why these two are very, very difficult, Anton, to bowl at, because the lengths, I mean, your margin for error is so small because the different sizes of them, their wingspan, how they're both bat, where you've got to get obviously up to Duckett, but Crawley, you've got to try and feel as though you're dragging your length right back. You think as though you're bowling short, but you're actually not, because any good length, it goes and drives.
Pitched up again. This time Crawley drives straighter, past mid on. The chase is on, but the ball is going to win, and that's going to be a third four for the over. 17 without loss, becomes 21 without loss. Oh no, he's got one ball left actually, so it remains on 17.
Actually, I don't think O'Rourke did him any favours there. He's got to be straighter. I think he's got to be straight. I know there's a big gap on the leg side, but you've got to be straighter. Stop them hitting the ball down the ground. Make them hit across their pad, especially when it's swinging. If you do that, you've got more of a chance of an LB Dooley or play the batter falling over.
Last ball of the over. Southey's in, pitched up again, driven again by Crawley. And this was the best shot of the over. Straight, whistles past the stumps at the non-striker's end. And England are up and underway. 21 without loss at the end of the second.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot from Zach Crawley. That was the shot of the over for me. I mean, going back to Harmy's point about the two different size openers, the fielders, they need to be aware of that as well. And especially the mid-on and mid-off. For someone like Ben Duckett, they can probably afford to be a little bit squarer, because although he can play down the ground, I think he would prefer to play square of the wicket. And if you can try and entice him to play out in front of his pad and play down the wicket, it might play into the favour of the New Zealanders, where Zach, he just leans on length, doesn't he?
He does indeed. Henry continuing then, and Duckett clipping a length delivery on the pads, past Rachin Ravindra at square leg, comes back for a second. The last thing that New Zealand need is Zach Crawley getting off to one of his fast starts. But they do have runs on the board, 347 of them, after Mitchell Santner and William O'Rourke added 43 for the 10th wicket, the second highest partnership in New Zealand's innings after that century opening stand from Will Young and also Tom Latham. But the sun's out here at Seddon Park. Looks all right. Whole picture. As down the track is Duckett. And this is carved in front of point for another couple of runs.
I think New Zealand, the two bowlers bowling at the moment, really need to work hard as a partnership. Ideally, Matt Henry wants to be bowling a lot of balls at Zach Crawley. And then from the other end, Tim Southey's natural length is slightly fuller, and he might cause Ben Duckett a few more issues than Zach Crawley. So, especially late in the over, I think working as a partnership, as these two opening bowlers should be looking to try and look after your buddy down the other end and get the right guy on strike or keep him on strike.
Certainly, with Crawley in the form he's been in this series, it does make sense. Squared up a touch. This hurries Duckett up, who just pushes the ball back to the bowler. Since his last 50, Zach Crawley has scores of 27, 3, 29, 2, 0, 1, 17 and 8. He greeted Southey with a 6 in the first over of the second test. I think that's the first time a 6 has been scored from the first over of an innings. As Duckett misses out here. Hit this hard and true straight to Rachin Ravindra. He's in front of square on the leg side. Will possibly feel like he's missed out. Greetings if you're listening on TalkSport 2 or via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. England were forced to field for an hour this morning. New Zealand moving from 315 for 9, bowled out for 347. But start of the third over, England already 25 without loss as Matt Henry continues bowling over the wicket to Duckett, who pops this into the offside. And that brings Crawley through. Faced one delivery from Henry, who coming into this test had faced him 19 occasions. I'm talking about deliveries. Hadn't scored a run and had been dismissed 4 times.
Well, he's got a run off him now, so...
He does. He's had 1 run off him, 16 from Southey. But coming into this innings, there are only 4 players across both sides who'd scored less runs than Zach Crawley.
Yeah, I think Matt Henry, this last ball in particular, just needs to do his job for Southey down the other end and try and keep Duckett on strike.
Here is Henry, and this is edged into the ground and to the right of Southey at third slip, and down to the boundary in front of us here. So 4 more to the score. 30 without loss, England. Crawley's got 21 of them. And New Zealand's bowlers already under pressure.
Yeah, a little bit fortunate there for Zach Crawley. He played it nicely though. He played it under his eyes, and the ball went straight to ground through the vacant fourth slip area. Matt Henry just chipping away on that length. I think the thing with Zach Crawley is Matt Henry will feel like there's always opportunities to take his wicket. He's a big fella. He likes to play his shots, and at the moment in this English side, he is the one that's probably given up more opportunities to take his wicket than any of the others. So they'll feel in the game still, and they'll understand that England play this way, so they won't let it get to them too early.
Has Tom Latham taken a slip out, or did they have 2 slips and 2 gullies in the last over? It is Duckett facing though, not Crawley. And Southey is in, pitched up, and this is slapped through point for a single. And that brings Crawley back on strike. 31 without loss.
Yeah, it looks against Duckett they've got 2 gullies. Maybe just something to do with the variable bounce and the slower nature of the wicket. They think the edge is going to go squarer rather than finer.
It certainly makes sense with a player like Duckett, who does target that area. It's a big run scoring area for him. As you say, he plays much squarer. Crawley straighter, and we've seen the field change here for the right-handed Crawley. 3 slips and a gully in place. Southey went for 16 in his first over, and he beats Crawley on this occasion. It's wide, and Crawley gets into position to square cut and then withdraws the bat at the last minute.
Yeah, the difference between Duckett and, let's say, Ravindra's shot is whenever Duckett gets those wide ones, he always commits 100%, and that's where he gets that little bit of luck where it flies over the gully region, and that's the benefit of being positive, I guess. You do get your fair share of luck.
He's a shorter man than Rashin as well, isn't he? Rashin is actually quite a tall guy. This is pitched up, and Crawley this time pushes to mid-off. Katie Martin is with us here in the commentary box alongside Anton Devcich, 2 former New Zealand internationals. Katie, how you doing?
Good afternoon. Yeah, good. Yeah, it feels like the game's been quite slow paced this morning. Everyone just getting their feet up, their morning coffees in them, and New Zealand did a good job of stemming the flow. It'll be interesting how much flatter this wicket gets. So it's been quite flat, and maybe England don't mind the time that's been taken out of the game if there was any positives. People love the bash of Test cricket these days, though, don't they?
They do, Harmy. He loves Test cricket. Forward this time, Crawley, pushing back to Southey. 31 without loss.
Do you know Harmy and I swap shifts? So he goes on to TV and I come here, and I've actually I've introduced myself probably 12 times now as we sort of shipped through the night, and I introduced myself as Katie. Every time we walk back past, he fist pumps me. I say, nice to see you, have a good session, and I still haven't had one conversation with him apart from hi.
Well, you did have one conversation with him because we saw it. We saw it on TV. You went head to head in a quiz, didn't you?
Yeah, terrible, isn't it?
Southey again, this time left alone by not by Tim Southey, by Zach Crawley. 31 without loss. So the idea of the quiz was you were quizzed on your general knowledge surrounding England, and he was quizzed on New Zealand. And he pretended that he loved whitebait.
It was a shocker. I think we actually drew, which showed our limited knowledge. There's one thing that my patience... See, I've got no patience, so as a cricketer, I don't know how I played the game for so long. I guess that's why I was a wicketkeeper. But like Tuesday night quizzing, Dev, you'll know this. Once you get about 3 topics in, I think, can the sport hurry up and be done so I can move on from the quiz night?
Southey again, drawing Crawley forward again. He's just pulled his length back a touch, has Southey.
Are you boys quizzers?
I've got terror up. Do you know what? It's so frustrating. The amount of times I'm told something interesting and I think to myself, I have got to remember that, and within 2 seconds I've forgotten it.
Yeah, I'm more of a useless facts retainer of information, so not too many quizzes throw out the useless facts that I am into.
What have you got then? Give us one.
Yeah, give us a useless
fact.
Most
useless fact you know.
That's a tough one to just rattle off the top of my head. I quite often used to listen to Mark Ellis in the Sports Cafe, and he used to do some random stuff on that sort of stuff, but it's probably not something.
While you're building houses, we're getting bored at pub quizzes. Henry, then it is. We've had 4 overs, and we've talked about the contrasting styles in which England go about their batting as opposed to New Zealand, and we're seeing it here. We were expecting it. 31 runs from the first 4 overs, 16 coming from Tim Southee's first over, but Henry is in and just gets his line wrong a touch. Duckett happy to clip this off his pads. It may be a leg by, either way it's another run. But Anton Devcic, this is the matchup you want to see. Henry against Crawley.
Yeah, just obviously throughout the series, Zach Crawley's really struggled with Matt Henry's length. And Matt Henry's the type of bowler, when he hits the wicket, it almost comes off the pitch quicker than what he does when he releases it. So I think Southey, from the other end, he's more suited to Duckett's shorter nature, where he wants to bowl a little bit fuller.
3 slips of Ghali, backward point in place for Henry, who has caught Crawley brilliantly. Diving to his left in his follow through, spooned up a touch, died on the bowler, and Crawley's just going to wait and see whether the bowler's carried. Henry celebrates, as do New Zealand. England lose their first, 32 for 1.
Yeah, Zach Crawley there just tried to work it into the leg side, and just as I was mentioning earlier, the ball seemed like it just took off a little bit more than what he was expecting, with a leading edge straight back to Henry.
TV umpire too.
Crawley's reaction is he doesn't feel
review
that
for a
the
fair catch.
bowler has
I've
caught
checked the
this
feet, it's
cleanly.
fair
He
delivery.
believes,
And
I think, and we haven't seen a replay, that the ball bounced
from
just
the,
in front of Henry, who
batter's
would have
side would be
probably
best.
taken his eyes off the ball, reaching forward. So I'm not sure that the bowler knows. We're seeing it now.
I wonder, does he think he's got his fingers underneath it without touching the ball on the ground?
Oh, I think he's caught this.
Has he put the ball on the ground but had it in his
From that
hands?
angle, he may have his fingers under the ball. Have you got the view from the other side?
We're seeing a replay from behind the bowler. We're now seeing the replay in front of the wicket. I think Henry's caught that. That is a clean catch.
Under the ball. Yep, just keep rolling it
Crawley's
through.
not going anywhere for the
rolling it
moment,
through.
but I think the bad news is going to be
Thank
coming.
you, I'm ready to make my decision.
Yeah, Crawley's already walking. He's heard. He's gone, and Henry, incredibly, has taken Zach Crawley's wicket for the 5th time in 5 innings.
5 for 5 and 22 balls. You say that someone is your rabbit, and I can tell you what, that is the occasion again. Yeah, just lost his shape slightly, that fuller length, or a little bit shorter actually, short of a length, maybe slightly held on the wicket, which is what we've heard from so many batters over the last day or so. Not that even bounce through, just looking to turn it into leg side. Oh, Devi, you just go, oh, I just don't want to face him anymore, surely.
No, you're doing your best not to be facing him in this situation, but unfortunately sometimes when you're at a little bit of nick and you're searching for answers, you find yourself in situations where you're just up against it all the time. And Matt Henry, the ability to just stop and turn and dive towards that ball was something to behold as well. It was really well done from him, especially in his bowling follow-through. But yeah, really well bowled from Matt Henry.
I just wonder, and obviously Shane Warne had the sign over many, many batters, Curtly Ambrose too. Glenn McGrath, I mean, there's been some matchups where the bowler has dominated so often, but I just wonder, and Gary Morgan, our scorer, will tell us whether anybody has had the sign over a bowler quite as much as Matt Henry has. 53 balls bowled over the course of their careers against each other. 7 times he's got him out in 53 balls, and he's gone for 24 runs in that time. I wonder if anyone can. Well, Gary Morgan will tell us.
Stuart Broad, David Warner.
Yeah, but I'm not sure dominated, but there was 2 stages of that career for them both. Warner was actually proficient against Stuart Broad, as Jacob Bethel, first delivery, just lets this ball on a length go through to the keeper. No run. 32 for 1 England in first innings. First part of their career up against each other, David Warner scored heavily. Stuart Broad then, the back end of their careers, dominated. He started bowling around the wicket to him, essentially. So I wonder. I mean, my favourite cricketer growing up was Alex Stewart, the former Surrey and England opener, the wicketkeeper bat, as Bethell comes forward and defends in and around off stump, no run. And I used to watch Alec play against Australia, and it isn't how it was in his mind. He was the fine attacking opening bat. But it sometimes felt like he was trying to get his runs before Shane Warne came on. I mean, Shane Warne, watching, you must have experienced it yourself watching New Zealand. On the rare occasions Australia deigned to play New Zealand, I mean, it was just ridiculous. Pitched up, I tell you what, Bethell will get off the mark. He's kind of half forward on the drive. He's punching rather than driving. Inside edge of the bat though, and this squirts out square to square leg. Comes through for a single, 33 for 1.
So what you're saying is Zach Crawley's still got a chance later in his career?
Absolutely. Crawley's not going anywhere. Henry's now going to have a run. And New Zealand are back in England in 2026, I think. So, yeah, it will continue. Always got a chance. There's always another game.
Speaking of Shane Warne, do you remember when Craig McMillan, he ended up completely changing his batting stance?
Big shout for a leg before, and the finger's gone up. Matt Henry struck twice in an over, and he's dismissed both England openers. And Ben Duckett isn't going to review this. He has been trapped in front. He's got to go. And England, after a bright and breezy start, are 33 for 2.
Picture this. He's bowled through Matt Henry. He's hit him in the front of the pads. He's turned around to the umpire, and all he's done is have two fists clenched, going backwards without an even appeal, because he knows that is absolutely plumb. Back leg right in front, just did enough coming back, and then the slow finger of the umpire goes up. There wasn't an arm up, there was just two fists close to his body saying, yes, I've got him once again.
Wow, what a start. 16 runs from Tim Southee's first over. England off to their customary fast start, and then pegged back by Matt Henry. 2 wickets in the over, dismissing both Crawley and Duckett. And New Zealand, not for the first time in this series, have claimed early success. Can they push it through? 2 Kiwi commentators and an Englishman. And I'm about to be replaced by a third Kiwi. Anton Devcich and Katie Martin are sticking around for a bit, and I'm going to be replaced by Garth Galloway. Katie, you can continue your Shane Warne, Craig McMillan anecdote.
Thankfully there's been a couple of wickets for 3 Kiwis to be on. But yes, he ended up actually having his 2 feet pointing to the umpire, or to Shane Warne, literally facing out to square leg. It was ridiculous just to find a way, but I'm sure Zach Crawley isn't quite at that point again against Matt Henry to completely change his batting stance.
No, I remember that, Katie. Out here, in fact, at Seddon Park in a one-day international, I don't know if it was the first time he had done it, but I thought to myself, this is very interesting.
Southey bowls to Bethell, who comes forward, defending to Santner at cover.
It's a great situation here New Zealand find themselves in. Bethell, the new boy on the block, he's under a little bit of pressure here. New Zealand have started really well. Henry, Southey's just getting into his work, and he's got straight around the wicket to Bethell, so they obviously feel like they can open up an opportunity from this angle.
It's been pretty impressive, Bethell, so far. He had that long stay at the crease, 34 deliveries for his 10 at the Hagley Oval when the ball was moving around a little bit, but he doesn't seem to get too worried about the situation. Here he is with a good leave outside the off stump. Southey just little bit of swing angling into the left-handed Bethell. Scores of 10, 50 not out in the second innings in Christchurch, and then 16 and a very fine 96 at the Basin Reserve. He's made an excellent start. Another one of these finds, plucked from obscurity. 23 first-class games for Warwickshire, and a higher score of 93, and here he is batting at number 3 for England.
I just feel like every post is a winner here at the moment, the decisions that get made out of the England selectors.
Southey bowls, wider delivery, and this time Bethell's eyes light up as he tries to play a square drive. Doesn't time it, it ends up with Santner at extra cover.
Quite like this though with Tim Southey coming around the wicket. The length you feel is crucial to Bethell. He is so quick at picking up length and playing any short deliveries, but when they're able to get that ball swinging and up a little bit more into Ozaki. He's got those 3 slips, gully and slight backward point to have in place. See if they can try and get that extra bit of swing, that double angle that Tim Southee can get coming around the wicket.
It's a really important phase, isn't it, in the game for both sides, as Southee's around the wicket. And this is again, you see Bethel, who's got that tendency to want to play away from his body, give himself a little bit of width through the offside, and it almost proves to be his undoing with swing from Southee on that occasion.
Yeah, that's the tactics. Most left-handers don't like this angle. It's foreign because they face so many bowlers coming from over the wicket, and what it does is it draws your hands wider. It's a really unique angle, and most left-handers struggle with it. And my pick, Southee here, he might shape a couple back in and then just get one stand up and go away from Bethel.
Here he is bowling again from the end named after him, the Tim Southee end. This is a better shot from Bethel. Comes forward and pushes the ball to cover point.
Do you think they asked New Zealand, A, would Tim Southee be playing, and B, what end would he bowl from, just to get the Tim Southee end right?
Well, given that that Tom Latham said in Wellington it'll be Tim's last test, this one, it looks like they've chosen the side, so they might as well choose the ends they're going to bowl from as well. 33 for 2. And New Zealand getting 2 goals with the new ball, really. They have this session with 15 minutes to go and then a 40-minute break for lunch, and they can start again. Here's Southee bowling. That's the straighter one that Anton Devicic talks about. Well played by Bethel, driving and nicely fielded by Satner, moving to his left at mid-off. 33 for 2, 6 overs have been bowled, and the last player out, or the 2 players for England, Crawley. Caught and bowled Henry, magnificently diving away to his left for 21, and then Duckett, LBW to Henry in the same over for 11. Bethel 1, Root yet to score, and Henry has 2 for 16 from 3. Southee 3 overs, none for 17.
I'm spending a bit of time looking at, well, you know how much of a cricket tragic I am, Garth, but
one of the worst, or the best.
Dev is learning this a bit more, but spent a lot of time watching, I guess, the intricacies of Matt Henry and how he bowls, and he's got his length so much better. I think when he first started, he bowled either that short delivery or one that was over pitch to try and search for that perfect type delivery.
Yeah, I agree. He's a good delivery, which is just a bit fuller and driven to mid-on. He seems to me to be a more patient bowler and works bowling to a plan.
And I think being in England, he's learnt that length, so he's taken what he learnt playing county cricket of just slightly fuller to be able to bring those stumps into play, which is so crucial in England, and then the slight adjustments. But what I've actually noticed, and I'm going to try and describe this on radio, but you think about your right ring finger, he actually manipulates whether that's on the ball or whether it's slightly off the ball.
He bowls outside the off stump, no shot from Root.
So you think he has the fingers down the seam, and then sometimes he'll have that a bit stronger to the right side of the ball, and other times it will just come further down the ball, so he more has his knuckle against the ball. And what that allows him to do is just have that slight variation. If you slow the ball down when it bounces, he can hit the seam, stand up the seam, and sometimes it will wobble, but sometimes it'll actually stand up the seam and allow it to swing.
Here's Henry bowling, and this is seeing Root playing cautiously to mid-on.
And you think about those slight variation, at just a millimetre or two between off the middle of the bat to off the edge. That is such a variety that he has. And as a batter, if you're not sure which way it's going to go, out of the hand and off the wicket, it makes it so challenging in terms of your decision making.
Well, that's right. Swing's a different thing. You can sort of see swing a little bit earlier from the hand, but when it's moving off the wicket, you've pretty much made all your decisions before that point, so it becomes really hard to judge it from that point.
Joe Root faces, and he's beaten outside the off stump. Played at that one in this late movement off the pitch from Henry. 33 for 2, another lovely delivery.
And the one thing that he does do really well as well is, to left-handers, he always seems to get the ball pitching in the line of the stumps, and then with that natural variation of whether that little finger's on or off, he can hit the seam or hit half the shiny side, and the ball reacts differently at any stage.
The game's changed so much when you listen to what Katie's talking about. She's just shown me a photo demonstrating it. You know, the thought processes that cricketers use now, as Root will pick up a boundary, just getting a ball which drifts down into the pads of Root, and he turns it very fine. Just a classic leg glance. 4 runs for Root. He's on for 37 for 2. But when you think about that, we used to talk about seam bowlers and swing bowlers. And swing bowlers, you'd focus on the position of the seam, and it would be, just on the angle, shiny side on the out if it's an outswinger and so on. Now, and with seam bowlers, you would tend to see them sometimes just running their fingers down the seam for an off cutter or a leg cutter. Here's Henry bowling again. Lovely shot played by Root. 4 more. Square of the wicket on the onside. Beautiful shot again. Unusually for Henry, drifting into the pads on 2 occasions. 41 for 2. Root is 8. Bethel is 1. 7 overs have been bowled. But now we see things like, if you'd watched in the 1980s or 90s a wobble ball, you would be saying that the bowler has not got the right control over the ball. The release is all wrong. Things have just changed so much. And we think about spin bowlers, the leg spinners who bowled before Warne. For example, a top spinner was the variation. And that was about it. Look at the off spinners, Ashwin, and what these players do. Incredible science that's gone into the game, isn't it?
Just had a wee vision on screen that Root's actually changed his stance, so he's standing outside his crease to both bowlers at the moment.
Bethel faces outside the off stump. Good leave from him on this occasion. Well bowled by Southey. You just sense that Bethel doesn't like to leave. It doesn't seem to be a natural part of his game.
He likes to score, and I think that's what New Zealand are doing really well there. While they're still going at just under 6 runs and over, this is a really good contest between Bethel and Southey. Just different ways of you approaching it. Root saying, okay, I'm going to get out the bowlers. He's actually got at the ball a lot more in his last couple of seasons, getting a lot closer to the ball than he has in previous times.
41 for 2, 9 minutes until lunch. Southey bowls. This is a good lead from Bethel, who's starting to work out exactly where his off stump is. That ball coming back in, and but still a foot or so outside the off stump. So New Zealand scoring 347. The innings of Santner coming to an end when he was bowled by Potts. 70 minutes they batted today. A really good contribution from Will O'Rourke. 5 from 30 deliveries. Santner out for 76. Potts picked up 4 for 90. Atkinson 3 for 66. Cast 2 for 78. And Stokes 1 for 91. Here's Southey bowling around the wicket to Bethel, who plays nicely. O'Rourke chases from mid-on, just moving 10 metres to his left. And Bethel picks up his second run, doubling his score.
What was your thoughts on England's tactics to Santner about just saying, we don't want you to score quickly here, we want you to be out there. We don't mind you not picking up boundaries, but one off the last couple of balls?
I was about to ask you as the expert, the same question. I thought it was...
You're just as much as an expert as I am.
I thought it was a very strange strategy. I couldn't understand it. And I thought, and Ian Smith commented in the New Zealand commentary box just how in contrast it is to the way England like to bat. It seemed quite timid and uncharacteristic. I just couldn't work it out, and I thought that O'Rourke's done a very effective job, Katie, as you know, and those tail partnerships for New Zealand have been absolutely vital as we see Root coming forward to Southey. And what the statistics are telling us is that some of those tail partnerships have been much greater than the batters, and the reason is O'Rourke. Batting at number 11, he's batted a lot of balls and done a good job. So it just felt to me that they weren't backing themselves to pick up the wicket. They had a relatively new ball, a very new ball. It seemed strange. And no Bashir as well. I thought they might have brought him in. What did you think?
I thought potentially the reason why they had done it is that they maybe wanted this wicket to bake a little bit more, take something out of the wicket and get the best batting conditions.
I agree. As Southey bowls, Root drives. Lovely shot through the covers. The chasers for Santner, who's moved across into that mid-off position. He picks up the ball 10 metres inside the boundary, and Phillips relays it back to the keeper, Blundell. Beautiful shot from Root, just not overextending. 44 for 2.
Almost wonder what effect that actually had on the openers for England. Both openers are out. They've sort of just already probably switched into batting mode when they turned up this morning. They would have had their throwdowns, and just that continued, probably just over an hour after the drinks break, to be able to then go out and bat. It's a long time when you've got one wicket to get.
Have you seen it before? We were saying out there, I was thinking, I don't think I've ever seen a 70 minutes of cricket like it, where you're looking for one wicket. The last as Southey bowls, and this is played by Root beautifully off his pads for 1. 45 for 2. Root is 11. that having watched a lot of cricket over many years, and you're talking about Ian Smith, Jeremy Coney, John Bracewell, thousands of years between them, that I don't think any of us had ever seen a situation like that. But again, who's going to criticise Stokes? He seems to be able to turn everything into a winning thing. He thinks about things carefully. He always has a reason for it, but it just felt like the game drifted. But I agree with you completely. The reason I think he must have been doing it was to take any of the last moisture out of the pitch, and he's always wanting to give his batsmen the best chance.
And you think they're at their best when the wicket is a little bit flatter, which we've known over the last few years. That's what they're doing in England. They're making the wickets a lot flatter, taking any greenness out of it. And if there is any up and down, especially with the new ball, they were going to get found out.
Henry bowls and Root picks up a run. He's looked so good, does Joe Root. This is again the third ball in a row. The first of this over from Henry, but the third ball in a row into the pads of Root. And he plays it to mid-wicket, picks up 2 more. Root is 13, 47 for 2.
She saw his wagon wheel from that 100 at the Basin Reserve, and so many was just accumulating the runs through that leg side. I talked about his contact point being a lot earlier. He's probably a foot outside of the crease line. He has that natural shuffle where he comes back a slight inch, but what he does is he forces the bowlers to bowl at him. He's so good at playing late, playing underneath his eyes, being able to rotate into the offside.
Henry bowls to Root, he's defending. I agree with you. One of the things that we're noticing, I think, is when he plays a shot like that one through to mid-wicket for a couple, his contact point is earlier, isn't it? He's coming forward. He's using the pace of the pitch nicely. At the moment, we haven't seen, I think the new ball suits, if it's not moving around too much, it suits England. I think the pace will probably come out of the pitch a little bit later on, as it did yesterday. England worked that out after tea, where their bowlers, Potts and Atkinson, dropped below 130, and they just wanted the batsman to have to work harder. Here's Root getting a shorter ball from Henry, and he cuts it. It's Phillips who runs away down to third man. Always looks spectacular, does something spectacular, throws the ball and falls over, but always in the game, Glenn Phillips. 49 for 2. Root is picking up runs at will. He's 15 from 12 balls, and we have 4 minutes remaining after this, so 1 more over. 3 balls remaining in Henry's over.
Interesting, actually. Glenn Phillips has just come out this year to say that he got diagnosed with ADHD, and we talk about him being such a live wire, and he sort of goes, I think now it all sort of makes sense how he's been.
Makes sense to anyone who watches him, but he's as this ball's outside the off stump. Amazing, disorder, ADHD. It's one that we read about increasingly. Lots of people seem to have it, and it seems readily treatable with medication. But it's, I think when you know and understand it and how it impacts on people, it's great. And I love the fact that Glenn Phillips has spoken about it. There's no shame with it or anything. It's who he is. It's part of him. It's Henry bowls, and this is a beautiful delivery and answer to Joe Root, as if to say, well, I know you've had the better of me so far, but I'm capable of this. That's just a lovely ball, moving quite early and carrying on off the pitch. Root drawn into a false shot.
Yeah, it's where the ball just hits the seam, and then it's just able to stand up and swing away. He's just such a good exponent. When you have Matt Henry seaming and swinging the ball, it makes it so challenging as a batter. Good lengths, forcing Root to come forward.
Well, that's another thing. You have bowlers. Here's Root. Does Henry just drop the ball? Has he? No. He just Root's pulled away. It's interesting. Again, then you have bowlers with multiple skills as well, Katie. We're talking about bowlers who, like Henry, who can swing the ball but also hit the seam and seam it regularly. The skill sets are fantastic, these cricketers. Often, I think, brought about by the incredibly flat pitches that we had, from 2000 onwards. I like to see that, that there's an even battle between bat and ball, and there is here in Hamilton this morning, as that ball again beats Root outside the off stump. End of the over, 49 for 2. We were just talking about how the pitches in New Zealand, and one of the things that would be lovely to see change is that most of the pitches around the world deteriorate, whereas the pitches in New Zealand tend to get better and better. And it's trying to find, talking to Carl Johnson, the groundsman here yesterday, he's really hoping that some cracks will develop in this pitch, and it will crack up. But they do just seem to get flatter and flatter and flatter.
We don't have that extreme heat. You think the Wacker and how often that does crack up, and now the Optus Stadium is very similar in terms of that, where it is so hot you know, they're upwards of 38 degrees most test days, whereas in New Zealand you don't get it. But if it is going to be anywhere, it's likely to be here or the Mount Maunganui.
Yep, it's very intense, the heat here. Here's Bethel getting a full ball from Southey. Sattner is chasing with spirit, but it will be in vain. To extra cover, 50 up for England, 53 for 2. Bethel is 6, Root is 15. And if England, I'm sure, will be very keen to negotiate through this over with 1 minute remaining and make sure that they've had both of these players at lunch, but it's not going to stop Bethel playing his shots. He looks like such a natural, even batting at number 3.
Well, Tim Southey's moved that square leg out, so he might go a double bluff here and look to bowl a shorter delivery to encourage that pull shot.
Here he is bowling, and this is a good delivery, and Bethel takes his bottom hand off the ball, up the bat rather. Southey's bowling around the wicket, and our impression is that that's just climbed a little bit, but it moved into Bethel as well. A little bit uncomfortable for him.
It's been the end. You talk about the cracking of the wicket, and looking at the wicket underneath, there may be some slight cracking that's coming through, but very minor. Whereas bowling from the Tim Southey end, batting from the far end, that's the end that you've actually had that up and down bounce, and where we've seen a lot of players caught thrashing at balls, maybe balls slightly holding up, and then the odd one hitting the shoulder of the bat.
Southey bowls again, and this is hit by Bethel. It's a crowd catch as it's straight to Phillips at point. Thought for a moment it was a catch, but a bump ball.
I bet you've never fell for that one, have you? Surely not.
Of course I have. I'm very close to saying then, he's out. Sorry, listeners. Well, England won't mind, will they, if he's not out? So 3 balls remaining until lunch, 53 for 2. Beautiful conditions here in Hamilton. The batsmen out for England have been Crawley, who started with the usual flurry of boundaries, 5 fours in his 21. Duckett out for 11, both of them falling to Henry, and here's a beautiful drive from Bethel, which just tends to indicate the ball is coming on rather nicely.
I think as we see this test match go, New Zealand bowl and the ball gets a bit soft, you'll probably see more catches in front of the stumps. I've just made that change now. Third slip, Kane Williamson comes out into the extra cover position. When it does slow down, it's a bit poppy. You tend to have catches more in front of the wicket than you would typically behind the wicket.
So just 10 overs will be bowled with this ball before lunch, and then England will come out and get New Zealand rather will get a second go with it. Here's Southey bowling, and this is outside the off stump, driven by Bethel, but no real timing. They pick up one as Santner jogs to his left and then has a shy at the stumps from mid-off. 54 for 2, 1 ball remaining. So you'd think now with the openers out, I mean, the game feels very nicely poised for an English onslaught after lunch.
New Zealand have done quite well in terms of getting through the top order. The struggles of the openers continue for England, but it's always been that Harry, Brook, the Pope, and then also Bethel and Root. So if New Zealand can break this partnership and then try and get into that lower order after lunch.
Somehow having an answer for Brook is outside the off stump, this one from Southey. A good delivery, and Root is beaten. The last ball of the session, 54 for 2. Bethel has 7, Root 15. Henry 5 overs, 2 for 28. Superb Matt Henry. And Tim Southey playing in his last test for New Zealand and bowling from the end named after him for this test match. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 26. The game starting with New Zealand on 315 for 9. They added another 32 runs in about 70 minutes, with England setting the field well back and allowing Sattner to take singles from time to time. He ended up with 76. O'Rourke made 5 not out and batted for 30 deliveries, 77 minutes. It was a stoic effort and a typically stoic one by Will O'Rourke. And then England have come in. They've lost a couple of wickets. Crawley caught and bowled Henry. Lovely diving catch away to his left on his follow through. Crawley getting a leading edge. He was out for 21 when the score was 32. And 1 run later in the same over, we saw Duckett, LBW to Henry, being caught back on the crease by a lovely delivery that moved back into him a little bit. Duckett out for 11, and at lunch Bethel is 7, Root is 15, and Katie Martin. It's been a very absorbing morning of cricket, and as has been the case throughout this series, I can't wait for the next session to start.
Yeah, it's one of those ones when you're watching England, you're just not sure what's going to happen. I think the ball will continue to get older. It's going to be more abrasive out of the wicket, so New Zealand might have some swing for 10 to 15 overs more, and then you expect Brooke and Pope and both of these batters to continue their aggressive approach. Again, England going over 5 runs and over, so the game is on fast forward for them compared to New Zealand, but it's pretty evenly poised, as you said, Garth.
Those thoughts from ex-New Zealand cricketer Katie Barton, and thanks, Katie, for your excellent insight. England rather, 54 for 2. Henry has 2 for 28 when play resumes here after lunch. Bethel will be on 7, Root on 15.
Welcome back to the afternoon session here at Seddon Park, where the big question post-lunch is, was that beef or lamb? Whatever it was very tasty. And we are set for a really intriguing couple of hours here. Sun out, Hamilton looking its very best. We'll have to wait for Manners to come on and find out exactly what kind of attire it's wearing today. But if Wellington looked good a week ago, well, hold my beer, says Hamilton. It looks like a batting day, feels like a batting day, and certainly smells like a batting day, if I hear Neil Manthorpe at the back of the commentary box correctly. But England have lost 2 early, as they've done in first innings throughout this Test series. 54 for 2. Matt Henry picking up wickets for both Crawley and Duckett in an over, inside 5 deliveries. Crawley, for the 5th time, as you just heard in the commentary clip, he was caught and bowled for 21, and Duckett leg before wicket for 11. Joe Root's come in and hit a couple of 4s. Jacob Bethel's 7 not out. And England have a little bit of a task, because earlier today, before the fun and games, New Zealand batted out an hour, much to the chagrin of Messrs Harmison and Manthorpe. England deploying fielders to all corners of the boundary, and New Zealand ticked along. 315 for 9. They were finally bowled out for 347, but not before they batted out an hour of play. Santner was the last man to go for 76. William O'Rourke hit 5 runs from the 30 balls he faced. And after those 2 quick wickets in a Matt Henry over, England now walk out onto the field behind the game. Harmy, did you lunch well? Was it beef or was it lamb?
It was beef, I think. I don't know. What do you reckon, Mark? Yeah, beef. Yeah, I thought it was beef. Nice bit of chicken, pasta, good company.
Who
guys
you
from
with?
the Sports Nation guys. You know,
okay.
Sat next to Smithy, who was contemplating his next bet on the racing. Garth, I think he's 10 bets this morning. He's had 4 runs, so he's even money at this moment in time. So he's going all right. Jeremy Coney the same. So yeah, it was and Brad, it was a pleasant lunch. I really enjoyed the company.
The track is a big part of life in this part of the world.
Massive part of the life in this part of the world, and boys
Brendan McCullum loves his horses.
Loves his horses, doesn't he? Yeah, he does. He's got a few as well, I think. This in Australia, they are big on the track. Racing in England's, I think, exactly the same.
I think there
Especially
are more
the
races.
Northeast.
I think there's more big races in England.
Yeah.
Than over here. Australia, I think, has the Melbourne Cup, and that's about it. In terms of the really big ones, we've got 4 or 5 that are part and parcel of the sporting landscape.
Yeah, I think so. I think in England, the racing in England, they've got 4 or 5 big ones. Like in golf, you'd have like the majors.
4 majors. Yeah, we've got Aintree,
You've
Grand
got
National,
Grand National,
Cheltenham,
the Derby,
Ascot.
Yeah.
But back to the cricket, and England are up and underway. First ball of the afternoon session. It's Matt Henry bowling from the City end. And he comes in, and this is tucked off the hip of Jacob Bethel, who moves to 8. Do you know what? I was watching, we were commentating together in Wellington, and a thought crossed my mind watching Jacob Bethel bat. And I didn't mention it on air, and I kind of questioned myself. But there was on occasion shades of Andrew Strauss about the way Jacob Bethel not approaches his game, but certainly he reminded me of Strauss. Maybe it's the shoulders. As pitched up from Henry, and Root comes forward. Hurried a touch, it feels, with bat 1 in front of pad, and it's Ravindra who fills at mid-wicket. And I didn't say anything because I thought, no, I'm not sure about that. But he certainly reminded me of Andrew Strauss, your former captain and teammate.
Yeah, stature.
In terms of stature. And then
Yeah.
Jeffrey Boycott wrote an article saying the same thing a couple of days later.
Stature at the crease, yeah, I get that. The look. He's got a few more shots than Strauss he had.
Henry close to the wicket and Root up on his toes, coming forward, pushing to mid-on. No run.
If England got a player as good as Andrew Strauss, and I tell you what, that's another box ticked in a batting order of Root, Brook, a wicket-keeper, whichever way they go, with Pope and Smith, and then Stokes at 7. If Jacob Bethel really nails number 3, and all of a sudden we've seen how good the opening partnership can be. It's a feast or famine.
Henry again, and Root hurried a touch, but forward and defending. Watching yesterday, certainly during that afternoon passage, where New Zealand didn't add a lot of runs, they lost 3 wickets, and as the ball got a little softer, run scoring got more difficult, and I just looked out onto this field and I thought, they've taken Nathan Smith out the attack, and I just thought, Joe Root's going to be a big wicket, even bigger than normal, as he's beaten past the outside edge. That's a good line from Henry. Root possibly playing inside of the line, but New Zealand coming out after the lunch break. He's buoyed by those 2 wickets, and the fact that their tail wagged, they can pick up Root early in this session, then they'll feel they're going to have a period of play where they're, albeit with Harry Brook walking to the crease, possibly. Pressure will be on England. On the pads of Root, and there's a chase at fine leg, and the ball is going to beat William O'Rourke, who's wide towards long leg and can't cut the ball off. So 4 runs coming from the last ball of the over, 5 runs in total, and England are 59 for 2.
Yeah, good start for England after the break. Nice confident shot from Bethel. He only picked up a single, but again, you just stray to Joe Root. Literally, you just stray and you get punished. You really do. He's come out with a nice little spring in his step. I thought he played Southey really well, because Southey had it shaping a bit and swinging a bit, and that's when you look and you watch Root and how good of a sort of deep thinker in the way he executes his game when it comes to the ball moving. Hits the ball down the ground when it doesn't move, but then when it does move and it has got a bit of shape, he gets squarer and goes with the movement. He's very, very difficult, one, to stop scoring, but then all of a sudden he gets into boundary mode.
So William Rook, who's going to share the newish ball, and first ball gets one to bounce. Goes past the outside edge of Jacob Bethel's bat.
Good start.
Good start from O'Rourke, who's going to be bowling from the temporarily named Tim Southey end. Southey's first over was very expensive. Zach Crawley driving him through extra cover twice. Straight drive towards the back end of the over. And an on drive as well. So 16 runs coming from Southey's first over. He reined things back after. Touch fuller from O'Rourke, but wide and left alone this time by Jacob Bethel. But Southey not throwing the ball at the start of this afternoon's session. Instead it's going to be William O'Rourke, and New Zealand do have a couple of bowlers on the sidelines injured, Ben Sears and Kyle Jamieson. Jamieson's out for a while, sadly. Ben Sears should come back after Christmas, but we'll be playing white ball cricket. But you'd expect it'll be William O'Rourke to open the bowling for New Zealand, moving forward alongside Matt Henry. Not that New Zealand play a lot of Test cricket over the next 12 months, but here is O'Rourke bowling round the wicket and forcing a shot from Bethel. Even early on in his career as a Test player, does like to get behind the ball. He plays very, very straight. Settles into his innings well. He does seem to have the temperament and the technique for a Test batter and a number 3.
Yeah, he does, and he's looked good. He really has. He's been very, very accomplished. When you hear him talk, he's very confident. A lot of self-confidence in his own ability. Belongs here.
Short again, and off the splice of the bat. Just drops short of the fielder at point. Well, we haven't seen a lot of deliveries do that, and the reaction of the batter as well was quite extravagant from Bethel. Surprised by the bounce and the pace. And he's fortunate to get away with it.
Yeah, he was fortunate to get away with it. He got on top of it very, very well. I think this is the challenge for Jacob Bethel because, you know, you said he's exciting infancy of his career. He's a big shot player. Nobody's had a go at him yet. I've not seen anybody really go at him. Short ball bouncer, trying to be ultra aggressive towards him.
O'Rourke again doesn't go short and left alone by the batter. That bounced above the gloves. I think that took the top of the bat handle.
It hit him in the hand because he was shaking his hand. So
maybe a bit of hand and a bit of bat handle.
A bit of a pinch in the end of the finger.
That's what O'Rourke can do. 6'4". Astonishing stat earlier. Manners was on, and he averages 2.5 with the bat. But the partnerships, he averages, or New Zealand average, mid 55 whenever he comes to the crease. That's incredible. Left alone this time by Bethel, 2 wide. But the end of a good over for New Zealand. And already showing some potency that perhaps was lacking from this end for the first 5 overs or so.
Yeah, good start from O'Rourke. I'd like him to be more aggressive towards Bethel. Just test him out, see what the young man from Warwickshire's got in him. Batting at number 3 against the newer ball, the harder ball. Don't think too many times he got bounced when he got 50 in the game at Christchurch. Wicket wasn't as bouncy or didn't have as much in it when we went out to Wellington in that well-made 96. I don't think they really were ultra aggressive at him. Something that I think the world would like to see, because if he can overcome that short ball and he can play it very, very well. He pulled it and he was aggressive towards it in the game in Christchurch. It's always a test when you see somebody new come on the block and they can play it all around the wicket as well as a short ball.
Henry continuing, and Joe Root calmly getting on top of the bounce, opening the face a touch. Fielded at backward point. 3 slips, gully, backward point with mid-off is quite straight, mid-on. There's a mid-wicket. The sight screen in front of us. It's just blocking, seeing if there's anyone at fine leg. Yeah, William O'Rourke, who's actually not been blocked by the sight screen. He's just getting a drink. We will keep you abreast of the action at the Gabba, where Australia are batting. They're 2 down against India. Henry is in and driven. Not that far short of the bowler as well. He's already picked up 1 terrific caught and bowled opportunity. But this is dropped just short of Henry, who completes the dive and actually puts in a good stop as well. One of the things I've noticed with Australia, they were here earlier this year. So it's not just against the likes of Jasprit Bumrah in seaming swinging over conditions with good overheads, but Australia are 53 for 2, midway point of the 26th over. England 59 for 2, midway point of the 13th. Fielded again with his left hand this time, Matt Henry. No timing on this drive from Joe Root. Only this year Australia were here in New Zealand. They won both games. They shouldn't have won the second one. But they were 89 for 4 at one stage. Not even 4, maybe 89 for 1 or 2. And they batted for 42 overs. I mean, I know Khawaja likes to play at his own pace, but that just invites problems. Henry again. And Joe Root squared up a touch. Fielded at point, trying to play the former England captain straight or towards mid-on. Good delivery from Henry.
Yeah, that's the thing about this England side, and the beauty about this England side. If you don't take wickets against them, and they go a long period without a wicket or only 1 wicket in a session or a session and a half, you get punished. I mean, you really do. So England, the way they play, even if they lose 4 wickets, they're well ahead of the game, well ahead of the scoring rate, and it just takes a bang 2 wickets in short time.
Henry, as Root comes down the track, pushes it to cover. Santner comes in, picks the ball up left-handed, aims it at the stumps at the striker's end. But I think that Bethel would have been home. 61 for 2 at the end of over number 13.
Yeah, Bethel, I think he's quick. We've seen him in the field. He's lightningly quick. I think he was on his heels. I think a little bit of ball watching, but no, he was comfortably in. So that's, we're talking about the Australia and the way they play, and New Zealand are the same. That's the beauty about this England side, that if you don't take wickets, and that's really apparent in this game. New Zealand, if you're not going to stop England from scoring, you've got to strike. Especially you've got to take your catches and your chances.
Henry is in, targeting the pads of Bethel, who is on the move a touch, pushing this delivery on the pads up to mid-on. End of the over, and New Zealand, or rather England, are 60 for 2 wickets falling in the morning session. Jacob Bethel is 8 not out, and Joe Root is 20. I mean, in both innings, both at Christchurch and at Wellington, England in first innings were in a bit of trouble, and they essentially hit their way out of it, didn't they? Hagley Oval, they were 71 for 4, helped, of course, by those drop chances. And Basin Reserve, I mean, it's still 43 for 4. Harry Britt walks to the crease, 26 for 3 on a tricky track. And, I mean, it's still an innings that's burned into my memory. I'm sure it'll be burnt into all the New Zealand fans who were there, the New Zealand players as well. A Root continuing, and Joe Root takes on the pull shot here. It's short, it's on the body. It gets outside the line, and it travels fine. Trying to hit this towards mid-wicket, square leg. It comes off the glove and away to the boundary. 64 for 2 then England at the start of this afternoon session here on TalkSport 2 via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Of course, England also know that, of course, New Zealand have only picked 3 seamers. Daryl Mitchell may bowl, but they don't have a huge amount of options. So drifts onto the pads this time. Root tucks it away, backward a square on the leg side. And Root picks up his second boundary in the over here on TalkSport 2. Good pace from O'Rourke, but just drifting onto the pads, and Joe Root is tucked in. 68 for 2 then England.
Yeah, former England captain is not going to miss out on a longish half volley on middle in leg stump. First ball was just over pitched. It wasn't quite short enough, from William O'Rourke's point of view. Didn't get the bouncer high enough, and then there's just a floated half volley.
Root, who's batting just an inch or so outside of his crease, rides the bounce of this short delivery from O'Rourke. No fielder at short leg, so Blundell has to run round and field, and Root gets off the strike. 69 for 2 then England. At New Zealand in first innings, 347. So I imagine that Southey will come back for another burst. I mean, Henry's bowled 7, so he's still got probably 2 or 3, well, definitely 2. 3 maybe.
A couple more into him. It just depends on which way that Tom Latham sees the spinner, and which end the spinner is going to operate from.
3 slips in the gully, backward point for Bethel, who plays with bat away from body, and it's fielded at backward point on the bounce by Glenn Phillips, who we haven't spoken about at all. This is the longest period I think we've gone without talking about Glenn Phillips. It didn't stick around too long with bat in hand, so we haven't had much reason to talk about him, but he's always there or thereabouts. We also may well end up seeing him bowl as well.
Yeah, we'll see him bowl. The only thing we said about him yesterday, he played an absolute shocking shot.
He did. He was out for 5 yesterday, and New Zealand at that point looked like they might have been bowled out in the day. 212 for 6, 173 for 2 at one stage. Mid-order collapse, as is their way. And that's the kind of shot that is going to get Jacob Bethel into trouble. Again, the additional bounce from O'Rourke is in the channel, and possibly Bethel withdrew the bat at the last moment. But he's playing with the bat well away from body, not neither forward nor back. And Blundell collects, no run.
No, he withdrew the bat after it hit Tom Blundell's gloves.
He was pushing, wasn't he?
Pushing right at that.
Maybe that short delivery. See, this is the thing with Test cricket, isn't it? Angle of attack can change, and will. O'Rourke, this is sailing away to the boundary. A dive from Blundell that is too wide, and 4 more runs will be added to the score. 4 byes which is a little unfortunate for Blundell, but a good end to the over for England, who moved to 73 for 2.
Yeah, I think it's another bowler. Talking about bowlers wanting to bowl around the wicket, because the numbers suggests that you need to bowl around the wicket to the left-handed batter, but the bowler doesn't feel that comfortable. Just see Will O'Rourke, when he's running into bowl and bowling from around the wicket, you can see him trying his very, very best to get off the playing surface. He wants to follow through. He wants to get the full rotation of when he lands, rotate all the way through. But from around the wicket, that would mean you're running straight down the middle of the wicket, and you can't do that. When you're over the wicket, it's more natural that when you land, you rotate, you go off to the side, and I think that for a bowler feels more comfortable than it does when you're rolling around the wicket.
Henry continuing then, and this delivery in the channel is left alone by Joe Root, who hit that century on day 3 in Wellington. Well, he reached 100 on day 3 with that ridiculous little ramp.
Brilliant,
shot.
wasn't it?
It was fantastic.
It was brilliant. It was fantastic.
What did you like most, Joe Root's reaction or Ben Stokes at the non-strikers?
I think both. I think the two of them together is a great picture. I mean, they're both at either ends. They've both got their hands in the air, both celebrating.
It's fantastic, isn't it? Henry in again, and Bethel trying to ride the bounce, cut this ball past point, but it's fielded. 3 slips gully, there's point mid-off, no extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and guess what William O'Rourke's doing at fine leg?
Yeah, there have been both sets of players, to be fair. Zach Crawley's been inundated when he's been in the boundary, down on the boundary, but they really have been very, very good ambassadors to the paying public by signing autographs.
Henry again, and Joe Root. Actually, I just said Jacob Bethel then, didn't I? Joe Root pushes this to cover, rides the bounce, and no run. And Root was just signalling to their dressing room he wants a drink, is it?
Yeah, he wants some, I think, electrolytes. I think that's what he wants.
It is hot out there. We saw late last night Bryden Cass go down with cramp in both legs.
I had to apologise to Bryden last night because he was walking through reception, and I said, Bryden, I'm so sorry, but I could not stop laughing when you got cramp in both legs.
Well, nor could Ben Stokes, his captain, as Root comes down the track, playing with the full face of the bat, punching this delivery from Matt Henry to the left of mid-on.
He also showed me his feet, and they were disgusting. I mean,
did he take his shoes off?
He only had flip-flops on, trying to get the air to them, and the cuts and the wounds that he's got on his toes were, I mean, they were open, and you can see why he's in a world of pain.
Henry again, and Root seems so comfortable early in his innings, pushing this delivery on good length back to the bowler, no run.
It's going to be interesting to see where Latham goes here, whether he goes with, there's still a little bit of movement, still a little bit of swing. Southey's going to have to bowl from one end, but you don't want to be bowling O'Rourke into the ground this early in the piece. You want to be, short bursts, 4 or 5 overs. Might have to turn to Daryl Mitchell.
Here is Henry, and beaten is Root. Shorter delivery, Root sways out the way and through to the keeper. Root, of course, one of the best players of spin in world cricket as well, so he won't mind Santner coming on. He won't mind anyone, really, will he? Another person coming on is Neil Manthorpe, after a word from Steve Harmison.
Yeah, Mitch Santner had a good day with a bat. He's already made 2 or 3 good stops in the field, so he's got a part to play. Playing against this England side when you're going to be more attacking and aggressive is probably suits him, because he's predominantly more of a white ball, 50 over, T20 bowler, but he's going to wait his turn. O'Rourke has got his knees pumping. He's got the pace up, 144 kilometres an hour, probably averaging over the 12 balls he's faced so far. Henry's 8 overs in, 2 for 34, and he's bowled very, very well, but with only 3 seamers, you're going to have some rotation, and Tim Southey might have to come in. Afternoon, Manners.
Good afternoon, Harmy. Will O'Rourke has got a long spell ahead of him, I would think, as Jacob Bethel has a flash at one outside the off stump. It was in generous width on that, and it was tempting enough for Bethel to go after, but because of his height, he got a little bit of extra bounce, and I think Bethel played underneath that one. 3 slips in the gully, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg. or just in front of square, Rachin Ravindra. Matt Henry's down at long leg. So I think I wonder actually whether now's a good time for Mitchell Santner to come on. Here's Will O'Rourke once again, and this one, well, guided away by Bethel, I think. I couldn't tell whether that was a thick outside edge. I used to nebulously refer to that as a controlled edge because it went down, but there's no such thing. Many people have told me for many years that there's no such thing as a controlled edge. But you know what I mean, Harmy? It's gone for 4.
It's gone for 4. I don't think he's in control of that. I really don't. I think he's playing away from his body. He's in a tentative, I think, manner of I'm going to play it, I'm going to leave it, and he got in between and did what he did, which was get the thick outside edge, as he was, I think the reason why it was going down, because he was trying to take his bat away and leave the ball.
3 slips in a gully remain, hasn't changed the field, and another thick outside half of the bat. I think this was a little more controlled from Bethel, and it was fielded by Southey, diving to his left at 3rd slip. Makes a good stop, no run there.
That was more controlled. It was a good ball, good area, but that was more controlled.
Do you know what I mean about this being a good time for Mitchell Santner to come in? I mean, there's a couple of things. The ball's only 15 overs old, so you want your seamers to use it when the seam is at its proudest and the ball is at its hardest. But you also don't want them to over-bowl them, given that there are only 3 of them. It's a good delivery from O'Rourke. Bounces. Bethel's already been inconvenienced a couple of times by Will O'Rourke's extra bounce, but he played that one well up onto his toes, steers it down into the gully, and there's no run. But I just think that, you know, with Bethel having scored only 12 from 32 balls, and Joe Root, well, I mean, he's put the bad balls away, and he hasn't made a conscious effort, I don't think, to score quickly. He's just played like Joe Root, and he's got 28 off 35 balls. But I mean, you just don't want these two to get really well established before Santner comes on. I wouldn't have thought. There's Bethel driving and caught. What a catch that is! Glenn Phillips at point, diving away to his left. The Glenn Phillips special. Jacob Bethel, you should have learnt by now, if you're going to hit it to Glenn Phillips, hit it straight to him, because he drops them, but 2 metres either side, and he's going to hang on to it. And Glenn Phillips has taken another screamer. Beautiful, beautiful catch. Not a full stretch, but he had to move quickly to his left, and Bethel's gone, and England are 77 for 3.
Yeah, good catch from Phillips. He actually adjusted really well, because I think he's thinking, I've got to go and dive big to the left, and it just seemed to swung back towards him. So he adjusted his hands well, managed to get a hold of it, grabbed it, took it as he was rolling on the floor. But that is well deserved from Will O'Rourke. He's bowled a nice spell here to Jacob Bethel. He's been very, very aggressive into length, made the ball bounce, wrapped him on the gloves 2 or 3 times and got a ball outside off stump. Said to Jacob Bethel, if you want to drive, can you keep it on the floor? And the answer was no. Good catch from Phillips, good bowling from O'Rourke. England 77 for 3.
Harry Brook comes to the crease now with this eye-watering record that he has, not just in this series but in his entire career. And I mean, we've seen him in worse situations than this, just play with complete freedom. I mean, he plays with such freedom that one wonders sometimes whether he's even aware of what the score is, because the way he plays rarely, if ever, reflects the situation that England are in. Ordinarily, at this point, we'd be saying like England perhaps in a spot of bother at 77 for 3, but that is not the way Harry Brook looks at the situation at all, ever. And I think he will continue to play with great freedom. There is, of course, a lot of batting to come. The captain at number 7, Ollie Pope in next, captain at number 7. Anyway, Joe Root's still there, so no Chris Wokes at number 8, but the man who occupies that position now, Gus Atkinson, has a Test century and a couple of very fine innings. 48 from 35 balls in the first Test match at the Hagley Oval in Christchurch. So New Zealand have plenty of work ahead of them. And it's Brook on strike, just the 2 slips for him, 2 slips in a gully. Oh, he's bowled him! Will O'Rourke's on a hat-trick! He's played it on off the inside edge. Now England are in a spot of bother. 2 wickets and 2 balls for Will O'Rourke. They're 77 for 4. The game's burst into life.
Wow, what a big wicket this is in the context of this game. Will O'Rourke, you probably feel in this series so far, he hasn't had the rub of the green. He's just got a little bit there. Inside edge off Harry Brook's bat. 45-degree angle bat. And it bounces onto the leg stump in the air. And do you know what, Manners? It's the most emotion I have seen out of Will O'Rourke in all the time I've been commentating on New Zealand cricket. Not much in India, and he hasn't showed much in this series so far from a motion point of view. But the big wicket of Harry Brook, he got excited, the big fella. He deserves it. Next time he bowls a ball, he'll be on a hat-trick.
Well, goodness me, I couldn't agree more with you. I mean, Will O'Rourke, it's interesting. There are two schools of thought. One is that he has been very unlucky and hasn't got his just desserts and his rewards. He has beaten the bat a lot. There's another theory that says that he hasn't given himself the best chance because of his height and because of his natural length. Not a great percentage of deliveries that he bowls are destined for the stumps. So you, in fact, Harmy, amongst those who have said that he should, at times anyway, give himself more of a chance by bowling fuller and straighter and bringing LBW and Bold into the equation. This is, some will say, a little fortuitous because, again, it was heading over the stumps. But it's a good line, it's good pace, good bounce.
You make a batter play and you've always in the game of a chance of a wicket. You put the ball in an area and ask the batter to make a decision, and when he makes that decision, you know, it can go one or two ways, and that there is a brilliant way for New Zealand.
Matt Henry to Joe Root, and up onto his toes, playing it defensively straight back to the bowler. There's no run. 3 slips and a gully now for Matt Henry, bowling to Joe Root. It's a long spell from Henry, 5 overs before lunch, and this is his 4th after lunch. I wonder if the players are serviced by the same caterers that we in the media are. Beautiful, beautiful braised beef with olives and artichokes. And anyway, lunch thing of the past now as Henry is in again, and that left alone by Joe Root. England trailing by 270. Well, we did say that New Zealand's 347 was a good score. As Harmy says, an in-game score. You're in the game very much with 347, and who knows how much value that last wicket partnership of 44 might turn out to be. It was frustrating. England took an hour, just over an hour, to take the last wicket. Didn't help themselves by putting 9 men on the field on the boundary as Henry is in once again. Joe Root clips up one out to Rachin Ravindra at mid-wicket. Quiet series with the bat for Rachin Ravindra, but quality cricketer, maybe a little too expensive too early on. Well, Will O'Rourke 2 for 12 in 3 overs. Matt Henry 2 for 34. Anton Devcic alongside me. Harmy's taking a break after his half an hour. Here's Henry again, and Root forward, driving beautifully through mid-off for 4. That's a really it's classic Joe Root, really, isn't it? I mean, he's so much time. Again, like we said about Kane Williamson, all the best players seem to have more time, and they don't try to hit the ball too hard. Didn't need to.
That was a great start. One thing I'm really impressed with New Zealand, changed the bowler straight after lunch, brought Will O'Rourke straight in, and they've got results straight away.
Here's Matt Henry again, and Root this time pushes it up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Will O'Rourke, it would have been a big ask for Will O'Rourke, especially after batting for a period of time, to come out and open the bowling, but New Zealand obviously recognised that maybe Tim wasn't quite hitting his links, and Tim Southee wasn't hitting his links, and O'Rourke was the better option, especially after that beautiful beef that we had at lunch there.
Was good, wasn't it? 3 slips and a gully. Forward comes Root again, and pushes this one out towards off stump. Now there's a Peel being led by well, it seems to be led by the slip cordon, to be honest. Daryl Mitchell was up very quickly. Will Young's in the gully. He thought that hit the pad first. definite sound of ball on back. We could hear that from the commentary box. Thud of leather on Willow, but did it brush the pad first? That's what the slip corner were asking.
It did brush the pad first, but it was as well outside the line of off stump, so wise decision. I don't think Matt Henry was overly keen. He had the best view of it. Thought those ones generally from behind. You're sort of hoping that it hits pad first, and but Matt Henry, usually he would be all for a review, but he was very quick to take his hat from the umpire.
Now, Nathan Smith's on the field. He's a terrific athlete, the all-rounder who played in the first 2 test matches, his first 2 test matches. I'm just trying to work out who's gone off, but can't see it just at the moment. There is a leg slip now. The gully, the orthodox gully, has been moved to leg slip, and there were 4 slips. Now here's a hat-trick ball. Will O'Rourke running away from us on a hat-trick, bowling to Ollie Pope, down the leg side. There's an appeal for a catch. A speculative one, but one that got the crowd going nonetheless. I think that was just Tom Blundell having a bit of a laugh.
Just watching the replay. Beautiful wind swing from Will O'Rourke. No wonder why they had that leg gully in there. Obviously, plan of attack to go full and straight at Ollie Pope early. Try and get him playing across the ball, but lovely shape from Will O'Rourke. He's started with a bang here.
Interesting, Dan McHardy, our ball-by-ball colleague, was talking about O'Rourke's warm-up. Here is O'Rourke once again, bowls to Ollie Pope, back and across and pushes it to Rachin Ravindra, who's now got the helmet on at short leg, and he was observing Will O'Rourke's pre-day's play routine, and he was running up and bowling big in-swingers. That's not something that he's done very regularly, actually, in game time. And I wasn't even aware necessarily that that came so naturally to him. But that was lovely shape on that one. Big in-swinger to Ollie Pope. Decent line of attack to Pope early on as well. Attack the stumps as Pope now plays defensively to short leg again. 81 for 4 England.
Yeah, well, as you look at him run into bowl, he's a big, tall, strong boy, and as he gets to the crease, his action's quite open, so to swing the ball away from a right-hander, he might need to just get a little bit more square on. But for me, that looks the most natural shape for Will O'Rourke, is just coming down the left-hand side of the ball and trying to push it back in towards the batsman. And on this wicket, it's not the worst plan as well, with a little bit of variation in the pitch.
It's O'Rourke once again. Root 32 off 41. He's batting beautifully as Joe Root. 6 boundaries to him. Pulled away by Santner. And he's got 4. Yet more evidence of why this strategy is flawed to begin a day with the number 11 listening to. Welcome back to our listeners on TalkSport 2. Apologies for that. We had a very brief equipment malfunction. Here's Rourke gone. He's got him caught in the gully. Tim Southee takes the catch. Mitchell Santner takes the catch, I believe, and Will O'Rourke's got a 3rd wicket, and now England are in terrible trouble. Joe Root's gone. He's looking to play the uppercut, or at least the steer, if not the uppercut, looking to run it over the top of gully, and instead he's run it straight to the man at Gully. It's Will Young, third time lucky. Will Young takes the catch. Nice, fingers pointing upwards in front of his chest. Joe Root's bright innings has come to an end, and New Zealand have got England right on the back foot now, 82 for 5, and Will O'Rourke has taken 3 wickets in the space of 8 balls.
It's been an amazing bowling change straight after lunch for New Zealand. The late shape back into the right-handers seems to be troubling them, adding to that the steep bounce that Will O'Rourke is creating. That ball there in particular started maybe 5th or 6th thumb and veered back in towards the right-hander sharply, which cramped Joe Root. Hit him quite high on the bat. It may have even clipped the glove as it went through, then straight off the face to Will Young, who took a extremely good catch, really casual catch. No catch in Gully's easy, but he made it look pretty straightforward.
New Zealand right on top of their game at the moment, and they've got England right on the back foot. Although Ben Stokes comes to the crease now, does he contemplate a counter-attack, a conscious counter-attack? Does he just bat a little bit of time, steady things down a bit? 2 new batsmen at the crease. Ollie Pope's only faced 5 balls. Ben Stokes hasn't faced one yet. 18 overs gone. England 82 for 5, still trailing by 265. A century and more of convention says at this point you knuckle down, play some ugly cricket, get yourself back on course, but that's not necessarily the England and the Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes playbook. Ollie Pope now plays this defensively up to mid-off. It's Tim Southee who has come back into the attack. Great work from Matt Henry. 5 overs before lunch, bit of braised beef, and another 5 straight after lunch.
Yes, I don't think the defensive approach from England is going to be the way they go about this, especially with Stokes and Ollie Pope out there currently. They're both better players when they're playing their shots. And
it is Southee from the non-Tim Southee end, the City end, left alone outside the off stump by Ollie Pope. I was talking to Harmy, and I did a preview the day before the Test match, and I said how amusing it might be if Tim Southee didn't bowl from the Tim Southee end. And Harmy made the point that he thought that if he was in Southee's position, he might find it more inspirational, actually running towards the Tim Southee end. You get to see your name.
You get to see your name, yeah. It's not a bad shout from Harmy.
2 slips in a gully, 3 on the offside, 2 on the leg side, outside off stump, and again it's left alone by Ollie Pope.
Yeah, Southee's just going to do his job down that far end, bowling towards the Tim Southee end. That generally is the tougher end to bowl from. It's when you stand at the top of your mark as a bowler, it can feel like the pitch is above you, so you feel like you're bowling up a hill. His job here, and it's been a job of his for so many years, and he's done it so well, is to try and ask questions on a good length against these English batsmen.
That observation does beg an obvious question as Southee is in again. It's down the leg side. Pope misses out on a scoring opportunity, flicks at it, doesn't make contact. And that obvious question is, given that Tim Southee has spent the majority of his 107 Test matches bowling from the difficult end, bowling from the unpopular end, why didn't they name that end the Tim Southee end?
Well, just looking down at it, there's actually nothing to hang his name from down that end. They've just picked the grandstand, and for contracting purposes, they found it easier to get the signage up this end, I believe.
Here's Southee again, and down the leg side. Oh, and it's missed by Tom Blundell. I don't think that touched anything on its way through. It did, I beg your pardon. Hassan Raza signals leg by, so Pope did just get a little deflection there, which made it difficult for Blundell, but it'll be 4 welcome leg bys. I just got this vision of Tim Southee arriving at the ground, seeing that it's the members' end that's been renamed the Tim Southee end, and him thinking, I wish I'd bowled most of my overs from there.
He might have had a few more games than if he did. No, but I think it's only a matter of time before the permanent signs go up of the Tim Southee end, to be fair.
It is Southee again outside the off stump. Nice shape, away shape from Ollie Pope, and it's left alone. Taken by Tom Blundell. 19 overs gone, 86 for 5. 3 wickets falling after lunch. Lunch taken on 54 for 2, and 2 wickets and 2 balls for Will O'Rourke, and then 3 in 8 when Jacob Bethel was caught brilliantly by Glenn Phillips at backward point. Harry Brook played on, and Joe Root did likewise. Bethel 12, Harry Brook first ball, and Joe Root for 32. Will O'Rourke, he's 23, isn't he? No, he's a bit older than that, 25, I think. 25. He had a few injury problems, as many fast bowlers do early on, so I suppose in cricketing years he might be 22, but in actual years he's 25.
In terms of overs he's bowled, he's 22, yeah.
Now he's got a very well populated slip cordon now for Ben Stokes. He's about to face his first ball. No short leg, but there are 4 in a row at slip, and then an orthodox gully, and it's O'Rourke around the wicket. Stokes comes forward and guides it out to cover point. No run.
That's a beautiful delivery to bowl to someone who hasn't faced the ball yet. It's angling in towards off stump, and at the last moment hitting the pitch and just moving away from Ben Stokes. If Will O'Rourke hangs around that region consistently enough, there's 2 things are going to happen. Either Ben Stokes is going to hit him off that length, or I can see a little edge to second or third slip.
4 slips in a gully, still no change in the field. Here's O'Rourke running away from us from the Tim Southee end. It's Yorker length, and it's steered by Ben Stokes all the way along the ground into the gully. Will Young does the fielding, and there's no run. 2 days before the Test match started, I was walking to the ground from the hotel at the start of the New Zealand practice, and Will O'Rourke was walking in the opposite direction, heading back to the hotel, and I thought, well, New Zealand's practice was only scheduled to start half an hour ago. I said, everything all right, Will? And he had a big smile on his face, and he said, yeah, they've given me the practice off. They reckon I've done enough work. Well, he's looking fresh for it, isn't he? Looking very fresh. Now, bouncer now to Ben Stokes, and the England captain looks almost like he was expecting that. Ducks underneath it very early.
Maybe that was a test, and he failed the test. One of those optional, compulsory trainings that coaches love to throw out there.
I still love the optional training session. I love to try and identify that moment in a player's career when he believes that he's played enough, he's established enough to actually not turn up to a voluntary practice session. I don't know, I reckon the benchmark's somewhere around 25 tests, maybe. Here's O'Rourke again. Stokes drives lavishly and misses.
Yeah, I can't actually remember getting the option too many times in my career. Maybe that says something about how I was going at the time. But they're becoming more and more frequent, the optional training.
I think all of England's training sessions are optional, aren't they?
Well, I think that's enough said on that, but they all turn up, the English.
Well, the point is that, you know, that it's no humdrum going through the motions. It's not, this is how a training session is run. It is a standard 3 hours. Here is O'Rourke again, bowls to Stokes, and that's defended out on the offside. That's how it's always been. I mean, you know, it's 3 hour session, one team in the morning, one team in the afternoon. You're back for 40 minutes. You know, it's been so routine and predictable until now.
Yeah. And my first thoughts are, if you want these players to play like adults and mature adults, you've got to treat them like mature adults. And if they feel like they need the day off, they know themselves better than anyone, so you give them the option to do so.
Here's Will O'Rourke, absolutely on fire, tail up, down the leg side. Stokes wants to he gets into position to glance and then just removes everything out of the way and lets it go past his hip. 20 overs gone, it's 86 for 5. Ollie Pope's 1, Stokes hasn't scored. Another word from Anton Devcic, and then it'll be Garth Galloway for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's been a really impressive start since lunch. Will O'Rourke has really brought an intensity about his bowling from the Tim Southee end, and he's put New Zealand on his back and said, follow me, team. It's probably the first time throughout the series I've seen a spring in New Zealand fielders step. They feel like they're on top, and can't help but imagine that the little innings from O'Rourke and Satner has really set them up well.
Here's Southey bowling and down the leg side. Pope can't catch up with it. An entertaining session it's been after lunch.
It's been good, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure has. And really, just the injection of O'Rourke has made such a difference. Just those question marks, Anton. I know you would be close to many of these players, but the question we've been asking throughout the series is why O'Rourke hasn't had the new ball, and I think we've seen today that he should have.
Yeah, I think that they recognised it straight after lunch and brought him on, and he brought the intensity they needed.
It's been a real frustration, I think, for a lot of fans. It's one of the things that this ball's pushed into the offside for New Zealand fans. Just talking to people in the pub after the game and things in Christchurch, and a lot of people saying, why isn't O'Rourke getting the new ball? And you could just see it. He adds intensity, he adds bounce. He's running in and creating completely different problems for the England batsman. I wouldn't have seen anything wrong with Southey bowling first change.
No, I think the thing that works against Will in that sense is the fact that he does do the middle phase so well as well, and he's probably better suited to that than what the others are. And probably not thinking that he can't do the opening role.
No, I think he'll probably have it after this, but New Zealand not playing Test cricket for a long time after this one as Pope plays a lovely shot, square of the wicket on the onside. Southey just drifting into his pads a little bit, and Pope holding his balance enough to be able to clip the ball off the middle of the bat. He's 90 for 5.
It looks to me Southey's just trying to bowl 3/4 balls, or it's just not quite shaping as he likes.
Just looking for swing,
just
isn't he?
looking for swing. Maybe just trying to bowl that perfect delivery where he needs to do his job from that end and try and hit the top of off and let the English make a mistake.
Here is Tim Southey in his last test for New Zealand after a magnificent career. This ball is played into the offside by Pope. Fielded there by Santner. New Zealand look very different in the field now, not surprisingly. They've been in this position before. They've had England 4 down for not many on a number of occasions. The difference is that Brooks out.
That is the key difference. And this wicket in particular, it's hard to tell from where we're sitting, but it doesn't look like a wicket that you can just thrash on. English have definitely hit their fair share of boundaries, but
Southey bowls to Pope, he drives, and that's a nice shot, and he'll pick up a run. Runs on the shot, but Williamson fields well at mid-off, running to his left. Just picking that it was to Williamson's weaker side, and 91 for 5 with that signal. Pope is 6, Stokes yet to score.
Yeah, as I was saying, the flow of the England batsmen, they seem to be checking their shots every now and again. And you saw that with Joe Root's dismissal, the ball coming back sharply, and he set himself up for a cut, and it reacted differently off the wicket to what he was expecting, and he guided it straight to gully. So
the ball really followed him, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a great delivery.
Cramped him up. Fantastic delivery from O'Rourke. So Southey's going to go around the wicket to Stokes. He's bowling to 2 slips in a gully. Phillips is in a backward point position. He bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Stokes. 21 overs have been bowled. New Zealand scored 347 in reply. 91 for 5 England. Pope is 6. Stokes has yet to score. Southey 7 overs, none for 31. The batsmen out have been Crawley 21, Duckett 11, Bethel 12, Root 32, and then Brook out first ball from O'Rourke. Bowled, just getting an edge onto his stumps. Pope not out 6. Stokes yet to score.
This is where it becomes quite tactical from the Black Caps, obviously only having 3 seamers. Will O'Rourke's, he's into the later half of his spell here. He's bowled 5 now, so I'm imagining Henry would come up to the Tim Southey end and follow, but the question will be who follows Southey down the other end. How do we plug that other end up?
Because the one thing they can't do is give away runs, isn't it? When you look at this England side, they play the game so quickly. I imagine there'll be a role for Santner, or Mitchell's been doing a lot of warming up. I wonder if they might try and get him to do a few overs. Here's a shot from Pope. This is the shot that Root tried to play, and it's over third man for 6. He's got underneath a short ball from O'Rourke. That's a good shot. It didn't follow him in the way that the ball followed Root and cramped him up. He's been given width, and he's got underneath it and cracked it away to the third man boundary. Lovely shot.
Yeah, got what it deserved. It was short and wide. That time it didn't swing back, but Ollie Pope just helped it on its way down towards the groundsman's shed.
I just wonder if O'Rourke is just starting to tire a little bit. There's been a huge amount of energy in his 5 overs, and at times I thought, even though he's picked up 3 for 13 and been magnificent, that there were just times where he's trying to possibly bowl a little bit too fast.
Yeah, I think he's shown the energy which has created the wickets so far, hasn't it?
Absolutely. Here he is bowling over the wicket again, and this is squaring Pope up a little bit.
And that's where it becomes extremely tactical with how they use these guys. Will O'Rourke, is he a maximum 4-5 overs spells from this point forward? Southey, he's going to have to do some donkey work down the far end. Matt Henry as well, a little bit. He can bowl long spells, but you don't really want to empty the tank too early in the day, especially if you get them 8 or 9 down.
Bowled 9 already. I suppose they had the break of 40 minutes for lunch, which will have helped. He gave him a couple of goes with the new ball. He picked up Crawley and Duckett in 1 over. Here's O'Rourke bowling, and Pope is coming down the pitch a little bit, and that ball rears a little bit as well up into the handle or the top of the blade.
And in terms of Daryl Mitchell, I don't think he's had the volume of bowling in the last 12 months to sort of do a job here. I think his body is probably part to play on that at the moment. I think he's struggling a few little foot or ankle issues, so I'd be very surprised if he has to do a role.
That would feel like a win to England and a loss for New Zealand in a way. The only thing is, this morning I saw him warming up quite studiously, which I haven't seen throughout the series so far. So just a possibility if he has to, but that will be England would have to score a lot of runs for that to happen and not lose other wickets. Here's Pope playing a beautiful shot. You heard Anton Devcich say shot, and it was again just over pitching a little bit O'Rourke on that occasion. Perfect balance from Pope as he plays him wider mid-on to the boundary for 4. Pope is 14. He looks elegant. 99 for 5.
Yeah, it was a beautiful shot, and as you said, balance. The balance was pinpoint. Let the ball do its work, swung back into middle and off stump, and he just leant on it. Mid-on for New Zealand was quite wide, and he just pushed it to the inside of him, and it was always 4 as soon as it left the bat.
This outfield is magnificent, isn't it? You know, you don't see the ball being chased down many times here. Carl Johnson's done a fantastic job with the outfield. Once it gets through, tends to race away to the boundary. Here's Pope facing O'Rourke, and he's been dropped as it got to Phillips, just dropping in front of him, I think, in that backward position. But an uncomfortable shot from Pope. He's now sitting on the ground and picking himself up. Not too dissimilar to the Root dismissal. Again, just giving himself a little bit of room and trying to play through that gully area. It's a dangerous shot.
Yeah, very similar to the Joe Root delivery, which Will Young caught so easily. It's just from my angle, it looked like Will Young took a step back there, then had to come forward to try and catch it as he noticed that it was falling short of him. But maybe Ollie Pope needs to put that cut shot away just for now.
Yeah, absolutely. He really did just try and give himself room and push it away. Here's another good delivery from O'Rourke, which Pope defends to the end of the over. That might be the spell for O'Rourke. It remains to be seen. 99 for 5, Pope 14. Stokes has yet to score. And O'Rourke, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 21. Interesting seeing Pope trying to play that shot, though, because he really was giving himself room, trying to get inside the line of the ball and hit it. And it just doesn't seem like a sensible shot against this sort of pace, having seen Root get out in a similar fashion.
Yeah, well, the thing with batters is, and a lot of people probably don't realise this, is when you're facing someone of that pace that's up around the 140, you do make a lot of your decisions within a metre out of the hand. And if the swing is late, sometimes you've already made your decision and you've gone past the point where you can change your mind.
Yeah, well, you were saying, and particularly with seam movement as well, when the ball does seam, that sometimes you've committed yourself to the shot. Good delivery from Southey as he begins the 23rd over in England's innings. It's left alone by Stokes. But, you know, I picked up on the point that you talked about this morning, where when the ball is seaming around, sometimes you've committed to that shot, and that's what causes the problem.
Yeah, and I guess that's where technique comes into play, doesn't it? If your technique's not as good as someone else's.
Well, look at players. There's a reason Williamson scores so many runs, isn't there? And Root, of course, as Stokes faces Southey, and he's going across his stumps, just drops down in front of him on the offside.
It's very interesting. I've almost learnt a lot more off Kane Williamson than any coach I've had over the years, and when coaches talk about watching the ball, I didn't really know what that meant, and I got alongside Kane in the net one day, and I asked him what he thought about that, and he described it as watching the ball for 1 to 2 metres out of the bowler's hand, because after that you've made all your decisions and you're committed to a shot.
Southee bowls and Stokes is playing into the leg side behind square. The 100 up for England in the 23rd over. 100 for 5. Pope is 14. Stokes is 1. That's really interesting. I mean, you played a lot of cricket with Kane Williamson, and you'll understand him well. But he just looks to be such a studious person, so thoughtful. I saw him here today with his pads on, training. Always bringing those incredibly high standards to everything he does.
Well, he's relentless when it comes to coaches' throws. It's a couple of my good mates now find themselves having to throw to him, and it's quite an arduous task.
They'll be in for shoulder replacements in the next year or so. Here's Southee running in and bowling to Pope, and this is played to cover where Santner fields.
But I think, especially with someone like Kane, and we talked about technique, the reason why they get themselves out of trouble so much is because they have a solid technique. And which is why Test cricket, having a good technique is important, because you do get challenged so much. In T20 one-day cricket, sometimes poor technique can result to runs and get you off to a good start.
Yeah, there's nowhere to hide, is there? And batsmen are given a very thorough explanation when bowlers are on form and when the conditions are a little bit difficult. Here's Southee bowling, and Pope is going at a ball wide outside the off stump. He'll be chastising himself. Maybe not. They've got the license to play in that way, and they do, but he would have been furious if he'd got out to that one. He missed it.
I think, especially after the way New Zealand batted for the first hour this morning, then moving into the first session and a half here with the ball, they've made inroads. It might be a really good time after Southee down that far end is to get Mitchell Santner into the game while we're going well.
Couldn't agree more. See if there's a little bit of turn, but certainly there might be some bounce for Santner, but and set a ring field and see if England can hit through it. Love to see them do that. Here's Southee bowling outside, or just on the line of off stump, and Pope is playing off the back foot. 100 for 5, 23 overs have been bowled. Pope is 14, Stokes is 1. Earlier in the day, New Zealand made 347. We've got Drinks coming onto the field now. Drinks coming on, so 76 Santner made for New Zealand. O'Rourke faced 30 deliveries, he was 5 not out. 347 New Zealand made, and Potts 4 for 90. Atkinson 3 for 66. He's picking up in that innings his 50th wicket in his debut year, the most by any England player. Fantastic performance from Gus Atkinson. Bryden Cast 2 for 78, Stokes 1 for 91, and in reply we've seen England faltering really uncharacteristically, although they have lost wickets early on throughout the series, and then they've managed to recover. Crawley 21, Duckett 11, Bethel 12, Root 32, Brook out first ball bowled by O'Rourke. Pope is 14, Stokes is 1. Henry has bowled 9 overs, 2 for 38. Southee 8 overs, none for 32. And O'Rourke 6 overs, 3 for 21. I'm joined now by Steve Harmison. Hammy, I think Tom Latham's got a job to do in these hot conditions with just 3 seamers, trying to work out how he rotates them, preserves them, and keeps the energy levels up.
Yeah, absolutely, Garth. And I think the energy levels will stay up the more they take wickets. I think that was the contributing factor yesterday from England's bowlers, that it was a long shift for England's bowlers yesterday. They only used 4 bowlers in the 82 overs they bowled yesterday, and just as you felt as though they were just getting a drop off and feeling a bit tired, New Zealand lost a wicket just to give them a little bit of energy, a little bit of a boost, and that's what happens as a bowler. If the opposition batters keep giving you some sort of sniff to sort of give you a little bit of a spring in your step, then obviously as a bowler you take it. I'm really pleased for O'Rourke, because he's come into this series with a big reputation. He bowled very, very well in India. I'm not sure he's had the rub of the green in the what are we? This is the 5th innings of the Test series so far. So to get Harry Brook the way he got him, Joe Root the way he got him, I'm pleased for the big fella, because I think he's worked really, really hard. And I'm not sure he's always got the rewards for the effort that he's put in.
I agree, and I think you've seen him. I mean, he works hard. He appears to work hard with everything. He's been a key contributor with the bat. He hasn't scored many runs, but he's been prepared to get in there and show guts and determination and bat for his teammates at the other end. So he brings a lovely fortitude, if you like, does Will O'Rourke. He's exciting. I see he is going to be given another over after the drinks break. And again, Tom Latham has this game of chess to play, really, with his bowlers. It just has to make sure that he doesn't overuse them. This will be his 6th over in a row for O'Rourke. Were you surprised, just the first time I've spoken to you today, were you surprised about the tactics used by England this morning?
I was, yeah. Really was. Especially as to go out and not have any catches. We had 9 fielders on the boundary. If you had there was 5 men on the leg side, one of them from mid-wicket goes to slip, one of the extra covers goes to slip, and still have the rest of the boundary riders. Second over, there was only bowled 2 overs with the second new ball. And I think for the first 20 minutes, they should have tried to get Santner out with the 2 catches and then have everybody else out.
They were relying on New Zealand making a mistake. It was very strange indeed as O'Rourke, that lovely follow-through, runs off the wicket nicely, does Will O'Rourke, bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. No shot from Stokes as the ball was outside the off-stump. But he's just a different equation for the batters, isn't he, O'Rourke? We saw him right from the first delivery he bowled today, just getting a little bit more, a lot more bounce, and bowling 15, 16 kilometres an hour faster than Southey.
I think at this end as well, the Tim Southey end, I think would suit him. I think Matt Potts bowled at the wrong end yesterday for quite a lot of his time. I think Will O'Rourke is at the right end, going up the hill into the slope. I think it's making it bounce a bit more.
He bowls again wide outside the off-stump, no shot from Stokes.
I think it's a good decision, this one over. You're right. I think it is a juggling act for Tom Latham and how he gets to use these 3 seamers in rotation while the ball's at its sort of best for a seamer, which is at its hardest or can move laterally. But I think this is a good move because I think Stokes, just in the infancy of his innings, he's had a little bit of a break. If you can get a ball to bounce and you can nick Stokes off here, England then will be in trouble.
Real trouble, yep, indeed. You always feel that with a player of Pope's class and Stokes at the other end, that they've got still plenty of batting as Stokes comes forward and drives. And then, of course, Atkinson, Cass. What's Potts like with the bat?
Potts can bat. He's night watchman in a game early on in the... just don't ask him. It's like the Jason Gillespie story. Night watchman, Warwickshire,
right.
Gets 147 not out. I've heard that story a couple of times already. But he's competent batter. He works hard. The thing about Matt Potts is he works so hard at his game. He really does, and he got his just reward because of the effort he got in yesterday in 4 wickets.
And he had to work hard. He bowled a lot of overs, and lovely to see him picking up those 4 wickets. Here's O'Rourke bowling outside the off stump, and again, O'Rourke is looking for everything he can get out of this pitch. He's bending his back, trying hard, and just pushing it wide a little bit.
You're trying to get, just like him to get Stokes to play that little bit more. It's in your last, you're probably in your last over. 6.4 overs gone, and that in your spell. Just risk a bit. This is where I'd risk a bit. If it was me, from a bowling point of view, I'd risk getting driven a couple of times through cover, just to see if I can get the outside edge.
You just feel young bowler, excited obviously, and that's part of the joy, of course, just trying to get everything out of it and straying a little bit. Here he is. This is a delivery which is driven firmly by Stokes, but well fielded at mid-wicket by Santner, diving away to his right.
Yeah, that's the area. That's the one. That there and a little bit wider. Make Ben Stokes play a shot at you when you've got your tail up. You've got 3 wickets. You've just getting Harry Brook for naught, getting the prize wicket of Joe Root. You're probably in your last 4 or 5 balls of your spell. Risk going for a boundary by trying to get the big fish, to trying to get the big wicket and put England into trouble at the end of your spell.
4 slips in the gully. Phillips has now moved to backward point, and Ravindra has come into an extra cover position, and this ball is down the leg side, and Stokes is going to pick up 4. Takes the bottom hand off the bat, but plays it safely enough. Down to the boundary for 4, 104 for 5. Stokes is 5, Pope is 14. More comments from Steve Harmison, and then it will be John Norman.
Yeah, just a little release shot from Ben Stokes off Will O'Rourke. Just gone that little bit straighter. Give me ball really on the legs, but at least he was trying to make the England captain play. It was an excellent over, probably the end of excellent spell of bowling, probably will be the end of Will O'Rourke. It'll be interesting to see now Tom Latham turns. It ain't going to be Matt Henry because he's just jogged off the pitch. Nathan Smith's come on as a substitute fielder. It's going to be Tim Southey from the opposite end to the Tim Southey end. 2 slips, gully, point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket and fine leg.
Southey's in and left alone by Ollie Pope, who not for the first time is walking to the crease, or has walked to the crease with England in a bit of strife. He's really gone unnoticed, the innings that he's produced and the partnerships with Harry Brook in both first and second test matches, and he's kept well behind the stumps. And he's needed again. At the other end, Ben Stokes, 5 not out. 104 for 5. As Southey comes in, almost dancing past the umpire. Pope coming forward, just does a bit of gardening after pushing this delivery back to the bowler. How are you doing, Harmy?
Yeah, all good, all good. I'm enjoying watching Will O'Rourke bowl. He's picked up a little head of steam. He's got his knees pumping, hit the deck hard, asked questions of the England batters, and bowled a lovely spell to Jacob Bethel. A really, really top spell at Jacob Bethel. Grabbed him on the gloves a couple of times.
Yeah, I was impressed by that. Southey is in again, and Pope just pushes this to mid-on. I've been pronouncing his name incorrectly all tour.
Who's that?
O'Rourke.
O'Rourke.
I've been saying O'Rourke.
O'Rourke.
It's O'Rourke. So better late than never.
Yeah.
I wasn't on commentary when he got 2 in 2. He was on a hat-trick. Harry Brook dismissed first ball. He has been dismissed without facing here in New Zealand. First ball, inside edge, back onto the stumps. Southey in again. This is wide. This is a horrible half-tracker. And Pope has to reach for the ball, steers it between point and cover, and away to deep point for a boundary. I was listening to Garth, and he was talking about the chess match that Tom Latham's playing in his head right now. 3 seam bowlers.
He's just asked Will O'Rourke if he wants one more, I think.
I was surprised that he actually got the one after the drinks break. I thought that might have been it.
How would I give him that one? Stokes is on strike. I would have definitely given him that one. He's had an extra sort of 5-10 minutes off.
Southey again, 2 wide and left alone by Pope.
Not sure if Latham was sort of signalling. He had the finger up in the air. I'm not sure if he was signalling that one more, if I'm assuming Stokes is on strike. We might see him again. We might see Mitchell Santner, is that Mitch Santner at extra cover, doing a few looseners and a few stretches? Yeah, it is.
It's always good to have a bit of variety to commentate on. England up against it though, 5 down, 108 on the board, and Southey is in again. And this time Pope trying to get onto the front foot and pushing this through mid-wicket, but it's fielded. And that's the end of the over.
No, it was worth one more if Stokes is on strike, because O'Rourke's going to continue.
Ollie Pope, what did he walked to the crease with England 71 for 4. Is that when he walked in? You're pointing me to Colin, your prep book. 71 for 4 and 43 for 4.
43 for 4 in Wellington.
Yeah, that's the first innings of both the first 2 test matches. And today he's walked to the crease 77 for 4. So that's actually the best match situation that he's walked to the crease.
Well, second innings at Wellington, he was 306 for 4.
Yeah, I'm talking first innings.
Yeah.
First innings
tough
runs, Harmy.
Yeah, tough runs.
O'Rourke to continue then from the Tim Southey end here at Seddon Park with 3 slips, leg slip, a gully and a backward point. And Stokes has just climbed into this short of a length delivery. It was in his arc, and he's really able to throw his hands through the line of the ball. A dive at extra cover, but can't stop the ball from crashing to the boundary.
Width from O'Rourke, he's just tried to get it up there. I don't mind that, really don't. It probably will be his last over, so muster as much energy as he possibly can.
Still bowling 143k.
Yeah, exactly.
So still good pace, but as you say, it was in the slot to be hit. And that's what Stokes has done. 4 more off the pads to the left of Mitchell Santner at mid-wicket. Overcompensating this time, O'Rourke. Touch too wide, the first ball of the over. And this has been hit off the pads of Stokes, who moves into double figures. Score 116 for 5.
Good shot from Stokes. It was on the pads, yeah, you're right. It was good pace, nice in control. Try and hit it too hard. Use the pace that O'Rourke's has blown at. But I wouldn't be too bothered about that. This is my last over. I've made the England captain play twice. He's hit 2 big shots. If he's in shot hitting mode, 4 balls, see if we can put more pressure on him.
I think that might have been as Stokes this time finds Santner at mid-wicket. I think that might have been the fastest ball he's bowled in the spell.
Yeah,
149. It's pushing 150.
Yeah, he's bowled quickly, and there's now going to be a man put back onto the leg side boundary. It's just behind square. Kane Williamson goes out probably about 15 yards behind square. Fine leg in place, so maybe thinking of a short ball. I wouldn't. I'd keep going, pitch it up, keep going top of the stumps. See if you can square the England captain up.
Here he is again, O'Rourke, and it's just bounces a touch more. Stokes is squared up, takes his left hand off the bat, and a little step down the crease. 149 again, so there's no let up in speed, and maybe Steve Harmison. O'Rourke knows this is his final over, and he's giving it his all, as you say. Well, maybe Tom Latham's going to continue in bowling.
Absolutely, and there's a fine balance. Young bowler, he probably is thinking it's one more, so give it everything you've got. It's the fastest he's bowled so far, and also it's to the England captain, Stokes.
O'Rourke, this is too short. Stokes is happy just to duck. Blundell takes it with 2 hands above his head, leaping. So it is a hot day, humidity's up. Gary Morgan back in England, in the north of, sending us humidity updates. Yesterday was 57%, today 69. Doesn't actually feel as hot today though.
Yeah, I don't know, I think it is. Here. I felt as though it was hot. Outside it is. I mean, we've got a little bit of air conditioning, but...
Well, you have to troop between here and the TV commentary box. We're kind of, once we're in, we're in. We're not going anywhere. As O'Rourke continues around the wicket to Stokes, who just gets up on his toes and pushes this towards the backward point. End of the over. 8 runs coming from it. England moving to 116 for 5. 82 for 5 when Ben Stokes walked out to bat. Joe Root steering a delivery from O'Rourke to 4th slip. Will Young completing the catch. That was the 3rd wicket that O'Rourke had picked up. 3 for 33 from his 8. I thought I was going to witness my 2nd hat-trick here at Hamilton, and across 2 overs as well.
Yep, right side bottom across 2 overs. I think the last hat-trick for New Zealand was James Franklin, I think, was the last hat-trick. I remember reading that one. Gus Atkinson got his hat-trick. Yeah, right side bottom. Sid got a hat-trick here in 2008.
Southey continuing, and Ollie Pope coming forward, playing a touch away from the body, but it's decent pace and carry, and it's pushed to cover point where it's fielded by Mitchell Santner, who I imagine is going to come on and have a bowl at some point. It was Santner who did he top score? He hit 76. He did 76 from 117 deliveries. 43-run partnership for the 10th wicket. New Zealand batting out. First hour of play this morning. They didn't add a huge amount of runs, but 32 added. A few more miles into the clock of Atkinson and also Potts, as Potes punch drives straight past the stumps between non-striker Stokes and the wicket and away to the long on boundary for 4. Anton Goodstitch is back with us. We're just untangling a few wires here in the TalkSport 2 cricket commentary booth.
Shot from Ollie Pope straight down the ground, full face of the bat. Tim Southey, 2nd delivery of the over. First one at 124. That was a little bit faster. Just short of 131 kilometres an hour, but a good shot from Ollie Pope.
Southey's in again, and This time he's wrapped on the pads, but he's coming forward. Possible inside edge beforehand. How are you doing, Anton? You enjoying what you're watching?
I am. I was just saying at the back of the box, I didn't realise how quick O'Rourke can get up to. Makes it look relatively easy as well, and I hate to say it, he's pretty new to the setup, and he's only going to get better over the next couple of years, so I'm really excited to see what he sort of turns out to be.
Yeah, we've got a glimpse of the future and the past, if you can forgive me for saying it, as Southey comes in again, and this is driven by Ollie Pope to the left of Kane Williamson at mid-off. Fields didn't quite get the timing on this occasion, Ollie Pope, and Southey walks back to his mark. And we spoke a lot about O'Rourke. How do you feel Southey's gone today?
Yeah, he's clearly not at his best. He's sort of struggled throughout the series, but the one thing Tim will never do is give up, and he will try to do his job for the bowler at the other end. Looks like he's trying to go three-quarter ball with the odd ball that swings away. He's just hoping to get a little drive.
There is a drive from Pope. He's on it a bit too soon as well. Pops up, but dies in front of Kane Williamson at mid-off. He's quite deep. That delivery that was spanked through point, it actually was a cutter. It moved a lot away from Ollie Pope. I mean, it was way too wide. But it was almost extravagant, the movement from that delivery.
Yeah, when he gets it wrong, it generally goes straight from the hand, and that's the reason why it was so wide from the get-go. But as we said earlier, this is the tough end, and this is almost the defensive end that New Zealand are having to plug up. And I think they might have just missed a trick with not getting Santner in while the batters were new and New Zealand were on top.
Latham's taken himself out of the slip cordon and pushed himself, added to the fielders in cover. And this is pushed towards the New Zealand skipper, who comes through. So end of over number 27. England 120 for 5. Stokes has moved to 13. Ollie Pope is 22. Southey's 10th over. He's bowled more than any other. Went for 4, and he's going at exactly 4 and over. And now, what do we got here? We don't have Santner bowling from the Tim Southey end. We don't have William O'Rourke. Looks like we've got a bit more Matt Henry.
Yeah, Matt Henry, I'd imagine Santner's going to bowl the next over from the end that Tim Southey was bowling on. Like Anton said, that's probably the harder end to bowl at. So there seems to be a little bit more happening from the Tim Southey end. So Santner will probably bowl into a slight breeze that there is out here, and the seamers will bowl from the Tim Southey end. But Henry bowled an excellent first spell, a couple of wickets. Try and put pressure on England captain.
2 wickets in and over for Henry, and first ball bowling to the left-handed Ben Stokes with 3 slips, a gully and a backward point. And Stokes defends to the leg side. He did bowl well, didn't he? But can we just say, as William O'Rourke just bowled 8 overs on the spin since the lunch break, because he didn't bowl before lunch, did he? So 3 for 33 for him. Fantastic effort comes to an end. His last over was his fastest. So terrific stuff. But it's Henry continuing round the wicket to Stokes, who is down the track and tries to smash this ball back past the bowler and to the left of mid-off. It's fielded by Williamson. And we've seen this from England. They do like to try and disrupt Matt Henry's lines and lengths.
Yeah, I was just about to say before that delivery, Stokes has got to be careful here with that sort of three-quarter angle bat that he looks as though there's a potential of chopping onto the stumps. He's been caught on the crease a little bit, possibly because of the height and the bounce that O'Rourke was getting. So I think that's why he's coming out the crease to get his weight and transfer into the ball.
I'll tell you about the field change in a second, as this time Stokes, with one hand off the bat, plays a straighter delivery from Henry back to the bowler. Latham's taken Southey out of the slip cordon, and he's moved him to a catching cover that's quite straight. Williamson's gone back a few paces, a deeper extra cover, wide mid-off. There's a point and a gully with those two slips, and first slip's quite wide as well as Henry is in. Stokes playing on the back foot, pushes this to the left of Phillips at point, runs in, tries to pick up the ball but misfields, and that allows a comfortable single. Henry's pace is a little down on what we're accustomed to from him. He's just pushing mid 120s. But as I say, did pick up those 2 wickets, taking out both openers earlier on this morning.
He's got to be the same as Atkinson and Carse. He's had a good shift in this series so far.
Yeah, back-to-back tests, as Scott Taylor referred to in his conversation with Jimmy Anderson, the England bowling coach, who sounded in really good spirits this morning. Henry over the wicket now to the right-handed Pope, who comes forward and just clips this to mid-on. Good-looking shot, but no run. 121 for 5.
I think one of the impressive things with Matt Henry is, though, if his pace is down, he always feels heavy. He hits the wicket, and he's always there or thereabouts around the top of the off-stump mark, and sort of always finds a way to try and hit the stickers of the bat, and that's one of his real strengths, and he's developed that over a long period of time now.
Last ball of Henry's returning over and clipping the ball airily by Pope. Dropped short of Williamson at mid-on, who dives to his right to claim the ball. Pope comes through for a single. He moves to 23, Stokes is 14. End of the Henry over. It's gone for 2 runs, and England find themselves 122 for 5. After a word from Steve Harmison, it will be Neil Manthorpe. Maybe Anton Devcic.
It looks as though Steve Harmison's having a little coughing fit over there, but it looks like Tim Southey's going to go potentially 1 more over from the City end. Thought Mitchell Santner might have got the nod down there.
Just wonder if he's thinking left-handed Stokes in that little shape.
A little bit of shape back, yeah. No, I think Tim will fancy himself against Stokes. Although he's very good technically, there is opportunities around the front pad, and he just needs to bowl to him. Ollie Pope's on strike at the moment, but I don't think we're too far away from seeing Mitchell Santner in our first taste of spin on this pitch, and it's unknown whether it's going to spin or skid onto the bat nicely. Southey comes into bowl.
Oh, it's hook shot from Ollie Pope out towards deep backward square leg. Tom Blundell takes off his right glove and chases after it.
Yeah, I think if Southey, well, they're just got to be careful with how they use these seamers. O'Rourke's come out after lunch and he's bowled 8 straight. It's going to be a big ask for him to come back this session and bowl any more. So that puts even more pressure on Southey, Henry, and Santner, which is why I would have liked Santner to have got involved in the game when New Zealand were clearly on top.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I thought that I know that the new ball, or the first ball, was only 16 overs old, but I thought that might have been a good time to give Santner just a couple of overs. 2 new batsmen at the crease, relatively new batsmen at the crease. Here's Southey once again down the leg side, and Ben Stokes glances, doesn't make contact. Good diving take from Tom Blundell.
It was interesting there. Ben Stokes has gone a long way across the stumps, and although that ball did go down the leg side, it wasn't too far away from the leg stump.
New Zealand hedging their bets with the slip catching cordon. Daryl Mitchell's at 1.5 slips, and Will Young is at maybe a 5th slip. Narrow gully. Southey in again outside the off stump. It's left alone, and there's no run. But I've always been slightly nervous about anybody who fields at 1.5 slips, leaving just wide enough gap between himself and the keeper for the ball to fly through.
Yeah, and you need, if you are that person that's 1.5 slips, you've got to be someone like Glenn Phillips, who can move sharply left or right. Daryl Mitchell, on the other hand, I'm not sure he can go sideways really quick, but if it goes straight to him, he will have no issue with catching it.
Well, the last time that he fielded in that position, a ball did go straight between him and Tom Blundell. That was at the Basin Reserve. I think Ollie Pope was the beneficiary on that occasion. Southey's in again, bowls to Stokes, whips it away nicely off his toes through mid-wicket. He's timed that beautifully. Didn't try to knock the cover off the ball or split the leather like he was in the second innings in Wellington, but on that occasion it was nice and full and straight. And those are exactly the sort of deliveries that you do need to caress rather than hit.
Yeah, it was a beautiful shot. His balance was impeccable there. He has stayed on the crease, but his head was still for long enough where he could execute just a beautiful on drive, square on drive. It was more of a flick off his pad.
It's also a catching extra cover as Southey goes full and straight again. And maybe not quite the pace on that delivery. And Stokes pushes it for a single wide of O'Rourke at mid-on and keeps the strike. No, he hasn't kept the strike. It's just changing the field for the right-handed Ollie Pope. Stokes is now walking down the crease to have a chat to Ollie Pope, is he? Or is he just attending to a few indentations on the pitch?
Yeah, it looks like maybe tapping down a little bit of loose dirt. But the field placements here for New Zealand now, compared to when O'Rourke was bowling, they've definitely changed tack. They've gone to bowling straight with people in front of the wicket.
Here is Southey again from the City end, rolling towards the Tim Southey end. Ollie Pope plays defensively, and the over is now at an end. 29 of them gone. England rebuilding at 128 for 5. This is a non-scientific mathematical question, so it's in your experience, have a guess at the percentage between the times when a batsman taps down something that needs tapping down on the pitch, and the percentage of times when it's just an affectation, just to
yeah. Oh, well.
Did you ever walk down and just tap imaginary bits?
Yeah, I did, but I did it to try and change the pace of the game. If I felt like the game was, or I was tired, I'd run a 3 and then another 3. I quite often found a lot of things I could tap down on the wicket. But it's a good way to change the pace of the game, especially white ball cricket, T20 one-days, change momentum of what the bowlers are trying to do.
Matt Henry's continuing. He's put in a shift today. That's driven by Stokes, not timed at all, and fielded by Mitchell Santner at wide-ish mid-on. There's a lot of things you can do, but that's one thing the umpires can't have a word with you about. If you want to go and tap down some imaginary crack, then you can do it.
Also, if you're really smart and creative, you can find cracks and try and hack at the side of the cracks to make them bigger.
For the next innings, presumably, for the aid of your bowlers. Here's Stokes playing defensively as Henry continues around the wicket. Stokes does the fielding himself, and there is no objection from Will Young, who comes trotting in from gully. It can be a talking point if there's reverse swing around. I mean, the New Zealand grounds generally, the outfields and the blocks are generally so lush and green that reverse swing is less of a factor than it is in certainly the subcontinent and other grounds where the outfield can be quite hard and you get one side of the ball scuffed up. So down the wicket comes Stokes now on the charge to Henry. That's interesting. He is beaten for pace and hits him on the thigh pad as he's swinging across the line. So if there is reverse swing around and you're trying to keep one side of the ball dry, and the batsman with his sweaty gloves picks up the ball, the fielders can become quite upset, but not on this occasion. You won't find an outfield lusher than this one at Seddon Park in Hamilton. And Ben Stokes, well, it's a warm day. It's not as humid as it was yesterday, but I don't think there's sufficient sweat on his glove to affect the change. The ball as Henry's in again. Stokes looking to push through the offside. Doesn't time it, thick inside edge. Katie Martins joined us once again. Did you bring some kebabs with you, or where's that smell coming from?
Yeah, it is kebabs actually. No, I didn't actually bring kebabs, but there's also lolly cake.
You just arrived at the same time as you did.
Yeah, I did. You guys actually get treated quite well up here in terms of your food. There's lolly cake, which is such a New Zealand tradition. Have you had lolly cake before?
I think I have. I can't remember what it is. You've got me curious now. I'm taking my eye off the cricket. Lolly cake. Here's Matt Henry in again to Stokes, who tries to steer it away down behind point on the offside, fielded it backward point. Is that the cake with the bits of marshmallow and other bits of chewy green stuff?
Yeah, it's like crunched up malt biscuits or something with a lot of butter and then some weird sort of chewy thing.
I don't know what you're talking about, Katie, to be honest.
I've
never had any of that, but it does look good.
Oh, viewers on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Oh, look at that. I told you it's got chewy green stuff in it. What is that? I actually bought a piece of this. I didn't know it was called lolly cake at the Antigua Boatyards in Christchurch. Steered away by Ben Stokes, now behind square on the offside. That's very well placed by Stokes. He'll take just a single. You got me stuck now. You're going to wait for me to take a bite, and then you'll both shut up, won't you? 129 for 5, 30 overs gone.
It was a nice over from Matt Henry there. He drew out a couple of horizontal bat shots from Ben Stokes. Not fully horizontal, but more on the 45, and I feel like it's a bit of a plan for New Zealand. Got bowling round the wicket, in towards the stumps, looking to get inside edges or chop-ons from the batsman. It looks like Mitchell Santner is going to get the first over a spin here at Seddon Park.
I feel like New Zealand's bowled quite well to Ben Stokes, sort of restricted any of that swinging arc that he's had because of that angle back in.
Yeah, and like most left-handers need width to be able to free their arms. I haven't met a left-hander that enjoys it tucked in tight to them. And in particular Ben Stokes, you know, when the ball gets outside of his eye line, that's where his power really does kick in.
Talk us through the field, both of you. So what's going to be the plan A for Mitchell Santner to Ben Stokes? So they're going in out. They got some couple of close catches.
The thing for me with Mitchell Santner is, for me, he needs to paint a picture with his field. He needs to get the field in the right position to draw certain shots out of players. Ben Stokes, it might be more about just blocking it up, but to Ollie Pope, you want him driving hard down the ground, trying to push for a one down the ground with maybe a tight catching cover, so he has to play the ball hard along the ground through there.
I do like mid-wicket being 60% of the way back to the boundary. Reverse sweep immediately from Ben Stokes, hits it very, very hard, and hard enough to beat the fielder on the boundary, Rachin Ravindra. That was the first delivery, and he played the power reverse sweep. There was a slip and a short leg. I don't think we'll see a change in the field now, but there was nobody there for the reverse sweep, and that's why he played it, and it's gone for 4. Mid-wicket, as I said, he's dropped back another 5 metres. He's probably 65, even 70% of the way back to the boundary now, and there's a long on the boundary. Santner in once again to Stokes, comes forward and plays defensively. Welcome to our listeners on TalkSport, joining us for the next little while. Every ball, of course, on TalkSport live and exclusive. TalkSport listeners joining us with England recovering from a serious case of wheel wobble. They're now 133 for 5, having been 82 for 5. Captain Ben Stokes and Ollie Pope have got 24 runs apiece. 3 wickets and 8 balls for fast bowler Willow Rourke. Santner, the left-arm spinner, in again from the city end, and Stokes pushes it defensively back up the wicket.
Sort of push that long off, maybe 3/4 as well. So they're saying, okay, if you want to try and hit a boundary, if it's not a reverse, you've got the opportunity, but you're going to have to go over Willow Rourke, who's tall at mid-off.
Santner in once more, driven down the ground by Stokes for a single to long on. Fielded by Southey.
For me, that's pretty easy. I'm not totally sold on this field. I mean, there's a big statement first ball with the reverse sweep, and for Mitchell Santner, that's the worst thing that a left-hander can be doing to him, is reverse sweeping him, particularly when you're not bowling with a point. You have to drag someone across, and you might need to bowl slightly wider potentially and try and bowl into that point rather than trying to bowl straight where he can just work you down the ground. The mid-wicket was short mid-wicket, but probably a little bit too short where he couldn't quite cut that one off.
A little bit of tinkering for the with the idea for the right-handed Ollie Pope, but similar. There's a close catching cover, edged, and Mitchell takes a catch and slip.
Mitchell Santner has struck in his first over. That one turned and bounced, and Pope followed it. He's got the edge, and Daryl Mitchell takes the catch at slip. And England slip further into trouble, trailing still by 213. It's 134 for 6. It may have been an optical illusion, but it looked to me, Katie Martin, like Ollie Pope's just followed that turn.
He's pushed his hands down it and even followed them by pushing them away to point. He's just so good in terms of holding his release back. Mitchell Santner got some really good turn out of the fingers with that one. Just pushing his fingers at the ball. Good low catch from Daryl Mitchell as well, but perfect delivery, Dev.
Yeah, what made it great was he bowled it slightly round arm, and although it didn't look like it spun much, from the position where he let the ball go from, it actually has spun. It actually has spun, and it's bounced and got Ollie Pope's shoulder of his bat, and a fairly simple catch through to Daryl Mitchell. He doesn't drop those with the size of his hands.
It's true, he's got buckets at the end of his arms, hasn't he? Really huge hands. You shake hands with them for the first time and it can be quite overwhelming. It's like, where's my hand gone? 134 for 6. He was born to field slip, wasn't he? If not keeper.
New Zealand's got a bad history about bad handshakes between sports players and the Prime Ministers, so yeah, I could imagine your hands getting lost. But I think New Zealand has a great history of also great slip catches, and quite regularly it is the bowlers. Tim Southee will finish with probably one of the higher records in terms of catches at slips, but it's a great reward. He's having a great test match, Mitch Santner, and I guess reward for the fact that New Zealand said, okay, we want to go on with the spinners, so bonus runs, and already picking up a wicket in his first over. Doesn't happen often, spinners in New Zealand picking up wickets or even getting a game.
That's right. How many tests has Ajaz Patel played in New Zealand? Mitchell Santner into the new batsman Gus Atkinson, who comes forward and guides it straight up towards extra cover. Williamson fields mid-wicket, I should say. 134 for 6. I don't think Ajaz Patel has played a test match in New Zealand. If he has, he hasn't taken a wicket in New Zealand. And yet he's one of only 3 players in the history of the game to take 10 in an innings in Mumbai.
Well, that's the amazing thing about Ajaz is consistently, Katie, over the last 10 years, he's taken 40, 50 wickets plus in the local Plunket Shield competition. And if he knows how to bowl anywhere around the world, it's here in New Zealand with his slight changes of pace and different arm angles. And, you know, he is one traditional spinner that knows how to set really good fields for himself. And, yeah, I'm surprised that he hasn't played any Test cricket here in New Zealand.
Just wonder if it's that batting ability at number 8.
Henry starting a new over from the broadcasting end, coming forward to Stokes, pushing into the cover region. There will be a single, 135 for the loss of 6. Stokes moves to 26. Sorry, wasn't listening in the back. We're talking about one of the more unique careers in Test cricket by any chance.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Ajaz Patel, 0 Test wickets in New Zealand.
He got 10 in India though, so it's okay.
Got a 10 for in the match in his last one. Didn't make the squad.
I think he also top wicket taker for New Zealand on that tour as well, which Mitch Santner got and was on that tour of India and bowled really well. I just think that you're always tinkering with that number 8 position. Do you take an extra seamer or do you take a spinner? But they have to have the ability to bat.
Oh, exactly. Bob Beachwave cricketers New Zealand have always enjoyed. Here's a nice looking stroke from Atkinson, who we know is a fine player. He's had a great year with the ball, 50 Test wickets plus 2024 Test 100 at Lords too. And gee, the way he came out, I think it was Christchurch, played like he was in a net. Absolutely slapping it out of the middle.
Well, he's batting higher as well because Chris Wokes isn't in at that number 8 position, so everyone's come up. Matt Potts can bat, he's batting at number 10 as well, so it's quite a long batting lineup. Any contributions from here will be so important. They're still 212 runs behind England.
Henry, 2 for 42. Ball's full, a round off stump, defending. Speaking of runs, the lower order, New Zealand's tail did wag. They went from 231 for 7 to 315 for 9 at stumps, but then added 32 runs before Santner was bowled Potts for 76 just after the drinks break. He picked up 2 wickets before lunch. It was 54 for 2. Root was 15. Bethel on 7, with Crawley gone for 21 and Duck at 11. And then Will O'Rourke got his tail up, worked Bethel over and opened the door. Nice looking stroke from the crease. working the ball with the bottom hand wide of mid-on for a single. Atkinson takes the score to 136 for 6. He is off the mark. Then it was Harry Brook chopping on next ball. Joe Root trying to cut the ball, just tail back, and that's the uncomfortable nature of O'Rourke. Quick, tall, and can get the ball to come back into right-handers. And Root ended up just, what was catching practice, wasn't it? Just steered it into the gully. He was gone for 32, was 82 for 5, but then big breakthrough in the previous over, as you've heard here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Pope gone, caught it first slip. Stokes drives up to mid-on, sets off. It's to Santner, he hits. Is he home? They'll go upstairs. I think Stokes is home. He went straight away after pushing to mid-on. It's dangerous. It was to the left of Santner, the left armour, who is very good in the field. Anton, what's your gut telling you?
Gut's telling me that he's in, but late in the piece, his bat sort of travelled on an angle, which can always make it a little bit interesting, but I think comfortably home. Yep, he's comfortably home there.
Well judged, Katie. Well judged. Never in doubt.
Well judged. I guess when he probably hit it first up, he thought, oh, okay, the fielder might have to get around, but then spotted that it was Mitch Santner. It was to his left, so his natural throwing arm as well, and sort of that round arm nice and low. It's really intriguing when you see people throw round arm when they're sort of halfway bent down. If you actually put them in upright position.
Henry bowling to Atkinson, defending from the crease. No run. That is the end of the Henry over.
When you put them in an upright position, they're actually throwing as you typically would as well as a thrower. So you practice the same thing when you're standing upright, and the way that you release your arm is exactly the same when you bend down and do it from that angle throw as well. There's some biomechanics for you.
I wasn't bending down with you. I was trying to get in the way of Anton, who's scurrying off out of commentary. Katie Martin alongside me, Daniel McCarty. Live at exclusive coverage on TalkSport, TalkSport 2, and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. 137 for 6. England still trailed by 210 runs. The wicket takers for New Zealand. Henry 2 for 44, getting rid of both openers, including Zach Crawley. Again, if he's not waking up in cold sweats thinking about Mead Henry, he should be. But it's all about the caught and bowled. It is a brilliant bit of fielding. How he gets down into his left as quickly as he does to get the left hand just under the ball. It was sensational. Santner trying to start a new over, but Stokes pulls out at the very last. A bit of movement behind the bowler he's not happy with, and he'll take another look at the field where there's a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backwards square. Man catching just around the corner on the onside, just behind square. The helmet, a slip, also catching mid-wicket. 3 protecting the offside field. Here is a slog sweep, he misses. Big appeal for LBW, finger goes up very quickly from umpire Raza, and Ben Stokes is on one knee and then signals, I'll have a look at that. 137 for 7, possibly, as we eavesdrop and hear the voice of umpire Rod Tucker. Has Santner got 2 for 5, Katie?
This was flat, faster, lower arm. Oh, I think this is plumb.
Coming up now, son.
Sweep slog, foot right across the line. Had him underneath the knee roll. That is probably hitting middle and leg, maybe.
Confirm that with Ultra Edge, please.
Maybe even middle.
I'm struggling to see how this is not out. Clearly in line. Given out, of course. Maybe a bottom edge. Let's look at Ultra Edge. It's gone past the inside edge.
Next frame, another gap.
Nothing
so
there.
A flat line and a gap between bat and
just
ball,
under
so
the knee roll of his right leg.
Taking when it's ready.
The crowd will tell you. I've enjoyed the last couple of hours, rather.
Tracking.
Stressed look on Ben Stokes' face as he leans on his bat, looks to the big screen. Here is ball tracking. In line.
Outside off, impact in line and hitting the wickets. 3 reds, so you'll be staying with your original decision on out. Let us know when you're on screen. You're on screen now. Signal now, Hassan.
Ben Stokes has to leave. LBW bowled Santner for 27. 137 for the loss of 7. And spin for the first time in the Test match is having immediate success. Santner has 2 for 5 and New Zealand on top in Hamilton.
I think the key part for that wicket was that extra bit of pace. It wasn't underneath Ben Stokes' eye line, looking to go for that sweep slog, got the pad inside the line, which meant he just wasn't able to catch up with it with the bat. He was hoping maybe to create a little bit more elevation, but it hasn't bounced. It's been flat and underneath the bat. And well, spinner for the first time, 2 wickets. First time we've seen him today. He's only picked up 6 wickets at this venue before, only bowled 78 overs, Mitch Santner, so he doesn't get a heap of opportunity, but just the way that he varies his pace, his release point, and he just has that ability to hold back because he does a lot of work with his wrist, not a massive front arm as well. So it makes it challenging to go, okay, it's not a consistent, natural spinning pace that you would typically face by a spinner.
So look around the box. Is this how they played spin against Pakistan? Big slog sweep, predetermined I thought. Pope struggling to defend spinners. The new batsman is Cast, the right-hander, rather awkwardly defends a very full ball that was angled in towards leg stump. Of course, Mitchell Santner will always operate to the right-handers going around the wicket. Maybe one for Gary. I cannot remember a ball in Test cricket to a right-hander from over the wicket by Mitchell Santner. Angles in, over pitched on middle leg, pushed back to the bowler. There is no run. It remains 137 for the loss of 7.
Well, this is his pace, first 3 deliveries, 92 k an hour. I can't divide that by 1.6 and you'll get the miles. 79 k an hour and then 90 again.
Gas onto the front foot, pushing back to the bowler. There's no run. That would Dunedin education.
Well, I did fail maths at school twice. Sometimes on our fruit machine, which is what gives you all the score, it does rotate between miles an hour and Ks
Fruit
an hour.
machine, is that what they call it?
Yeah, that's what you call the fruit machine, that one that's all those 50 different colours.
Here's a ball that's short and wide and spinning further away, quick through the air, and Castle's beaten both pace and spin. That one has bounced too, and that's been New Zealand radio. We've got the great former New Zealand off-spinner John Bracewell. He's just been so excited to see spin. He did talk about Santner's bounce is going to be very difficult to deal with. Oh, there's another shout for LBW, maybe sliding leg, stump line. Santner was adamant, Mitchell was right into it. Blundell had set off looking for where the ball had gone to prevent a run. Umpire Raza unmoved. They'll come together. I don't think they are going to review. That will be the end of the over. A successful one saw the departure of Stokes. LBW for 27. It's 137 for the loss of 7. The deficit is still 210.
Just maybe the height there. Definitely spinning and bouncing. We thought with that extra bit of grass that's on top, not that it's live grass, but it just has that thatchiness where it does sit in. He's got such a good ability to be able to use his hand, the rotation of his front foot when he bowls, to be able to create a lot of momentum through. He's made so many different changes in terms of his bowling action where he's a little bit tighter, he's a lot taller up and over his action, and allows him to control it. But what a period of play for New Zealand.
Matt Henry, 44 wickets to share at 18. He's been the figurehead, looking for a third today. Atkinson right across in front of off stump, defending to the offside, no run. Slip a gully, point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And fine leg. Who is Will O'Rourke, who's been great at signing autographs for the kids. I did notice during that pretty venomous spell he bowled before Henry came back into the attack. This one's quick, uppishly just wide of the shortish mid-wicket, who was Latham, into a gap. Atkinson will trot back for 2, 139 for 7. Cast labouring a little bit, coming back for a second. A long trot through as he slows down. But the line of autograph hunters was getting longer and longer and longer as Will O'Rourke was the great head of steam.
The amount of stories you hear and see, and I think we're now seeing generational players, and I think we'll see that in times to come around the Black Caps' success and how much they've had is so many more players that would have been picking up bats after that World Test Championship win.
It was a glorious looking drive that's partially stopped by Southey at short cover. It's a sign of Atkinson with striking ability. He'll get a single. He danced outside of leg stump to give himself a little bit of room. He tries to counter punch at 140 now for the loss of 7 wickets.
And just so many kids these that you remember the stories. I lined up and I got a signature from such and such, and then you now see them out playing. I remember working in Australia at the WBBL, and there was a Kiva Bros 15 made her debut for the Sydney Sixers, and in 2020 she was there when the Aussie woman won the T20 World Cup, and there's a great photo of her as a youngster getting autographs like that, and then made her debut with Elise Perry.
That is awesome, isn't it? Here's Henry from over the wicket. Yorker gets a bottom edge and away from the stumps down towards the aforementioned O'Rourke in the deep for a run. 141 for the loss of 7. Cast gets off the mark.
Nathan Smith talked about how he used to go to Hagley Oval as a kid and watch Tim Southee, and sort of be out here making his Test debut alongside someone that he'd seen for so long. Just the access that people have now on TV, on radio, coming to the grounds as well to be able to create heroes. I think that's what I love about the game, is you have the ability to create heroes, and you can do this as a kid yourself when you're older.
This one's scooped up towards Manon, should be taken. It is oh so easy for Mitchell Santner. England crumbling in Hamilton. They're 141 for the loss of 8 wickets. Is Atkinson just turning the face a fraction too soon? It balloons to mid-on. He's gone for 4. Henry has 3. 141 for 8.
Similar one that went through the air, but this time it went a little bit straighter, a bit more bat on that one. Maybe just slightly held in the wicket. We've seen so much variety and bounce in terms of batters batting from that far end. New Zealand have just been able to eke away. England haven't been able to create those big partnerships that we've seen through the back end, through those middle overs, through the middle order. Lost 3 wickets for 7 runs. It's been a good spell. I feel every bowler's sort of done their job and wondered how much Santner was going to be when he had the opportunity, because New Zealand's only got those 3 seamers. They knew he would get an opportunity. At the moment, England still trail by 206 runs.
54 for 2. They've lost 6 wickets in this session. And we thought yesterday the middle session was troubling for the batsmen. New Zealand lost 3 wickets after going through the first session without losing a wicket. And it was 79 for the loss of 3. And England have doubled that, slumping from 54 to 2 to 141 for the loss of 8. They still trail by 206 runs. It's a matter of the follow-on now.
148.
Well, that's not going to be enforced. No. Not in these conditions, because should be the best batting conditions today and tomorrow, you would have thought. Slip gully, 2 catching mid-wicket, short cover. How very New Zealand this field. Past the outside edge of Potts' bat. He's the new batter to the middle, leaning forward. Ball nipping away as Henry so often does. Another successful over for New Zealand. 141 for the loss of 8. England have gone from 77 for 2. Now to 141 for the loss of 8. Wickets falling, the third onwards from at 77, 77, 82, 134, 137 and 141. And they've gone to both pace, seam and spin, including Mitchell Santner. 2 for 5 off 2 overs. Of course, he starred for New Zealand in the second test in India. He picked up a side strain, didn't play in the last test, picked up 7 for 53 and 6 for 104. Just a second and third 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket, let alone tests. Very full. Dropping the bat late as the right-hander casts. Long off back, mid-on, 3/4 the way. Slip, short leg, short cover. They are the catches. Santner pushing up into this light sou'wester. Cast comes down, hits into the ground. Oh, how's that? They're just asking. Umpire Raza says, hold there. I'm going to wander over at my own leisurely pace to go speak to Adrian Holdsworth, the other umpire. I thought this was straight into the pitch. Katie, what say you?
Oh, so it's not that good, to be fair, so I'll leave that up to the umpires. It's one of those ones where you sort of looks like it's just bounced a little bit and then the bat come underneath the ball. New Zealanders seem confident, don't they?
Front on, please.
I do find it funny when Adrian Holdstock and Ashan Raza get together. It's like Crawley and Duckett. Tall, short. Right. Oh my, this is going to be out. He's just chipped it back. What felt like the most obvious bump ball to this idiot standing behind
So he would be
the keeper. in our broadcasting
so I've got to make
position.
my decision for the big screen.
And the most sort of apologetic appeal you will see from Santner, who's like, how's that? I'm sorry, I'm appealing. And New Zealand get a 9th. It's 141 for 9. Casco's caught and bowled Santner for 1. Santner has 3 for 5. Why isn't he bowled earlier?
I'll tell you, one person who's now come out to bat is Bashir, thinking, oh, I can't wait to get the ball in my hand. It was all very innocuous, wasn't it? The base of the bat, the toe of the bat hit the ground, come through on the angle, which meant the ball hit maybe just the toe of the bat, a little bit higher than the toe of the bat. And New Zealand said, how was that? How was that? All you got to do is appeal and put it in the umpire's hands. But very, very innocuous, wasn't it?
Delight, though, for the home fans. New Zealand will have a big first innings lead, and theoretically will have a decision to make if they're able to pick up the last wicket quickly, because England still trail by 206 runs.
Still needs 7 runs to avoid the follow-on as well.
Santner bowls. Bashir leans a long way forward. He is a tall man. Squishes the ball, gets right over it, pushing it back towards the bowler.
Yeah, there's no way New Zealand's going to enforce a follow-on with the fact that they've got those 3 seam bowlers in terms of how England push forward. We know what happened last time England and New Zealand played in the last test in a test series.
Yeah, we got one of the best tests we've ever seen. Shorter, outside of off stump, leaning back and playing nicely into a gap through pointer Shahid Bashir. He gets off the mark, 142 for the loss of 9. Potts on strike. Face the 1 ball, yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, so, correct me if I'm wrong, but England enforced a follow-on. New Zealand batted for a long period in the second innings, set England a total, and then New Zealand won by just the 1 run. A controversial wide not given as well.
I think England need to get over that. Do I need to bring up 2019? Turned from leg stump to short fine leg, and there is no run. And they completely rewrote the rules.
What about when there's England, New Zealand?
Anyway, you've set me off.
Oh,
you've set me off, Katie.
1 run just goes with England and New Zealand, doesn't it?
It does. 142 for the loss of 9. Santner bowling and driven nicely towards the bowler. He's so good as Santner. He dives a long way to his left, takes the sting off the ball, then gives Williamson or Latham, in fact, a chance to sprint off after it, thinking he might have a chance to throw down the stumps. English pair get home, a run, 143 for the loss of 9. So we have ticked past 340. They'll take the extra half hour, probably, I would assume. Henry to continue. New Zealand bowling figures. Henry, 13 overs, 3 for 48. Southey, 11 overs, none for 46. Went for 16 in his first over. Crawley likes a drive against Tim Southey in the first over. Smoked him at the basin, including one of the most glorious lofted straight drives in the first over I've ever seen.
Is it tactically just making him feel good about himself before Henry gets a go?
Yeah. Here's Henry from the broadcasting end. Bowls full to a leaning Potts coming forward, pushing to the offside. Well, New Zealand made an adjustment. They gave the first over to Henry, knowing full well Crawley faces the first ball. And knowing full well that Matt Henry certainly has his number. But when it's not going your way, you get caught in bowls like that. Crawley must be thinking, when do we leave? We've got the trophy. Can we go now? 143 for 9. Henry bowling back of a length, trying to swat the ball onto the onside. Swing and a miss as it hits high on the left thigh of Potts, who did come down just a touch.
Look at the position that New Zealand are in. Got England 143 for 9, and you go, well, what's been different? But they have had England's numbers at the top. I think Harry Brook, obviously, a first ball duck today as well. But you get a sense that Tom Latham's been a lot more proactive in terms of his field sets. He's adjusted the positions well. The spell from Willow Rourke really shifted the game.
Henry from over the wicket, making a hard link, getting up around, waist height, defending once more is Potts. And you need a slice of luck here or there. And I know it's a good bit of bowling, but the inside edge onto the stumps. I think Willow Rourke needed that because he has bowled with no luck whatsoever in the series, and his figures not a true reflection on what he has offered. And he's got his rewards today.
Well, contrasting emotions from Wellington, where he bet the bat so many occasions, and I think the extra spice in that wicket that he was bowling from this end.
Henry goes fuller this time. Here's a slice to point. Retreating is Phillips, who takes the catch. Good one at that, running back over his left shoulder. He holds the catch. England have been bowled out inside 36 overs. All out for 143. Are these two teams allergic to 5 days? Are they? What looked like was going to be the best batting conditions of the match. Thanks to Will O'Rourke, who opened that door. Mitchell Santner chimed in. And England, has to be said, disappointingly surrender 143 all out. They trail by 204 runs. There's a decision to be made, KT. Haven't reached the follow-on mark.
Well, Kane Williamson ran off pretty quickly, so you would suggest that would be New Zealand haven't enforced a follow-on, and they will go out and have a bat. And the bowlers have just used these conditions beautifully well. The lengths have been fantastic. Matt Henry once again has set the tone. He's been really well supported by Will O'Rourke. Tim Southee has sort of bowled that holding sort of role. He's shifted ends, he's bowled, and then you see Mitch Santner 3 for 7, and you don't often get a spinner bowling here in New Zealand, but the brownness, the slowness of the wicket and the extra bounce in this Hamilton wicket has really suited him, and New Zealand have taken their opportunities when they've come. Not one drop catch in this innings, so they've created them, they've taken them, and England all out for 143.
All out for 143 indeed, Katie Martin. In reply to New Zealand's 347, they started the day at 315 for 9. They batted just over an hour, adding 32 runs. Santner was the last to go. Potts got rid of him, bowled for 76, giving Potts 4 for 90. Atkinson 3 for 66. Cast 2 for 78, and Stokes 1 for 91. Only 4 bowlers used, no sign of the off-spinner as far as England is concerned. And then through 10 overs leading up to lunch, England got through to 54 for 2. They'd lost Crawley for 21, caught and bowled by Henry. Magnificent catch, has to be said. LBW, Ben Duckett, plum LBW at that, gone for 11. 54 for 2 at lunch with Root 15, Bethel 7, but it was the Will O'Rourke show for over an hour from the broadcasting end. He worked over Jacob Bethel, caught trying to drive, slicing it to deep square gully, gone for 12. First ball, Harry Brook, next ball, then chopped on. His dream tour of New Zealand momentarily halted. Then Joe Root trying to cut the ball, let a ball come back at very good pace and cramped him up, and he just steered it to Young in the gully, who was a grateful recipient of a catch. Gone for 32, Root, and he was looking good. It was 82 for the loss of 5. Good partnership between Pope and Stokes steadied things, but then the introduction of Mitchell Santner, the first time we've seen spin in this test match, and Ollie Pope not good enough defending a ball that bounced and just held its line from the left arm finger spinner bowling around the wicket. He took the outside edge, and Mitchell was safe at first slip. Pope gone for 24. Next, Santner over Stokes, tried to slog sweep, somewhat predetermined. He swung, he missed. Santner hit the pads. Umpire Raza gave him out LBW for 27. Stokes reviewed, but it was hitting the top of leg stump. The tail did not wag on this occasion for England. Atkinson was caught. Mitchell Santner off the bowling of Matt Henry at mid-on. Leading edge just ballooning the ball up to mid-on. Then a very bizarre caught and bowled. Mitchell Santner, and Daryl Mitchell kind of asked. It was reviewed, and quite an obvious caught and bowled as Carr scooped it back to Santner, gone for 1, and then Potts the last to go, trying to smash Henry back over the bowler's head, ballooning up in the air, and a retreating Phillips taking a smart catch at point, gone for 1. That left Bashir not out on 1. 9 extras with 4 byes and 5 leg byes. England all out inside 36 overs for 143. Henry 13.4 overs, 4 for 84. He's approaching 50 wickets this year in Test cricket at an average of about 17. He is just brilliant and so important for New Zealand, while Southee 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 46. His lean period continues, and he knows the finish line is in sight. He'll only have 1 more innings in Test cricket. Will O'Rourke, though, what a star in the making. New Zealand cricket fans are very excited. Tall, fast, moves it around, and had a mean streak today, which might have been lacking in previous Test matches. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 33. While Santner, what sparkling figures for him as he helped clean up the tail. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 7. New Zealand have a lead of 204.
England collapsing in a little bit of a heap. Bowled out for 143. With 4 wickets going the way of Matt Henry, 3 to Mitchell Santner, but for my mind it was the 3 wickets that William O'Rourke picked up. 2 and 2 balls, Harry Brook inside edging, first ball that he faced that really turned this match decisively the way of the home side. Still plenty of cricket to be played over the course of the next day or two. We have a full session to come here on TalkSport 2. New Zealand lead by 204, and my thoughts with Gus Atkinson, Matthew Potts and Bryden Carse and Ben Stokes, who are going to have to come out and do it all over again. We do have an interview to play you before Potts, Carse and Atkinson take that new ball. Bashir's going through his warm-up drills. He's going to bowl as well, unlike in the first innings. A chance now just to hear an edited interview that took place during the lunch break yesterday. The full interview is available on the following on podcast feed and on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. An interview between Neil Manthorpe and the ECB CEO Richard Gould, who was kind enough to visit us here in the commentary box, along with his dad Bobby, who TalkSport listeners and viewers on the channel will know so well from his time at the station. So here it is, CEO of the ECB Richard Gould in conversation with our very own Neil Manthorpe.
The non-issuing of non-objection certificates for players to go and play in tournaments around the world which clash with the English season is first of all, is it enforceable? We're talking about there's a number of tournaments, aren't there? I mean, there's the Pakistan Super League, although they've moved now to alongside the IPL, so that will clash with the early English season. There's Major League Cricket in the States. I don't suppose they'll be very happy about not having any access to English players. The CPL, Caribbean Premier League, I think also the Bangladesh Premier League. So you're saying that English county cricketers can't go and play in those tournaments apart from the IPL, and I know that the rest of the world sings or dances to the tune of the IPL. Obviously the players aren't particularly happy about that, are they?
No, there is a lot more nuance in the way that you've summarised it. We've issued over 80 non-objection certificates already this winter to allow players to go and play overseas. And we will continue doing that during the English summer, but we will protect our game. So a white ball player, for example, so generally you're either a white ball contract or you've got a multi-format contract. White ball contract players can go and play in other tournaments around the world in the English summer, provided they don't clash with our own tournaments, because our own tournaments are really important to us. And if we do, however, if they choose not to have a contract with a county and they want to be a complete global freelance, that's fine. They can do that. They can do that too. But if they're contracted to play in our competitions, then we'd encourage them to play in our competitions. And so I think there will be more discussions that take place. You'll have a small handful of players who will be perhaps largely white ball specialists, but have some red ball in their contract. Those are the discussions that will need to take place. Do they want to go and play in the PSL? If they do, then they just need to speak to their counties and work through. Have we got a white ball contract or is it a multi-format contract? Because unashamedly we are going to protect our championship as well. We don't want to lose all of our. We don't want to lose a large swathe of players that are multi-format contracts. Perhaps players that have got the potential to go and play Test cricket later on down the line. We want to try and protect that.
I found myself going back to the Australian example, and I don't know how this happened, but it is intriguing. And as I say, I'm not holding them up to be the standard bearer. What has been really interesting there, though, is their identification of different markets, or trying to anyway, and establishing different media partners, rights issues, I suppose. So they've got free-to-air cricket. They've got 3 radio stations, and obviously there's a little bit of a vested interest here. TalkSport would like to stay involved, but they've identified, or tried to, different sets of eyes and ears, and they've opened it up. Now I think there are 3 ball-by-ball services on radio and on television as well. As I said, they've got free-to-air. They have a mix between free-to-air and Fox TV. Is that a bid to stay financially healthy, or are they actually actively opening up the market? And is that something you would consider?
We want to get to the broadest and largest audience possible. Sometimes that will clash with the business models that you may see from broadcasters, whether that's with the ICC and their models or elsewhere. And I do find it interesting when you look around the world. You take India as a great example. Pay-per-view, paid broadcast is just not a thing in India. All of the money that's being generated for Indian cricket and indeed global cricket, by the time it trickles down, is all coming from the advertising market. Whereas in the UK and probably America, it's more subscription services that deliver that. But for us, it's important that we have a real mix. As I said earlier, I've really enjoyed listening to the coverage on TalkSport during the first test and previously, and I think TalkSport does an amazing job and gets us out again to a perhaps sometimes a new and a different audience. And the more we can do that, the better. Clearly, though, that we have to raise money as well as a governing body. There's no good being a governing body that's not able to financially support your members and your players. And so for us, it's just working through that balance.
I said that we talk global game as well, and of course, apart from the ECB, you do sit on the ICC Chief Executives Committee, and so what's happening with the Champions Trophy, and also your thoughts on the World Test Championship?
Yeah, the Champions Trophy due to take place in Pakistan early in the new year, and obviously there have been discussions as to whether India will travel. We're waiting for final announcement. There's been a little bit of media speculation in the last 6 or 7 hours or so, which seems to indicate that a hybrid model is about to be finally agreed and signed off, which would mean that some games are played in Pakistan and some games are played in Dubai, those concerning India. And that looks as if that's the most pragmatic solution. And look, we really need India and Pakistan playing in these tournaments because they generate so much worldwide and global interest. So we hope that hope we can find an adequate solution because they contribute so much.
And the World Test Championship, I mean, we've got this beautiful site in front of us at Seddon Park here with maybe it's my imagination, but there do seem to be a lot of families and children, young children, who come and watch Test cricket in New Zealand. Maybe it's because of the grass banks and just the setup of the stadiums, but it doesn't seem that, I mean, Test cricket's very well attended, best attended in England than anywhere else. But would you like to see more of a family environment of Test cricket in England?
I think when you look here, it's a really good family environment because you've got your grass banks and you've got place for the kids to roam, and some of them are jumping on the beanbags and then having a lovely day, and then going on the outfield, and it's wonderful to see. I think in England, all of our Test match venues have got their own unique identity. There was a Test match that finished earlier in the summer, finished in 2 days in England, and Lords were brave enough to let the crowd go out there. It's a slightly different issue when you've got north of 30,000 people in the ground, but I think the test attendances on this tour have been outstanding. I think the Test game globally is in really good health.
Big thanks to Richard Gould, the CEO of the ECB, who joined us in the commentary box here at Seddon Park yesterday, and it was terrific to catch up with his dad Bobby at the back of the box, reminiscing on some funny old times. Do you know there was a time, Harmy, where Bobby Gould, who used to co-host the Sports Bar with Andy Goldstein, and they used to play pranks on Bobby all the time, and they convinced him that in America there was a sport called professional paint watching, and they got a guy to come on with a fake American accent and pretend that he was like the world champion of watching paint dry. And Bobby earnestly asked him, said, so at what age did you realise that you had an interest in watching paint dry?
Oh, brilliant.
Fantastic.
It was great to see him.
It was good, wasn't it?
Seen Bobby around the traps many times at TalkSport and at football matches. He's a really, really good man, knowledgeable man. I mean, somebody so calm to sort of manage and do what he did with the Crazy Gang. I mean, he deserves a gold medal for that.
Those are the days. Crazy
Unbelievable.
Gang.
FA Cup 88, Ori Sanchez. Wimbledon winning the FA Cup, I remember that.
Yeah, 1-0. Was it 88?
1988 against Liverpool. Vinnie Jones took out Steve McMahon in the first
He did.
3 seconds of the game.
Would have been sent off.
He would have been sent off.
In this day and age. As Matthew Potts is going to open the bowling, and it sprays this down the leg side. A stat that our producer Scott Taylor picked out from social media. New Zealand bowled 7 overs more than Matthew Potts did. Matthew Potts bowled 28 overs in New Zealand's innings, and New Zealand only had to bowl to England 35 overs. So my thoughts with Bryden Carse's feet, Matthew Potts' knees, Gus Atkinson's shoulders, Ben Stokes' hamstring. We're staying in the same hotel as them later tonight. I don't think you're going to be making fun of Bryden Carse tonight, Harmy. Left alone by Tom Latham, the New Zealand skipper, who has come under a bit of criticism in this series, but the decision to open the bowling with William O'Rourke at the Tim Southee end at the start of the afternoon session was a really good one. 3 wickets that really turned this match around. Backed up by Matt Henry, picked up the openers, and then Mitchell Santner. Mitchell Santner, by the way, cricket's such a stats game, and if you're a stats nerd, I'm going to just run you through his bowling figures from his last 3 completed innings. As Latham is forward, this ball from Potts is on a length, in and around off stump, and takes the inside portion of the bat. Latham comes through, not too far from the pad actually. But yeah, it's a huge ask. I know that what you hear from the dressing room, it's not bowlers against batters and all that, but you know, you can only imagine what was going through the bowlers' minds when England, and they were part of the team that got bowled out for 35 overs, but that's a huge ask. After you've been bowling all day on day one, you've all bowled over 20 overs each. Carse 19 actually, Stokes 24, Atkinson 26, Potts 28 overs. And it's Potts again as William Young gets off the mark to the first ball that he faces, guiding the ball down, clipping the ball down to fine leg for 2 runs. 3 without loss after 4 deliveries.
Yeah, it is. It's tough on the fast bowlers. Just the nature of the game, though. You do have to bowl twice, and you'd have to take 20 wickets to win a test match. You'd like a little bit more boots up time. England bowled New Zealand out in 34.5 overs in New Zealand's first innings at the Basin Reserve, and I think for England to have any standing in this test match, I think they're going to have to do it again. I think they're going to have to bowl them out definitely inside 40 overs, because that would give New Zealand a score of under 200. I can't see England being able to chase 400 plus on this surface.
419 the target. England chase it in the latter stages of day 4. 9 wickets down to seal 3-0 series win.
What a game that'll be.
I know. Gary Morgan, it's pushing 3 a.m. It's gone past 3 a.m. in the UK. Come on, tell us what was the least amount of overs that Harmison had to rest up for when he played for England. Pushed on the front foot in front of cover point. Chase on for Crawley, who hauls the ball in just in front of the deep point boundary. Another couple of runs to the score. 3 of them actually. 8 without loss, and New Zealand lead by 212. Can you remember the shortest innings that England batted when you were playing? You're brilliant when I can pick out a specific moment.
Yeah, if you tell me the games, I'll pick out the moments in the games. But I mean, South Africa, we got bowled out for not very many in Cape Town. I got a few at the end. That was to lose the game. That was to lose the game.
Gary will come to the party. He always comes up with the goods. Lost ball of Matthew Potts. First over in second innings. And there's a shout for a leg before wicket. Looked a bit leg side to me. And truth be told, the slip cordon didn't really join in with any immediacy or urgency. 2 slips and a backward point. There's Gully, Duckett, but they're already walking towards us here. End of the over then. 9 runs coming from it. Matthew Potts speeds mid 120s. We saw William O'Rourke bowl today. What a spell of bowling that was. 8 overs. He bowled back-to-back, 3 for 33. And he was bowling around 94 miles an hour. From good height, getting bounce, pace, some movement. Still raw, but boy, is he a talent.
Yeah, I thought he blew the game. I thought he blew the game wide open. I really do. I think that spell to Bethel, Root, Pope, that was the difference. Henry's got wickets. Santner got wickets at the end. It wasn't cheap ones because Santner came on and bowled well at the end there. But for me, Will O'Rourke really blew the game open. The wicket to get Bethel, then Pope on a hat-trick, Root then on a hat-trick.
Atkinson, touch wide of the crease, is bowling round the wicket to Tom Latham, who pushes this to the left of mid-on, but it's fielded by Bashir, no run. I thought O'Rourke to Bethel was terrific.
Yeah,
I really was impressed by the way that he and New Zealand went about that.
And to get the big wicket of Brook, the inside edge, to get the big wicket of Brook. Brook 5 times dropped in Christchurch. He's had a little bit of luck go his way. You will do when you make that many runs, but this time it didn't go. It went against him. It went for the big fast bowler.
Just 2 slips in place for Latham, who pushes this towards cover. Stokes comes in, and William Young is 4 or 5 paces down the track before he's sent back. Atkinson, 51 wickets this year. I did say I was going to just read out Mitchell Santner's stats. He of course bowled in 1 test match in the series in India. He also scored a few runs, 33 towards the back end of the innings. New Zealand bowled out for 259. Atkinson is in again, 2 slips and a gully, 2 gullies actually, and this is defended by Latham to Stokes at mid-off. So second test match, New Zealand are 1-0 up in the series. We were commentating on it, and they kind of fell away. They're 197 for 3, bowled out for 259, but Santner hit 33, last man out, and the next day he came into bowl and he took 7 for 53 against India, of all teams. The very next day, 6 for 104. He hasn't played since then, and he's just picked up 3 for 7. As driving is Tom Latham. Bashir will turn and jog to the long on boundary. Just eased into this shot. Atkinson's pace in and around 125k as well. It was in the air for a touch, but bounced to the right of Shoaib Bashir. Well short as well. And Latham moves to 5. The score 13 without loss.
Yeah, an excellent shot from Latham. Over pitch from Atkinson,
who's in again. And this time the ball runs along the ground to Jacob Bethel. In the gully. Santner striking in his first and second overs. And I guess, as he only bowled 3, he must have struck in his third as well. We were talking to Anton Devcic earlier today, who's played with him and seen his progression. And he was of the opinion he hasn't played enough 4-day cricket over the years. He thinks he could actually be a number 6 batter. He averages 30 at number 8. Atkinson comes in, and this is a touch shorter, straighter, and just clipped to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Bryden Coss. 13 without loss. So Santner, what a couple of test matches he's had. And with the runs that he scored, because of course he did top score for New Zealand with 76. He's more than justified the decision to bring him in for Nathan Smith.
Yeah, I was a little bit against, not so much the against Santner playing, it was more the fact that what it would do to the rest of the bowling attack. What it would do to Southey, expose Southey that little bit more, only having 3 seamers. But there was a couple of breaks come at a good time. Drinks came at a good time to give Will O'Rourke an extra couple of overs. Lunch came at a good time as well.
Young facing up, and Matthew Potts. It's middle of the bat hard there as Young comes forward, fielded behind the wicket. Will Young, who again was one of the two changes alongside Santner, and he justified his inclusion, of course, yesterday. 42 from 92 deliveries, 93 without loss, seeing New Zealand through to the lunch break without losing a wicket. They dominated the morning session, they fought back in the evening, and they have obliterated England in the afternoon session. And it's got to be said, actually, because they batted out that first hour this morning. They've taken both sessions today. Potts again, this is a touch shorter. Will Young rocks back and just pulls this through square leg and away for 4. New Zealand are off to the kind of start that we associate with England.
Absolutely, and it's a loosener from Matt Potts, a drag down. Will Young straight onto it. As the ball gets softer, they don't come on as quick to the batter. That their brand new ball, Potts new, turns his head in disgust straight away. Comfortable boundary for New Zealand's opener.
Matthew Potts bowled throughout the first hour of today, as this is a touch wider, pitched up, not drivable length. It's just pushed to Ben Duckett, who's quite close at point, or just in front of point. There's one slip in place, no, 2 slips in place, and then a deepish gully with point and a cover point. Duckett, Stokes is at mid-off. Matthew Potts bowled, actually he dismissed Santner with the final ball of New Zealand's innings, but they batted for 97 of them, as this is cut into the ground in front of Crawley, who fields. And it's just a huge ask. You were saying what England need to do to get their way back into the match, essentially do what New Zealand have done, right? Bowl New Zealand out for 150.
Yeah, bowl less than 40 overs and bowl them out for 150. That's what, to 350 in front. England will think they can chase anything, but realistically, I think anything over that is, I don't think even for this side is doable. New Zealand just have to bat, take some time out of the game, accumulate some runs.
It's set up perfectly for New Zealand. This plays to their strengths, doesn't it? It's Will Young just edges forward, pushes back to the bowler. This, I don't think that's 143 all that pitch.
No, it's not. It's not. Definitely not that. But I think that you got to give credit to Will O'Rourke. I think his brilliant spell in the middle was the sort of game changer and the game winner. He might not get man of the match for only taking 3 for, but I thought he blew this game wide open, and it'd be interesting to see how New Zealand play the spin of Shoaib Bashir.
Yeah, I'll speak about him in a second. Pitched up and clipped away, fielded by Bashir at fine leg. Another run to the score. Will Young moves to 13. It was notable that Bashir was going through his warm-up drills just in front of us here in our commentary position. So, I mean, I don't know how many overs Ben Stokes is going to wait to bring him in, but I imagine he's going to bowl a delivery or more than he did in first innings when he wasn't called upon at once, on a single occasion by Stokes.
Interesting, they're talking about the reason why I say it interesting. I think New Zealand have got to be proactive against him. They've got a lead of 220 at this moment in time. Bashir's the only one that's going to give the seamers a rest. They've gone through some hard toil in that first innings. England bowled 97.1 overs, all seam. So Bashir comes on, you're going to be rotation of seamers. New Zealand have got to get after Bashir to make Stokes think about the seamers and the runs and the total getting away from them.
Over the wicket, Atkinson, good lift there, but Young's not interested in playing at this first delivery. Gary Morgan, who is still awake, firing shots. Harmy's shortest breaks, you're right, South Africa and Cape Town 2005. You were bowling, or part of a bowling unit that bowled for 142 overs, and then England were bowled out inside 58.
Yep, I remember that.
And also in the World 11.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that counts.
No, that was a chip shop game.
Pitched up, and Will Young has missed this attempted drive. He's been smashed on the pads, and the umpire's finger's gone up. He's going to have a chat with Latham. thinks it possibly was doing too much. He was down the track, but as things stand, New Zealand have lost one early. They're 18 for 1.
Not for me. This is stone dead. Absolutely stone dead in my eyes. He didn't go to it straight away. With him not going it straight away, it means he hasn't hit it. For me, this is close.
Well, it's definitely close. I just think he has taken a step down the track, and it has done a bit, but I think umpire's call possibly
appears there's a gap between bat and ball.
Nowhere near the bat.
With ultra edge, please.
It's definitely not hitting it.
Poor camera angle for us. It might
now.
be. My camera angle, I think it might.
Gap between bat and
It's
ball.
going down leg side.
When it's ready.
Well, we know the camera angle might be a little bit on the angle, so if it's straight behind the bowler's arm.
Ball
There
tracking
we
coming
go.
up now, Adrian.
Ooh, missing.
Pitching outside off, impacting line, missing the wickets. Adrian was missing.
I had it closer than that, John, but yeah, I had an umpire's call.
So, a reprieve for Will Young, who's successfully overturned a on-field leg before decision that went against him. Atkinson really wanted this. It looked a good shout, but in the end, just doing a bit too much. And so Young stays out there. That is another case in point how DRS just works, doesn't it?
Yeah, DRS works. All the luck's going out there. England have used their luck up in the series so far.
Here is Atkinson. Drags his length back a touch, and Will Young just defends this to Ben Duckett, who's stationed at a shortish point, or cover point. 18 without loss then. England desperately needing early successes if they're to work their way back into this game. The weather tomorrow doesn't look great. I think we're expecting a hold up here or there. It's going to be cloudy, whatever. Not going to be getting the conditions that we've had today. So possibly a little bit more bowler friendly on a pitch which has yielded 9 wickets on day one, left alone by Young, 2 short and 2 wide from Atkinson. And what have we had today? Well, we've had 11 wickets today, 1 New Zealand and 10 England. England bowled out for 143 inside 36 overs. So if they're to get their way back into the game, they need at least 4 or 5 this evening, and then they will hope they can come back tomorrow and in conditions which may aid them, just don't know. Maybe nip out New Zealand before lunch, before setting about what will be a big target, but plenty of work to do before that happens, as this is cut by William Young to Zach Crawley at a backward point. Atkinson, his pace is down, as you'd imagine from a bowler that was bowling earlier today.
By that time, come tomorrow morning, when there is a little bit of weather around, you'd from a New Zealand point of view, you'd like to think there'd be 300, just over 300, 310 in front.
Here comes Atkinson, and this time Young props well forward, gets on top of the bounce, and touches the outside edge about it, but no dramas. The drama in that over, Will Young given out on field, leg before for 12, overturning it, and he's still there without adding to his score. Both New Zealand and England retain all 3 reviews. England opening up with Atkinson and Potts, and New Zealand in second dig. 18 with a loss, a lead of 220. So Harmy's sticking around, and he's going to be joined very shortly by Neil Manthorpe.
It would have been a good wicket for England to get if that had gone in England's favour, if the ball just hadn't done just too much from Gus Atkinson and picked up the wicket, the early wicket of Will Young, just to give England's bowlers a little bit more energy. It's been a long couple of days for the England bowlers. Potts is to continue. He's gone for 13. He's been expensive off his 2 overs so far. Afternoon, Manners.
Good afternoon, Harmy. Matty Potts in again to the left-handed Latham, and that's left alone outside the off stump. There's no run. And of those 3 games, do you recall being in less than pristine condition to start bowling again?
I mean, you always feel in less than pristine condition. I mean, the only time you feel fit, firing and 100% fit is the 1st of April when you turn up for pre-season training and everything works.
2 slips and a short mid-on catching. Potts in once again to Latham. defends this one up to Stokes at mid-off.
Yeah, the art of fast bowling is, it's not, you're not a robot. There's no exact science behind it. It's a feel thing. It's a massive feel thing. You might feel as though in your mind you've got you've got things going in a good position, but your legs are telling you another thing, and your action might be just slightly off. It's so difficult, the second innings bowling, because of what you've had to go through in the first innings.
Here is Matt Potts once again, and pushed away defensively by Latham again to mid-off, where Stokes wants more fields.
You just somehow got to muster up enough energy to get yourself going in your first over. Make sure the body's pumping, the knees are pumping as much as you possibly can. Get you to probably about 5 yards from where the umpire is, and that's where you sort of try and stay in rhythm. Use your energy and conserve your energy for that little bit in towards the action, then explode through the action. And as your confidence grows and as your legs start to sort of get going again, then you can go from there.
Here is Potts once again. Latham leaves, and there's no run. Did you know that the players' changing rooms were refurbished and expanded just 18 months ago here at Seddon Park? So my question is, which is a good job because England's squad's about 35 with all the players and management, and I think they had to expand them. So when England were 7 down and it looked like they'd definitely be bowling again today, would they have filled the baths up with ice and plonked the fast bowlers into them?
I'm sure they would have. There'll have been a lot of recovery.
Here is Potts once again, and this one is edged, and it's on the bounce to Harry Brook at second slip. Nicely taken, actually. Not quite on the half volley. He was able probably just to see it bounce a metre in front of him, diving away to his left. Yeah, the Australia against the World 11 Test match back in 2005. I was there at the SCG for that game. Mostly motivated by the marriage of one of my best mates and a very good friend of our Following On programme, Robert Crash Craddock, got married. Here's Potts. Forward comes Tom Latham, pushing it straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. So the extra, and do you remember it was a 6 day test, scheduled for 6 days. So the extra 2 days, 2.5 days off were very welcome.
Oh, definitely very welcome. We got there. I mean, it sounded a great idea. Top 5 batters in the world outside Australia against plus the top 5 bowlers in the world, obviously without Australia, to go head to head for World 11 with a wicketkeeper. Our top 6 it was, because I think there's a 13-man squad. Shoaib Akhtar and Sean Pollock didn't play for the World 11, and it sounded like a good idea, but it wasn't. I mean, it wasn't. It was like a benefit match, especially the way the World 11 seen it. There was half a dozen all in on it.
Forward comes Will Young, pushing out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, there was half a dozen of the World 11 lads all in on it, but I think there was a few of the World 11, especially the way Brett Lee bowled. I mean, he bowled fast. And there was a few of the sort of the World 11 lads who weren't all in on it and not really enjoying the fact that we're going to have to face Brett Lee.
I recall that Shoaib Akhtar very clearly was in Sydney for a good time, not for a 6 day test match.
No, he was never there to play. He was there for a good, he did have a good time as well.
Thick outside half of the bat now to Jacob Bethel at deep gully. It looks like they've got 2 backward points, Zach Crawley and Jake Bethel.
Yeah, I think they're looking for Will Young driving off the front foot, getting the ball a bit fuller and leaning back, opening the face, and you've got Jacob Bethel at sort of gully line, edge of the ring, backward point in Zach Crawley, and Ben Duckett at cover point in catching position. And I think that's to try and drag Will Young forward. I don't think it's for the bad ball cut. I think it's for the one off the face that he hits in the air.
Atkinson in back of a length, up onto his toes goes Will Young, playing it out towards extra cover. You did say this morning that it looked and felt like a batting day, which is even harder to explain how England will be bowled out for 143. It's looking pretty even paced at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it does. I think the new ball seems to be the best time to bat on it. And in New Zealand, normally the new ball's the most dangerous, but balls that I think the most consistent coming off the pitch is when the ball's newer, that 25 to 35, 40 over period.
Here's Atkinson again. Will Young driving off the... It's a back foot cover drive, but played off the front foot.
Yeah,
To backward point.
Get on top of the bounce and trying to punch it. But I think when England's tactics of going hard at the ball in that period when the ball was just sitting in the surface as to what caused their downfall, as well as how well Will O'Rourke bowled when he took them 3 wickets and really blew the innings open. So Santner come on at the end and he bowled nicely.
Here is Atkinson from the city end to Will Young again, just pushing it up towards mid-off where Stokes fields. The grass banks at the city end have got, you can see, nice open spaces now between the people. It looks more like the positioning that you would imagine on the grass bank at a folk concert in a botanical gardens. There's enough room for picnic blankets and hampers and deck chairs, and so it's not too crowded as it was on the first day. Here's Atkinson in again outside the off stump. Bit of bounce and left alone again by Will Young, taken by Ollie Pope. 18 without loss, 6 overs gone. Harmy's off. We're not going to finish the World 11 story. We'll have to do that next time. But it was a good idea. I thought it was a good idea, but it illustrated that old adage that a team is stronger than 11 individuals, no matter how good they are. And Australia won that game handsomely, and yeah, Brett Lee was just blew that top order away. It captained by a very young Graham Smith. It included Inzamam ul Haq and a plethora of the best individuals, but from 5 different countries. Left alone now as Matt Potts begins a new over. I know that Gary Morgan's going to send through that World 11 team for us. I just know he is. But it was a very strong team. I remember being very excited by that Test match, and disappointed by the performance, the result, not just the result, but just the spectacle. I was as disappointed after it as I had been excited before it. And the experiment was never repeated, not surprisingly. That's pushed away, square of the wicket on the offside, fielded by Zach Crawley, but they scampered through for a single. Latham picks up another one. It's very different to the World Series, because in that, the Kerry Packer World Series, on that occasion, the players in the World 11 were united by a number of factors. Yes, one was money. Another was money, and the third was also money, but they actually played as a team, and they were a team of brilliant individuals, and there were some very, very good contests, but because the fact they were together for 6 weeks over a couple of years meant that they knew each other. This one is full and straight from Potts and flicked away for a single by. For a single, and they've come back for 3 actually. I thought it was going for 4. Shoaib Bashir doing the chasing. But some great West Indians and South Africans actually. Mike Proctor and Barry Richards, and a number of very fine cricketers. Anton Devcic alongside me. I didn't watch the World Series. I'm not that old. But it is a fascinating story, isn't it? I'm sure you'd be aware of it.
Yeah, the fascinating thing was you said money 3 times, and if I know anything, the cricketers love their money, so especially the West Indies boys.
Here is Matt Potts, and this one's a thick outside edge, and it flies away past the diving Jacob Bethel at gully, and it's down to the boundary for 4. I think he was half guiding that at the very least, if not 3/4 in control of that one, Tom Latham. Do you know what? It wasn't so much the amount they were being paid, it was the insignificance of what they were being paid by their boards. That's actually what united them more.
Yeah.
And Kerry Packer came along and said, you guys are worth more than this.
Yeah, he was a marvel, Kerry Packer. Seen documentaries on him and how he operated, and he was almost before his time when it came to that sort of thing, and thankfully he did come along, because he
changed the game for every professional afterwards.
That's right.
to the detriment of administrators who had previously profited more than players for over a century. This one is edged again by Latham, but it is again all the way along the ground, or mostly on the ground. Bounces halfway towards Harry Brook at second slip, who gets hands to it, takes the pace off it. Bethel does the chasing down to the boundary, flicks it back for the pursuing Joe Root from first slip, and they've gone through for a couple. Hassan Raza appears to be signalling something. Not sure whether he's they calling one short, is he? He wants to check that Jacob Bethel has scooped that one back cleanly, but he was 2 metres from the boundary triangles when he dived and scooped it back. New Zealand leading by 232 at 28 without loss. Back of a length from Potts, pushed away by Latham again towards cover in the gap. Shoaib Bashir fields. I don't think it'll be long before we see Shoaib Bashir bowling. New Zealand have had a very, very good day. Can you imagine a situation? Even imagine, think out the box. Think worst case scenario. Can you see a way that New Zealand can't win this Test match, weather permitting?
Yeah, well, I'm struggling. Yeah, well, that's the only thing that I can see that can affect it. But I don't know if there's going to be enough rain. There's a little bit forecast tomorrow, but maybe the following day. But
can you see New Zealand being bowled out for 200 and England chasing 400?
Well, I can see them being bowled out for 200, but I can't see England getting 400 on this wicket. I don't think it's a terrible wicket, but I think there's enough in it for the bowlers to create doubt, and you just got to get off to a relatively good start, and it'll be hard work for England.
Here's Atkinson around the wicket. Latham drives down the ground, and I don't know whether Atkinson got a fingertip or two on that, but either way, it'll be 2 as Shoaib Bashir does the chasing. One thing I can tell you is that England would be absolutely up for it and full of bravado and belief that they could chase 400 if that's what they needed.
Oh, they will be full of self-belief. Over the last 2 years, the amount of 500, 600, 700 scores that they've put on the board is remarkable, and I just feel at the moment they need a little bit of change in, I guess, momentum, and Bashir seems to be the man for me that could do that.
Atkinson into Latham again. He clips it out towards Bryden Cast at square leg. I hope that that's a scenario that materialises. I hope, part of me hopes that New Zealand don't set England 550 as England did for New Zealand. I hope that it is a target they believe. I mean, having said that, you know, McCullum and Stokes have both said that they believe they can chase anything. And they've said that consistently, and they've said that they will try and chase anything. They will never play for the draw. The draw is off the table. They don't want draws. That's driven by Latham again, and Atkinson once more gets a hand to it and deflects it out to Bashir at mid-on.
The one thing New Zealand will do is they'll make sure they do this first part of the innings as good as they can. They realise if they do this first part well, then they can dictate the terms of how the game plays out from that point forward. And I guess for me, I'm looking out in the field, and the England team have obviously been fielding this morning. They do look flat, and understandably they've bowled a few overs, and just takes someone to do something special though, like Willow Rourke did for New Zealand.
Atkinson in again to Latham, left alone once more outside the off stump. It's the last test of the summer for New Zealand, so it's a sort of end of term feeling for the New Zealand cricketers. They want to finish the summer, the test summer on a high. Tom Latham's the captain. Harry Brooks practicing his golf swing at second slip.
It's amazing that we're finishing our summer and summer's 15 days old. It's amazing, isn't it? Doesn't seem quite right.
It doesn't seem remotely right. It seems fundamentally wrong. Here is Atkinson again to Latham. He waits it away out towards Cast again, who's now standing in front of square on the leg side. Is that right? Did summer officially start 15 days ago?
Yeah, December.
Oh.
So September through to December is spring. And then December through February, March is your summer.
So what's coming up the rest of the New Zealand summer then? When do you play the Georgie Pie?
The Georgie Pie is now it's called the Super Smash. It's that's Boxing Day it starts for Northern Districts anyway.
Here's Atkinson again outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Tom Latham, and there's no run. 8 overs gone, 31 without loss. England bowled out for 143 if you're joining us for the first time, with Matt Henry taking 4 for 48, 8 overs into the New Zealand innings with a first innings lead of 204. They're now 235 ahead. Do you know what? Of all the franchise competitions that we talk about around the world, the Super Smash, tell us about it. How popular is it? Is it standing? Is it Is it upright, standing on its own 2 feet? How many international players?
Well,
are
it's
there?
owned by New Zealand Cricket, obviously. So they obviously have to prop it up. But the thing that which is the biggest challenge for us, is the time that we play it and the viewership time in India and places like that. So it's quite hard to sell the rights to it. It tends to just get tagged on to the back of the Black Caps rights. So I'd say it isn't, but there's definitely room for expansion, I believe.
On the back foot now, Will Young plays Matt Potts out towards Rian Ahmed, who's on the field.
For me, the ideal scenario is like with rugby league here in New Zealand and Australia, we have a combined competition where New Zealand has one team in the NRL. The A-League, the football, we now have 2 teams in the Australian Football League, and it sort of just makes sense that carries through with the cricket and the Big Bash that they have as well. And I know that they've been trying to come up with ways to revamp the Big Bash, and maybe that can be one way in which it just brings it back to life a little bit.
Fulham wide, middle 2 wide, left alone by Will Young, the right-hander, 31 without loss. So, I mean, there's already 8 teams in the Big Bash. There are 5 provinces in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Presumably not all 5. There'd be a combination.
I think it'll just be a North Island side, South Island side.
Oh, okay.
As simple as that. We used to play a North Island versus South Island game every year. After the Super Smash had finished, you'd pick your best players from the North, best players from the South, and have a one-off fixture every year.
Here's Matthew Potts once again pushed out towards Rian Ahmed at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And would that be at the expense of the Super Smash?
I don't think it would need to be at the expense. I reckon you could run like a feeder competition underneath that, and you might bring in some rules like at the CPL, how you have to play 2 under-19s players, or you could actually really use it as a platform to develop your cricketers underneath that. And then I'm not sure how it would work, but it seems like a good idea that we get 2 teams over into that Big Bash to beef it up a little bit.
Oh, that's edged, but all the way along the ground. Momentarily, it looked like Will Young was concerned about that. His head swung round, snapped round to follow the path of the ball, but it was all the way along the ground to Jacob Bethel at backward point. But I mean, so it starts on Boxing Day and it runs for a month?
For a month, yeah, there or thereabouts, a month.
All under lights or some day games?
No, day games as well. That's the other issue, is like if we were to be good television time for India and overseas, we'd need to be playing at 11 o'clock in the morning and things like that, which is probably not viable.
Forward comes Will Young again, pushing it up to Atkinson this time at mid-on. Anton Devcic, if the money was there, you would play at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Well, that's right. The word money comes out again, doesn't it? It's funny what you do when that word comes out. But no, I think New Zealand cricket have to get creative, and if you're going to turn the competition into something, you might have to do things that you don't necessarily want to do. And it was a really strong competition back when that Champions League was going on. We used to get a lot of English guys over and playing for the summer, and during their off season, it was fantastic for our development.
Forward comes Will Young, the right-hander, again blocks it resolutely up towards mid-off, and there's no run. 31 without loss, 9 overs gone. I've thoroughly enjoyed this conversation. I'd happily carry it on for an over, but I think Dan McHardy's coming in. Dan, you just come into the commentary box. We're talking about the Super Smash and maybe joining the Big Bash. I'd like to hear your thoughts. You come take over from me.
Daniel McHardy will have the answer. He's a knowledgeable man and he knows all things cricket, and I'm sure he has the answer for us here. But England toiling away here. New Zealand Black Caps currently 31 for none. Latham on 15, Young 15 also. And Atkinson coming in from the city end for his 5th over. He's going to go around the wicket to Tom Latham.
You can do ball by ball, Anton.
No, you
Manners,
come in.
Manners was being viciously assaulted by some Velcro on his age-inappropriate shoes. Here is the new over in bright sunshine. Atkinson bowling to Latham. He defends into the gully region. Well, as far as a New Zealand side in the Australian Big Bash, it has been a talking point for many a year, especially from New Zealand cricket fans. They see an opportunity to join the Australian leagues. For those, back in England, got to understand New Zealand's quite a small country. Right? First things first, population over 5 million, not a big media market, hard to sustain professional leagues. And what have you got? Basketball, rugby league, football, rugby. Back of a length, Atkinson trying hard as always, punched by Latham. And they've joined forces. Generally it's 1 or 2 New Zealand sides, 2 in football. Auckland joining the Australian Football League this year to enter those competitions. Why? It helps sport in New Zealand, also gives Australia another market, 5 million. The Big Bash, New Zealand fans have talked about a lot, but it seems to me, from what I've heard and been told, that it's very much being thought of and pushed now by New Zealand cricket, more than ever before. Yeah. Into the pads, clipped away nicely, beautifully. Gee, that's right. KJ Cal Johnson prepares beautiful outfield, does he not? You just need to get it past the inner defensive circle and it races, even though there's not a circle painted out there. Anton, be nice to me. That races out to the square leg boundary for 435 without loss. Latham 19, Young on 15. I don't know how it works if the New Zealand Super Smash would continue and it would be a start-up team in New Zealand.
Yeah, we were talking about that. It would have to be a feeder comp underneath that, a little bit like the 100 and the Vitality Blast, I'd imagine. It's just not so much a feeder competition.
And chopped on is Latham. Short wide, outside off stumps. Try to hit it too square, if anything. Head rocks back. Oh, so frustrated he is. It's been a series of starts with nothing substantial off the bat of the New Zealand skipper. England have a breakthrough, a much-needed one. 35 for the loss of 1. The lead is 239. Latham goes. Bowled Atkinson for 19.
Latham will be disappointed in that. It wasn't much of a delivery wide, and again, very similar to the dismissal in Wellington. Playing a half shot with an angled bat on the 45. The ball just hits the bottom of the bat. He drags it on for the second time in the series. It must be frustrating for Latham. He's doing most of the hard work, but he just can't quite get away. Can't find that rhythm, and this wicket tends to be a little bit that way. People come off saying, I just didn't quite feel in, and so we're watching Kane Williamson stride to the wicket. He will be hungry for runs. Like,
Always hungry.
I just heard it's the last test of the summer, and it's the 15th of December.
I haven't scored 100. That's what he's thinking. Although I always wondered with Kane Williamson, does he actually think at all? The most uncomplicated. I always describe
it depends on who you ask.
Yeah.
If you ask his wife,
Yeah.
maybe not. But well, yeah, he's definitely process driven, isn't he? There's not too many external thoughts that creep in. I batted with a man on my shoulder for my whole career. I don't think he's ever batted. Yeah,
just chatting.
Just
smack
chatting
it,
away.
Anton. Smack it. Smack it.
Exactly.
Dance down. Smoke it.
I don't think Kane knows what it's like to bat with someone in his ear.
I've always thought and described him. His inner monologue would be a cool Mount Maunganui breeze, wouldn't it? Just offshore.
Yes.
Peaceful. He played on in the first innings. Gone for 44 in a venue he is feasted at. Hungry for runs. He generally leaves with a full belly at this venue. Atkinson, though, so many wickets this year, and again demanding first ball to Williamson, who plays just wide of his eye line, nudging the ball down into the gully. 35 for the loss of 1. Atkinson 1 for 10 off 4.5 overs. Potts 5 overs, 2 mains, none for 24. But back to that chat about the T20 competition. The New Zealand Super Smash, unlike a lot of countries around the world which have tried to use it as a real revenue generator. I think New Zealand cricket's perspective of it has been more of a developmental competition. Big stars aren't brought in because you're competing against Australia. South Africa's now eating into the New Zealand summer. IPL starting earlier this year, 14th of March, turned away into the onside by Williamson. So they rely on New Zealand players, and I guess to a degree, Robin, you've been a part of that. New Zealand have produced a lot of good white ball sides, but never really allowed it a chance to be as big and bad as it possibly could have been. And you would remember this, they chopped and changed the calendar, scheduling.
Well,
it seemed like every single year, and it never really became a fixture for the transient sports fan going, no, I know that this is on then, and I can sink my teeth into it. Like
that's the key part of it. That's the key part of it is the scheduling, and you know, New Zealand Christmas time is summer for us, and there's a lot of beach spots around that people want to get to. We've got to get the games into those areas.
35 for 1. Here's Potts loping away from us into the crease and bowling to Young, who turns the ball to the onside of the wicket. Potts can do his own fielding. No run.
I think they had an opportunity when the Champions League was going on and we were getting some really high quality. We had Chris Jordan come over, fast bowler from England, come over for 2 or 3 years, and he was fantastic. I like then when the Champions League was going, they had an opportunity to pull the trigger, but I think they just didn't quite have the courage to, whether they needed to invest more money into it or come up with a creative idea. I just don't feel like they were in a position to capitalise at that point in time.
I think they've made a profit this year in New Zealand cricket, so maybe they're feeling a little bit more secure to push that case. Speaking of pushing, here's Young pushing the ball through mid-wicket for a single, advancing his total to 16. It's 36 for the loss of 1. It's all well and good. You're still got to convince the Australians that it's a good idea.
Yeah, that's the hard part, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's 1 for down the road. Personally, I'd like New Zealand to focus on a New Zealand A program, which has been intermittent over the last few years. I know it has to be said, New Zealand were going to send a New Zealand A side to Bangladesh. I think it was just before the Indians, was it the Sri Lankan series? Might have been before the Sri Lankan series.
That, yeah.
And that was called off for a pretty good reason, the political turmoil in Bangladesh. And it sounds like, having chatted to Scott Wynn at the New Zealand CEO last week at the Basin Reserve, that's back on the table, and I think they want to do it at the end of the New Zealand summer. Send a team to Bangladesh, but more of those. Here's an outside edge from Williamson, gliding it straight down, wide of second slip. In control, Potts will feel like he's in the fight, but we've seen Williamson do that so many times over the years. Under his eyes, opening the face, thick outside edge, down to the fence, it's 40 for 1. He picks up a boundary.
Yeah, that's right under Kane's eyes. He plays that shot for fun. He can almost direct where he wants to play it. Pick the part of the slip cordon that he wants to run it through. Does come with risk, as we saw in the first innings, but 9 times out of 10 he plays it beautifully. And England needed that wicket. They looked a little bit flat. They just need Potts to go up a gear here and really smash the wicket as hard as he can.
Goes wider of the crease, full, defending is Williamson. Scott next to me, he was excited at the collapse. He was thinking he was going to get another round of golf run. No selfish perspective here amongst the TalkSport commentary team.
New Zealand A tour. I think we've only been to England twice, and I remember
India and Australia recently. They actually beat Australia, didn't they?
Yeah, they beat Australia, and England. I was lucky enough to go on the tour, and if they ever had one again, I'd be putting my hand up to their coach or something.
You can say you know the inner workings of English cricket. Is a back cut wide of gully down to defence for 4. The man sees it like a beach ball through binoculars, especially at that pace. He waited and just clipped it wide of the diving fielder. I'm just obscure. It might be Bethel out of the fence for 4. The second boundary to Williamson. It's 44 for the loss of 1. So fair to say, good place to tour.
Yeah, well, I could definitely point them in the right direction of where they need to go and
where the nets are.
Where the nets are, yeah. Sometimes it's quite difficult to find over there, especially early in the morning. But it's a fantastic opportunity to see play at all the old grounds. It was fantastic.
Turned from Williamson's bat to mid-wicket. There is no run. And for those listening on TalkSport 2 and other TalkSport YouTube channel, TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Only 6 teams here in New Zealand. And Anton, you know better than I, haven't played in our domestic scene for a couple of years, shall we say. Problem is, when you're playing 5 sides, you get to know the opposition quite well, their traits. You want to be tested in different conditions against different players, and that's where the New Zealand A program would be so valuable at bridging that gap. Well, New Zealand, I think, does get quite a bit of utility out of the resources and the player depth, and that's reflected in performances at world tournaments. You can always seek to improve.
Yeah, but not only A tours. I'm a big believer in franchise cricket can do that when it's done in the right time of the year, and there's nothing worse than playing the same cricketers day in, day out. You might go play a franchise tournament and be batting with I don't know, an AB de Villiers or something like that, and learn from the best and come back and use that in your own country.
Cast into the attack from the City end onto the front foot is Young, pushing the ball up to the England captain. No run, 44 for the loss of 1. But getting back to, as we, I guess, put a bow on this conversation, back to the original point, market of 5 million people. It comes with quite a bit of risk financially.
Agreed.
You can figure out the calculus.
Not quite qualified to do that, but no, I do understand that. I understand it's difficult.
I think we'd all love it.
Oh, it'd be great.
I don't think that's up for question at all. Here's Cass. He's been so good this series. Onto the front foot. He has Young. He's got to hurry. The throw from Stokes, who ran quickly from his left, picked up through at the non-striker's end. Didn't hit. I'd love to see a replay. I think Young was sweating that. 45 for 1 as Young moves to 17. The leader's 249.
Great piece of fielding from Ben Stokes. He's run 3 or 4 steps to his left, picked it up with the wrong hand, spun around 180 degrees, and had 1 stump to throw at. Direct hit, he would have been out by a metre and a metre and a half at least.
May have hit it a little bit cleaner than he thought, Young. So he ran immediately. Good fielding, as you point out. 2 slips, first and a third. Brook at third. Catching point now for Williamson, who chops away off the back foot, finds Stokes. No run.
You can't be far away from seeing Bashir here. I think, although the England bowlers have bowled well to start off, it's just lacking a little bit of penetration for me. And after seeing what I saw from Satnar with how the ball particularly bounced, didn't necessarily turn bigger bounce, but it turned enough to want to see Bashir bowl, especially early when the ball's slightly new, bounces a little bit more with the hardness of the ball.
Cast the tall right arm, quick bowler, quickest of the English bowlers, leaning forward as Williamson opening the blade and rolling to the gully. Stokes looks like he's warming up himself. Calling his double. He just needs to think about bringing on Bashir to bowl, because that seemingly brought a wicket at every opportunity yesterday.
Yes.
It's like, well, I'm going to bring Shoaib on now. Oh, we got another one.
That's right. He was warming up about 7 or 8 times throughout the afternoon. Bashir.
He didn't look too grumpy this morning. Still had a smile on his face. Chetan Patel might have been doing the grumpiness for him. Part of the off-spinners fraternity. Good leave here from Williamson, challenging line and length.
We've got a good counsellor there in Chetan Patel. The amount of times he spent warming up and getting left out of teams and whatnot, he knows it all too well, and he understands his role. Bashir's role, if he gets an opportunity, is to try and win games of cricket in the second innings of test matches. And he hasn't had a bowl yet, but if he does get the opportunity, look out, he'd be looking to try and take wickets and get England back into this match as quickly as he can.
Well, that's the key, Anton. You're right. They need wickets, and desperately so. The lead is 249. Williamson defending on off stump. Full of length. Cast 128k. That's gentle by his standards. He's pushed the ball through mid-140s at times. He got cramped yesterday on about 6 o'clock. Not sure what his hydration program was between test matches. I can only assume it might have been a bit like mine. 45 for the loss of 1, 12 overs. Man out was Latham, chopping on off the bowling of Atkinson. Atkinson has 1 for 10 off 5. He's been replaced by Cars. And double bowling change. Ben Stokes will replace Potts. None for 33 off 6 overs for Potts.
Yeah, well, we asked for a bit of energy, a bit of penetration, and this man has done it over the years. He's had the golden arm, Ben Stokes, and after seeing how he's gone with the way he plays his cricket over the last sort of decade, this will be an energy spell, and it needs to be for England to try and break open this top order of New Zealand.
He's going to start with 2 slips, 2 men back on the onside boundary. That was a hard length into the hip of Young, turned around towards the finer of the 2. Bashir at long leg for a single. 46 for the Loss-One. You obviously had that great privileged position of being inside the English camp when they were last here, and I want to pick your brain about that. How would you describe his leadership style?
He's very clear, and that's the part that surprised me. Like he's very thoughtful about how his messaging, how he's delivering messages, and you look at Ben Stokes and you see him on the field and you think, wow, he gets a little bit of white line fever. He's aggressive, but couldn't be further from the truth when he addresses his team. He does it in a great manner and a respectful manner, and that really did surprise me.
It's 2 straight to Williamson, works him through mid-wicket on the crease line. Need to go forward and all back. 47 for the Loss-One. The lead creeps up to 251. And on the field, he shows that sort of maturity and clear thinking, the way he paces innings, the way he plays with the lower order. Not many players have that ability. But he's tough too. Right? I know he's had his knee injury, his hammy complaint more recently. Bowled a lot of overs yesterday. Probably the type of guy who doesn't tell you if he's feeling pain. It might be the annoyance of the physio crew and the like, left alone outside of off stump. But you want that sort of attitude. Most successful sporting teams have a figurehead like that, a come follow me type. It is a cliche, but I guess for a reason.
Especially with the role that he has to play, like as the 4th seamer and a guy who bats 6 or 7, you're going to be on the field for long periods of time. So 4 seamers are generally there to try and break the game open and hit the wicket hard and create energy, and that's his job, and it has been for a long time.
He's it again with number 55 on his back. He goes with the Yorker. It's dug out inside edge. That could have gone anywhere. Will Young lost it completely. A little bit of luck for Young, who remains on 18.
He lost sight of where that ball went. Right, he jammed out the Yorker, and it sort of darted back towards the leg stump. Luckily for Young, bounced over leg stump.
That dart through the air too. Back, what a swing from Stokes. Got the ball to leave the right-handers a lot in the first innings. 2 slips behind the wicket, back of a length, shuffling across, pushing back to the bowler, and flicks it to second slip. And you polish that up for me.
Well, yeah, it's doing a good job of polishing that ball. Isn't that Harry Brook? But you can tell, definitely tactical changes throughout the Test match. The fields are considerably different to what they were in the first innings. There's a lot more fielders in front of the wicket, and bowlers are trying to bowl a lot straighter, which suggests that there's a lot of variation in this pitch.
Last ball of the Stokes over, 47 for 1. Away from us. Bowls on off stump. Defending is Will Young, and that is the end of the over. Anton, always a pleasure, never a chore. Unlike Manthorpe, I won't get caught up in the chords. I'll leave you with the thoughts here of Anton Dusich before John Norman joins you.
Yes, while we wait for Mr. Norman to join us, New Zealand are 47 for 1. Kane Williamson on 9. Will Young on 18. Cast to continue his spell. He's started second over. It's been a little bit flat. I wouldn't say flat, I'd just say lack of energy at this point in time, but he is a guy who has played 2 tests and might be battling with a little bit of sore body syndrome after only having an hour or so of rest when his batters couldn't quite get the start that they were after.
Passes in, start of his 2nd over, and Kane Williamson, of all the batters in world cricket, if you're a bowling attack that has essentially bowled 30 overs per man, pretty much, a lead or a deficit of 250. Of all the batters to walk to the crease, I would say Kane Williamson as easily would be in your bottom 3.
You have to agree, he's not going to give it away. That's the thing about Kane.
Here is Cass. A touch more bounce this time, and Williamson just rocks back a touch. Ball comes out the middle of the bat though, and away to the covers. No run. I mean, it's just, yeah, it would. You'd be celebrating, of course, and then you'd look up and you see him kind of walking at his own pace towards the crease, and you just think, oh man.
It's like a metronome, isn't he? Just keeps doing the same thing.
Same
Over
thing.
and over again.
And England will be mindful. He's only had one failure, for want of a better word. He's gone into double figures. He's hit 250s. He's not got on as he comes forward and looks at the pitch as he defends Bryden Cass, who, by the way, we saw in the hotel last night. We were in the same hotel as both sets of players. And Harmy took a look at his feet. What a mess! What a mess! That must have taken Harmy back, peeling off the socks. I imagine if you're
Blood
fast,
everywhere.
and the rest, nails hanging off, nails long gone probably. Nails a distant memory, only just growing back onto Steve Harmison's feet, I imagine, as Bryden Cass does beat the bat of Williamson, who's kind of on the move as he plays defensively, taken by Pope. Yeah, peeling off those socks, and you probably don't want to look.
No, but I questioned. At the end of the day, they've decided to be big, fast bowlers. And you have to
Well, they didn't decide to be
pay
big,
a price.
did they?
Well, no, they didn't. So
They were just born that way.
They chose to bowl, and sometimes you've got to sacrifice a few things to be good at something, and unfortunately, they have to sacrifice their feet.
Not your toenails. That seems like quite a price to pay to represent your country. Again, good bounce here from Cass and pace. Williamson hopping a touch.
It's almost a badge of honour. Who's got the ugliest feet or the most beat up feet?
Maybe it's like rugby with those cauliflower ears.
Yeah.
Who's got the worst ears? Who's got the most gnarled, horrible feet in the dressing room?
Well, Southees aren't great either, I will say.
Really?
No, his are terrible. Really thick toenails. Yeah, like just been battered for years. Not much you can do about that now.
Pray for the masseuse. Here is Cass again. Little tempter for Williamson, who's not interested. Pitched up wide, left alone by Williamson. It's the end of Anton's stint. Our feet chat can wait for another day. Williamson's 9 odd out. Young 18. Both of these batters going at a strike rate of 50. 47 for one then. New Zealand batting again. They wouldn't have, well, maybe they would have dreamt they'd be batting late on day 2, but to bowl England out inside 36 overs, 143. Joe Root top scoring with 32. He was at the 3rd wicket to fall to William O'Rourke, steering a ball to 4th slip. England had gone from 77 for 2 to 82 for 5 in a blink of an eye. Stokes bowling from the Tim Southee end, and it's Will Young up on his toes, pushing this short of a length delivery, or back of a length delivery, to Zach Crawley at point. Zach Crawley earlier today, by the way, out for the 5th time in 5 innings to Matt Henry. Caught and bowled. Terrific tumbling effort from Henry in his follow-through. 32 without loss at that stage. England went on to lose their entire 10 wickets for just 111. 32 without loss, 143 all out. As Young takes on a short ball from Stokes. He's going to get 4 as well. It's gone finer than he intended, but he got enough of the bat on it, pulled it round the corner and away to the boundary. So Young moves to 22, score 51 for 1. The lead's up to 255, and I'm joined in the commentary box by one of our favourite Kiwis, Jeremy Coney.
He only says it in front of me, folks. I know as soon as I go out the door.
Well, what you don't know is that's how I introduce all the
Yes.
Katie Martin, Grant Elliott and Wellington.
We're all
Chris
the same
Harris.
person, actually. Yeah.
I mean, my wife. There's a lot of favourite Kiwis.
Yeah.
Stokes in again, and Young pushing to extra cover. 50 up then for just the loss of Tom Latham, chopping on. Second time in the series, inside edge onto the stumps. He will feel, he'll be furious, won't he? Because
He'll be disappointed.
it was
yeah,
very
absolutely.
wide. It wasn't a Joe Root or a Harry Brook chopping on. It was, I don't know, how often does the ball that wide?
Well, he did it in Wellington too,
He
didn't
did, yeah. He did. But he's gone. Will Young will be very, very keen to take advantage of a tiring attack. He's banged into the pitch by Stokes and actually hits the bat hard. No run.
A chance for Young, isn't it? You know, a tiring attack, as you say. And he hasn't got a high average in terms of international openers. Nothing like it. And yet he's a good, solid player. He's generally acted as the person who will come in for any position in the batting order.
Stokes again, left alone this time by Young.
Hasn't really succeeded in New Zealand as an opener. Got another chance here today. See how he goes.
What a shame there's not a couple of test matches after the Christmas break, you know, for New
Absolutely.
Zealand. And this is the frustration for a player like Young, and I'm sure it's been shared by many who've struggled to get into this side and given a run. Matt Henry, for instance. You know, he's come in, third test match of 3, and then he bats well in first innings. Eats up 92 deliveries, puts on 100 with his skipper. He's there now, but he won't play again for 6 months. Good shot here by Young, comes forward, over-pitched, and 4 runs from the bat. Chases on for Matthew Potts, who's bowled 6 overs. It's the end of Ben Stokes' second. 8 runs coming from it, and New Zealand up to 55 for 1.
I was bemused this morning, and I've asked you already at the back of the box.
Yep.
What was that first hour of play today about for England? With Potts and co bowling to 9 fielders on the boundary, to the number 11 and the number 8 with a new ball in their hand. It didn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. I mean, we kind of in the end decided it must be to do with their waiting for the wicket to if there was any gremlins left over, or in the morning sometimes you get a little bit more from overnight dew and that sort of thing, but that was all we could think of.
2 slips in place for Williamson, and Carse's in. Third coming in from the boundary, it's Crawley, as Young comes forward and pushes the ball through the gap and comes through for a single.
It was the end of a couple of curious passages of play for England, wasn't it, with that 3-6 field late last night, and New Zealand scoring quite heavily. You know, getting, I don't know, what was it, 120? You'll know how many they got in that last session, but it was quite a few.
Well, they did
and
score.
They didn't lose too many wickets at all.
Well, they
were 7 for 230 or something like that. Yeah.
Took them 27 deliveries to go from 250 to 300. And they did score heavily in that final session, 143?
Yeah.
They lost wickets at the start of it, but Santner and Southey, as Carse's in again, pushed back to the bowler. It's Williamson facing. He's 10 not out, scored 56 for 1.
It's
and
like
maybe
now,
it was that. Maybe it was that, Jeremy. It was
maybe. They thought they'd get some quick runs.
Well,
but it's... Surely you'd expect, start of the day, you'd expect your bowlers who are fresh and have a crack, 1 wicket required, new ball.
Yeah.
You'd back yourself,
You would imagine, for an attacking captain like Stokes it is, who very often employs...
Very un-English, actually. It didn't seem to go with it.
No, 3 slips, 2 gullies and a backward point, to operate without a single slip, as Williamson... Will Young actually drops this down to the right of second slip, and Kane Williamson sets off and he's halfway down the track. Will Young sends him back, and so Brook, I think it is, hurls the ball back, or possibly Bethel, hurls the ball back at the non-striker's end. Alert to the possibility of a run out, but it's well wide, and Bashir has to go and claim the ball by the boundary. So overthrows there. We'll watch a replay. and it was Bethel. He picked the ball up left-handed. Williamson was down the track, and Young wasn't going anywhere, but Williamson was back behind the crease at the non-strikers end. So a little bit of a wild throw from Bethel.
The other question I have for you is, why is Cast bowling from the City end?
Well, I was expecting to see Shoaib Bashir by this point as an attempted
That's
cut
another
shot
question.
from Will Young.
So there are quite a few that are hovering around in my mind at the moment. Shoaib Bashir hasn't bowled an over yet. We've seen Santner get 3 for 7 or something like that and get a little bit of turn, but more particularly got some bounce as well.
Bashir's a tall man.
Absolutely.
And was also going through quite, well, it was an extensive warm-up, but certainly was going through some warm-up drills with the fitness guy that England employ. And that was, how long ago? How far into this session are we? An hour? Hour and 10? On the back foot, this time Young, steering the ball to the left of Bethel, puts a half stop in, and Crawley mops up. Another run to the score, 59 for 1.
New Zealand have felt in this surface that bowling from this end, the broadcasting, or the Tim Southee end, I think they're calling it this game, towards the City end, there's more bounce. And that's why O'Rourke bowled from this end. It's why Henry was turned around and came back to this end, and Southee did the sort of the phase of just holding at the far end of the ground from the City end. I would have thought Cast, of any of your bowlers, would have been going down from this end.
Yep, I totally agree. We were expecting Bashir to be bowling from the end that Cast is right now. And there's bounce. Williamson takes his hand off the bat. This has surprised the former skipper. But no damage done. He remains at the crease. That's the end of the over. 4 runs coming from it. New Zealand's lead is stretched up to 263. 59 for 1 as the drinks break is called. They call it the, what do they call it in Sport Nation? Hazy? The Spates Ale House drinks break. Spates drinks break. Manners was on air saying, how fun would it be if they all had to drink Spates? Imagine, camera swoops in and they all have to pick up a can of the amber nectar and just look at the camera.
It's a very southern drink.
With a
It's
smile.
from the South Island.
Oh, is it?
Oh, yeah, very much. A man's drink. They're real men down
They're
there.
all
They all
men
drink
down
Spates,
south.
and they're all on horses, and they all have no jackets at all, and the snow's coming in, and honestly, it's great.
It's a complete
They're
opposite to back home.
Yeah, only wearing underpants on their horses, and they're, it was a Spates for a real man.
You're describing Harmy to a T. Yeah. Oh, without the horse. It'd be on
the horse.
It'd be on the golf buggy, maybe.
And the undies. Great.
Yeah, absolutely. So, drinks break here, not the Spates drinks break, but England with a lot of work to do. 263. So we were. That's not a. You shouldn't be getting bowled out for 143 on this pitch, Jeremy, but they did, and really that's what England need to do to New Zealand to get back into the game. And I tell you what, if they're set 350, they'll back themselves to get
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's why New Zealand, if they can bowl New Zealand out for that, then they've got a chance. But if New Zealand get the opportunity, they'll bat on, and they'll get 400, and they'll be 440 ahead. There's supposed to be a little bit of rain tomorrow morning.
There is, but
we'll see.
This is like the perfect position for New Zealand, isn't it? They can just bat time, bat forever. They bat all day tomorrow. Lead of 500, and then they might think about putting England in for half an hour, and then they'll think, nah, still got 2 days left. Let's just keep going.
Well, no, let's wait and see. But certainly it won't be much. It won't be pleasant for the seamers because they've had quite a heavy workload already.
Another
for
reason
England.
why I'm surprised that Bashir hasn't been brought onto bar. We've had 16 overs. I'm sure he's going to get a bowl at some point. But you look at this. I mean, look, Potts bowled 28 overs, and as someone pointed out on social media, New Zealand as a team only bowled 35.
Yeah, that's exactly the same number, isn't it, as New Zealand lasted in the first innings
Really?
at Wellington, bowling out for 125.
I didn't pick up on that.
I think so.
You're right. 34.5. Wow.
Oh, 35.4.
Oh, no, 34.
Sorry, dyslexia.
So close.
I know. That's
So
right,
close.
very close.
It's like they hit 347 here in first innings and 348 in Christchurch.
You caught me out. I'm sorry.
I would have let that one go. I would have believed you.
Had to check it.
Any more you want to throw my way?
No.
My little book.
Not a thing. Not a
I
thing.
need to go, do I?
This black book.
Oh, Daniel's coming in. I've got to be go do a. Oh, is it Manners? Well, Daniel's here as well. Well, then who's on Sport Nate? Oh, it's me.
Yep. Oh well, Manners will come in. He's always got lots of tricky questions to ask me about.
Ben Stokes is
Ben
in.
Stokes, him too. Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll be one question.
Actually, I was just going to ask you whether you could envisage a scenario in which New Zealand didn't win this Test match.
Oh yes, if they're bowled out.
No, but can you
Quickly?
no, I'm not saying
Oh.
just statistically. Actually, can you see? I mean, if
they're bowled out for 100.
Yes, but that's not going to happen. is it?
59. Not you wouldn't think so. No, I am surprised about some things. And John hasn't answered. If they tuck away for a quick single to mid-off, they get through. 60 for 1 now. I'm a bit, I'm not concerned, but I would have thought Bashir would be bowling with the. I know it's a newish ball, but he'd like to bowl with a newish ball too, wouldn't he? Get some bounce.
I don't know. Sometimes I wonder whether Ben Stokes just likes to bewilder for the, for bewilderment's sake.
Okay.
Like that first hour this morning, it was just
Eccentric, wasn't
and
it?
you had to reach far into your treasure trove of fantasies to come up with a reason that, waiting for the pitch to deteriorate. That's how absurd it was. That's driven. That's a lovely shot from Kane Williamson. Driven in the air intentionally, I would conclude, over the top of cover and races away to the boundary. Lovely, lovely shot. 64 for 1. Williamson on to 14.
Yeah, I don't know why it seems such an unbazabally thing. Don't you think? The way that was played, new ball, new bowlers, fresher.
I just
in
think
the
it's
morning.
a tactic that
Number 11.
you need to go to if not in desperation, then when you're approaching desperation, when a last wicket partnership or a ninth wicket partnership is added 20 or so, and particularly if it's there's no established specialist batsman. Stokes in again outside the off stump, but to begin the day with a ball 2 overs old. What are you saying to Gus Atkinson? What are you saying to Mitchell Santner? You're saying to Mitchell Santner, you're brilliant. I don't think we're good enough to get you out. You might be number 8, but you're 50 not out. And to Gus Atkinson, well, you may have taken 54 wickets in your maiden international season, but I don't fancy you against their number 8.
Well, not just that, and to get O'Rourke, number 11. You can't get him out either. You might get our number 12 out, who isn't playing.
England have got 2 catching covers, one at point, one just in front of point, and that one is driven straight down the ground by Kane Williamson. Williamson hasn't read the script. You're supposed to drive that one to cover, Kane, not straight back past the bowler. 66 for 1. It's been a meek performance today from England. It's been an end of tour, end of term, 1 foot on the plane performance, I think, from England. And I know that players get particularly prickly when they're
Homitis.
when that subject comes up, but that's just the honest observation. It really has been unlike anything else that they've produced in the first 2 Test matches. Stokes again back over length, pushes it out towards cover, and it's fielded by Zach Crawley. 17 overs gone, 66 for 1. New Zealand leading by 270. Talking of end of term, end of tour, it's the end of New Zealand's Test summer, which is shocking. It's the Test summer ends before Christmas. It's just wrong.
We've always played tests after. We might have had one or 2 tests prior to Christmas, but all of them here. I don't know quite why that's happened this time, but it's all short form cricket thereafter. I think Sri Lanka and Pakistan are coming.
ODIs or T20s?
Both.
Okay. Bryden Cass once again is up to the crease now, bowls. It's short and it's pulled away by Will Young out towards deep backward square leg, fielded in the deep by Matty Potts, and New Zealand move up to 67 for 1. We were talking earlier about the Super Smash. You've got that to look forward to. That starts on Boxing Day. Any doesn't it fill you with excitement? Does
It thrills me to the quick.
I just think it's great that that it's been able to stand on its own 2 feet for as long as it has, and with T20 tournaments, domestic T20 tournaments under pressure around the world, that's cut down hard into the ground and into the hands on the bounce of Jacob Bethel at backward point. I mean, there have been
still going, and players that have got a central contract are expected to play in it, but they tend not to. That's been my impression.
Well, that's not a luxury afforded to England's contracted players. They have to play in the 100.
They do. I see the wages are going up 60%. Did I see?
Only for the top 2 brackets. All the workers, the worker bees down below, only get between 3 and 5%. Short and pulled away down behind square on the leg side to Gus Atkinson. Yes, so the top 2, the Queen Bees or the King Bees, they go from £125,000 to £200,000. That's only the top pick in the 8 teams. The second pick goes from £100,000 to £120,000, and then there's just
no. Is there a trickle down, or there's
between 3 and 5% categories, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And so the thinking behind that is that you get the top 8 most prominent stars in the world game outside the off stump from Bryden Cast, and that's left alone by Will Young, 68 for 1. And well, I mean, I spoke to the CEO, ECB CEO Richard Gould, and I asked him about that, and he said, well, it's not to say that the top pick couldn't be an Englishman, but then they're contracted to play in the 100 anyway, contractually obliged. So if it is used, if the massive increase is being used as an incentive to attract the top talent, then the top English talent have to play anyway. So that money is going to go to Andre Russell, and that's pushed away defensively behind square on the offside, on the leg side, sorry. It's fielded by Matty Potts, running in, shown a lot of energy, Matty Potts. He hasn't played 3 back-to-back test matches. Of course, this is his first. Everyone else has. 70 for 1 now. New Zealand leading by 274. And I just used that name arbitrarily. I think Andre Russell is still one of the best T20 players in the world. Is he top 8 attraction?
I have no idea.
But he's getting on a bit
I'm not
now.
very interested, I have to say. It doesn't.
I think you're contractually bound
to say that I am.
To say that you are
okay,
interested. Yes.
I suppose he is.
That's why we're paying you the 200,000.
Yeah. Okay.
Here's Bryden Cast again outside the off stump, and it's left alone.
Do you follow a lot of the 2020? I suppose you do you? I can't follow it all now. There's so many things. There's so many games. Every time it's just wall-to-wall newspaper.
I find I'm more attracted to T10 these days, Jeremy.
Ah, right.
It's just
your attention span. I'm concerned about this. Why are you facing the other way?
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's over in half the time. It's over in half the time.
Well, that's true. Wait till we get to the 2.5. That'll be good, won't it?
Well, we've got the 16.4.
Tune in, folks.
70 for 1.
They played an ad. We've missed the first innings.
I don't see the 2.5, the T2.5. I see the T5 coming. Well, there was something similar in the Caribbean, wasn't it? The 60. I think they call it the 60-60.
Are they balls?
Stokes in, pushed away behind square on the offside. Our producer Scott Taylor's half my age, and he's nodding enthusiastically. So he obviously knows what was the 60-60. Scott, was that balls? Six overs, 60 balls.
60 balls. That's 10 overs then. T10. Why don't they call it T10?
Because I think they bowled 6 lots of 10 balls. I think.
I
think they bowled 6 lots of 10 balls. So 6 10-ball overs. Because that's what the game needs. Innovative and creative thinking.
My word.
Who'd ever thought of 10 ball overs
like doing
before?
that now?
Here's Stokes again, behind square on the leg side, flicked away for another single. And England are looking weary. That's weary, not right, as opposed to wary. I don't think they're wary at the moment, and perhaps
Amazing how the difference an E can make, isn't it?
Yeah. Exactly right. What would they be wary of? The fact that all the restaurants are closed in Hamilton on a Sunday. That would make you wary. John Norman was just trying to find somewhere for us to go and eat today, and all the restaurants are closed on a Sunday. Pushed away off the hip by Will Young down to Kane Williamson.
Don't you cook for yourselves? Don't you? Haven't you got a
in the hotel
kitchen?
Room.
Oh, you're in a hotel. Wow.
We are.
We're not.
Yes, one of those hermetically sealed, environmentally controlled, can't open the windows hotels.
Really?
Yeah, no windows open, so you
Well,
have to rely on the thermostat.
They looked at you, for example, thought he's going to leap out one, didn't they? So they make sure it's all locked. You can't do anything. They're concerned. They'll bind you up at night.
With Stokes in again. Forward comes
your slippers on.
Will Young playing defensively. 34 to Will Young. Kane Williamson has 19. Scott's pointing at something. Each batting team has 6 wickets. At the fall of the 6th wicket, they are all out. Oh, that's why it was called 60-60.
What is that?
Well, they only had 6 wickets.
It's the devil's game, you know. 666.
And 60 balls. Oh, that's
So-
okay, right. So
okay,
yes,
yeah.
indeed. 666. It was, that's right. Anyway, it didn't work. Banged in short now from
So-
Stokes. Out towards extra cover, no run.
Well, it's history now.
Scott, just the 66
Sixes?
sixes.
All over?
Is that it's finished, isn't it? I think
That's it.
They played 2 seasons of it.
Fantastic.
And
All gone.
And they discovered that everybody watching it didn't understand the rules. And so I think it's gone now. 73 for 1 New Zealand, leading by 277.
There is a game going on here, folks. Don't worry.
We're petering towards a tame conclusion. We've got an hour to go, and I mean this is old-fashioned Test cricket, isn't it? I mean, this is you've got your opponent down. You may be 2-0 down in the series, but you've got your opponent down, and you keep them there for as long as possible. I mean, you know, there's a few New Zealanders, Jeremy Coney, who are few people have pointed out to me that England set New Zealand 550 at the Basin Reserve, albeit at the end of 2 days.
I wish they'd gone to 1,000. I think that would have been something to remember. I mean, why don't you? The time is there.
Ben Stokes is of the view that just because there are 5 days set aside for a Test match doesn't mean to say that you have to use them.
Well, who does? Can we think of too many 5?
Yeah, no, there have been a few.
Hang on, this year?
No, not this year.
Oh, okay.
No,
Not a modern. We're going back
ago.
to the going back to the 80s. 1880s. 1980s. Yeah.
No, there have been. Look,
I know
the
that.
most
I used to
recent,
play on them.
The most recent example I can think of when there was what I would call gratuitous punishment being handed out in a Test match, way beyond. That's driven by Williamson. That's a lovely shot as Bryden Cass over pitches on the off stump, and it's handsomely put away by Williamson. Yeah, there was. So there's, you know, an acceptable level of pain. I mean, you know, Test cricket. We all know Test cricket is supposed to be painful, and if you want to rub it into your opponent, then there's acceptable. But South Africa had was Sandpaper Gate series. That's pushed away defensively again as Cass drops short in at the ribs of Kane Williamson and nudges it to mid-wicket. You remember the Sandpaper Gate Test match, don't you? Australia and South Africa at Newlands.
From the recesses of my mind, yes, I do.
Anyway, South Africa had won that series, and they went for the 4th and final Test match to the Wanderers. And of course, the guilty men had been sent home. and there were 3 replacements who had to fly out from Australia, which is not a short trip, and they had to play in the Test match 36 hours after arriving. That's Carse in again, and Williamson plays it defensively, straight back to the bowler. And they were duly bowled out for 150. And South Africa batted, and Faf du Plessis, who was captaining South Africa, and he had been engaged in a number of very
contretemps.
Yes.
So
over
yeah,
the course
of
in
various corridors leading to other dark rooms.
And he batted and batted and batted as Bryden Carse is in again. Williamson drives up towards mid-on, and we were wondering about a declaration at 500, and then the lead had gone to 600, and du Plessis carried on, and it was 650. And we asked him about it afterwards, and he said, well, you know, there's a lot of retribution that we had to pack in.
Well, you know, I don't have any problem with that, actually. I don't really have any problem with that at all. I'm hoping that they carried on to win the game, that they didn't draw the game, they didn't go too far.
No.
No, okay.
No, they Gee, the other thing is,
the others were 3'4" at the time they came to bat.
The other thing is, I seriously wanted to ask you. Here is Bryden Carse again. Bowls to Williamson, defends once more, 77 for 1. Lead is 281. But those who say that there is no place for personal landmarks and records and milestones, I think there's lots of wrong places, but I think that there are emphatically times and places where it's right to think about personal milestones, records.
Sometimes that's what drive people on, to push your side into a strong position. Some people do, you know, if it's an opener, for example, I'd encourage that. I'd encourage him to bat long and hard and keep going and keep getting runs.
Bryden Carse from the city end outside the off stump and left alone once again by Kane Williamson. But it's not just a legacy thing, and it's not just about you as an individual, about your team, or about the teams making a record total.
No.
And, you know, putting your name in the record books, and that was his team. Kane Williamson, was he captain when New Zealand made 700? That was here, wasn't it? But those kind of things, it's something inspirational for the next generations.
Yeah. Well,
perhaps.
I wouldn't look at it that way. I would look at it on top of some side and grinding them down.
Were you ever interested in winning quickly when you were captain? Did you ever think if I declare now we could win tomorrow and give our fast bowlers a day off? Did time for a victory ever occur to you?
Not really. Not really. I think he's saying it's time for me to get off. You just keep calling the game. I'll do what we have to do.
Stokes in. Go on. One sentence down the leg side, and left alone. 77 for 1.
No, that. If we had the opportunity to grind a side down, particularly if we're early on in the series, I would take that chance. I'd take that opportunity to grind the opposition down
winning
and get there.
Quickly.
For example, in Wellington, New Zealand needed to bat on in order to make it easier here because of the bowlers there. They'd be heavy-legged the next time they had to come in.
Got it. Absolutely. I understand that. That's driven through extra cover. You can go now. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Thank you very much, Jeremy Kearney. That was a beautiful shot from Will Young. I was very surprised to see that his average is so poor as an opener. 24. Very, very surprising. I assumed that it was a lot better than that, but it is better considerably better, lower down in the middle order. But anyway, he's 38 not out now, so he's well in excess of that average. That's short and wide outside the off stump, and it was exactly the shot that Joe Root was out to, leaning back and guiding, steering, uppercutting over backward point. Joe Root got it slightly wrong. It slid off the face of the bat straight to Will Young, actually, in the gully, who took a good catch. But this is Young playing the shot and playing it as Joe Root intended to execute it, and picking up a 6th boundary, moving on to 42. And New Zealand now 85 for 1, approaching that 300-run lead as Stokes comes thundering in once again and guided out towards extra cover, going straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Katie Martin's replaced Jeremy Coney. Just confirm, Katie, this is still day 2, isn't it?
Yeah, it is day 2. Firstly, I always have to follow Jerry Coney, and I think, oh, how am I going to follow up from the gold nuggets that he provides? So my apologies for that, but yeah, it's crazy to think it's the complete opposite way. One thing you will know is that New Zealand will take a bit more time in their second innings than England did in the first 2 games. They'll just keep bashing and bashing and then go, we just need as much as we possibly can get.
Here is Stokes once again, and on the back foot, Will Young defends back to the bowler. Stokes has got one of his funky fields. Solitary slip, backward point, cover point, extra cover, mid-off. So he's decided that he's going to have his slip cordon in the covers. You don't mean that, do you? You're not literally. As many as they can possibly get.
I think they'll definitely try and bat tomorrow. If they got 500 or 600, I think they'll be happy, especially the way the batting has been this series.
Here is Stokes again on the back foot, turned out towards Gus Atkinson at mid-on, and there's no run there. I get that, I do. And I was just saying to Jeremy, I don't know whether you were in the box in time for us to hear it, but I was saying that I'm firmly of the belief that there is a time and a place to pursue personal milestones and landmarks, and I do. And I'm not just, oh, we'll give him another 10 minutes, he's 92 not out, let's see if he can get to his 100. I mean, big landmarks, and New Zealand scored 700 on this ground, didn't they, a couple of years ago? It's those kind of landmarks, team landmarks as well as individual ones, by which eras of captains and players are remembered. So yeah, I get it, absolutely. And there's rain forecast in the afternoon, so I can definitely understand New Zealand batting for the whole of tomorrow. And they will point out that England set them 550. The Basin Reserve batted on for just under an hour on the 3rd morning. Here's Bryden Carse again on the back foot. Williamson punches square of the wicket on the offside. Chase on for 2 England players. Captain Ben Stokes doesn't flick it back for Jacob Bethel. He picks it up himself, a couple of yards inside the rope, and the throw comes in to Ollie Pope.
You just get a feel with this wicket that no batter really has looked comfortable per se. Even Kane Williamson was an intentional loft over the covers. He sort of just pushed his hands out at a full delivery and then nearly got caught by Ben Duckett in that short cover. So usually when you get 1 wicket, you feel like there's an opportunity for 2 straight away with a new batter in, and the variety of bounce that is in this wicket. Just double checking whether he got his foot on the marker here, just on that right foot when he went to throw it, but I think it's all right. Yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, you just feel like there is, if you do pick up a wicket here, a new batter in, that's when the biggest risk is for them, because of the fact that it's uncomfortable with the bounce, it's uncomfortable in terms of getting forward.
I do get that, but I mean, the thing is, this England bowling attack had 35 overs off, and they looked shattered at the end of New Zealand's first innings. So then when England were bowled out in 35 overs, they had to come out and bowl again. They had just over a session off, and they've had to come out and bowl again, and we still haven't seen Shoaib Bashir. So really, and sunny blue skies, day 2 pitch, day 3 pitch is probably going to be at its best for batting. It's like being let loose at a buffet in a 5-star hotel, being told that you've got 3 hours to graze your way through as much as you want, and fill your boots as Carse is in again, pushed away out on the onside. And I don't think they'll be going for the bread rolls. It'll be the lobster tails and
Well, when you're in Whangarei, that's when you have the best. They always bring some lobster and fishes for lunch. So if you're into seafood, that's definitely a place that you love playing. When I talked about a wicket usually brings another one, it made me think about those one brings two, like the random cricket sayings that come out of nowhere. You must have had a few over your period of time, whether it's commentating or whether it's listening to what rubbish that the players say on the field. But just that club cricket, one brings two. Come on, lads, one brings two.
Forward comes Will Young playing defensively. That just add two to the. If you want to know where the game really stands, just add 2 wickets to the score. It's like, oh, they're completely on top. They're completely on top. Okay, well, let's try that. New Zealand at 88 for 1. Let's add 2. New Zealand at 88 for 3. New Zealand are still completely on top.
My other favourite ones is when the clubby ones, when I've seen a better batter and efficient chip shop. That's a usual, just absolute. Through him like curry, like just awful.
Steered away off thick outside after the bat from Will Young. You see, they may be awful, but there is, however dad that humour is, there is humour there, and that put a smile on my face. It's so much better than just the gratuitous sledging and swear words. I mean, they may be old, and you may have heard them on a number of occasions, but I can live with that. I can live with that kind of on-field banter. Bryden Cast has got a wide slip, a catching mid-off, stationary, a catching extra cover. That one is cut away behind square on the offside by Kane Williamson, and he's hit it so well that he's beaten Zach Crawley on the wide third boundary. Yep, wide third. He's England going more and more defensive here, trying desperately to fight their way back into a game that it would appear at this stage there is no way back into. Wow, Shoaib Bashir is coming into the attack. Almost 100 overs bowled in New Zealand's first innings, 97.1, and now 22 overs bowled. And finally, Shoaib Bashir, the specialist spinner in the England team, who's played all 3 test matches, is going to get his first bowl. And there was an ironic cheer from some of the England supporters. Katie Martin will describe for you what tactics Ben Stokes is going to employ for Bashir, and Garth Galloway will take over from me for the next 20 minutes or so.
You can come up with some more clubby one-liners that we can bring back the next commentary stint tomorrow. But yeah, Bashir is actually bowling from the Tim Southee end, which is the opposite end, which we saw Mitch Santner get those 3 wickets. Quite intriguing. I was actually talking to Anton Devicic off air, and Fowler, when you play out here as a batter, when the bowler bowls from the further end, that's when you actually feel like there's extra bounce. And he talked about that there's a slight rise in the wicket, although I've had that conversation with KJ and he feels the groundsman, and he said absolutely not, Katie, it must be your eyesight.
Yeah, there'll be no rise in KJ's.
You know what it's like? There's a feel to it though, isn't there, that you look up and you feel like you're going up. But so he is going the opposite end, should catch a bit of extra pace and maybe stay lower, I believe, bowling from this Tim Southee end, which we've seen so much variety of bounce for the seamers.
There's no groundsman more invested than KJ. As soon as you get out there on day one and he knows you're in the media, he's across, chatting away about it. He's passionate about it, and I think he'll really like what he's seeing here, because he said that he thought there would be a little bit of turn and bounce, and he said that he wanted the pitch to break up a little bit. Those, I think, are really good things from a groundsman's point of view, particularly as we talked earlier, Katie, that the pitches in New Zealand tend to start with a bit of movement and then die, and I think it's fantastic if we can see turn, and particularly a little bounce. Here's Bashir, the miracle of Hamilton, who's bowling, as this ball's played away to the onside, and as if to there's a misfield down there on the boundary. All right, well, that'll so the first ball is swept for 4, 97 for 1. Well, Stokes might feel that justifies the decision not to bring him on before now.
One thing that Will Young is really good at is he's very good at the sweep, but what he does is he gets inside the line, so he very much gets that front leg across, which means he hits the ball a lot finer. He has been caught sweeping with that extra bounce at fine leg, but there's no fine leg in place. Deep flying leg's gone a little bit finer. He has got all of covers open with cover on the boundary. So he's just wanting to try and encourage Will Young to play away from his body, brings in that short leg and the slip as well, and maybe between bat and pad, so maybe just adjust his line slightly.
It's Ryan Ahmed who's back on that boundary at a deep backward square leg, so he's had a fair bit to do at Wellington, and here for a player who hasn't been picked in the side. He's been on the field on a number of occasions. Here's Bashir. That's the position that Stokes when in Christchurch, when Bashir in the first innings got hit on a couple of occasions through that area. He put someone back to where Ahmed is now. Here's an appeal for LBW with a second delivery. Bashir is imploring umpire Raza to give the decision. And we'll see now Ollie Pope going and talking to Bashir. Over the top is the signal from umpire Anton Devsic, our comments man. 97 for 1, Williamson 30, Young 47, and they've decided not to review. But I like coming back to that moment that as soon as Bashir was hit a couple of times, they moved a guy back on the boundary, and Bashir talked about how Stokes looks after him. What do you think, Anton? You've had a look? Ooh, he's deep in his crease. Here's the next ball played into the onside.
I think that was a little bit closer than what the English thought there. It did turn sharply back. Will Young pushed back to play a punch shot through the offside, and it turned sharply. If anything, maybe a little bit high and down leg.
Australia making good progress in Brisbane. 226 for 3. Here's Bashir bowling. He drags that one down a little bit, and it's turned to mid-wicket. Another run, 98 for 1.
I can ask you then, Dev, to see whether I've made up about the different areas here. I think he's actually got a wee edge on that coming through, looking at the replay. Do you think there's a difference in terms of bounce and spin at the different ends that you bowl here as a spinner?
Yeah, I agree with you, Katie. I always felt bowling from the far end, you felt below the pitch, which would tend to suggest that you're bowling up a hill. And when you bowl the ball, obviously if you're bowling up a hill, it's going to tend to bounce more than what you would be if you're bowling down a hill. That's only my opinion. I am short, so maybe it's just...
This ball's played. I don't think you're short at all. This ball's turned into the onside too. Ahmed again, 99 for 1. I always said that 5'9" is the height of the average New Zealand male, or the average height of the New Zealand male, whichever way you like to look at it. That's what I've told everyone growing up anyway. Average New Zealand male can mean a lot of things, can't it, Katie?
Yeah, you can get a lot of within yourself in that height, don't you worry.
Here's a nice shot played by Young off the back foot down to long on, 99 for 1.
Question I ask is that with shoes on or off? But
either or, with platforms on. 100 for 1. The 100's up for New Zealand, so they lead by 304. Young is 49, Williamson is 31, and Bashir's first over cost 7 runs.
I guess the other thing with the end that Bashir's bowling from, that the wind generally comes through the main gate of Seddon Park and goes straight across the field towards the groundsman's shed, which will help him from this end with his drift. Majority of the time left armers bowl from the far end, where Mitchell Satner did, and that also aids with his drift. So
give us some directions. So the city end is the end that you're talking about, where you're running uphill a little bit. The Tim Southee end, as it's called now, or the members end, or the grandstand end, is where you're running downhill. So which is north? Give us north and south.
North is more the Tim Southee end.
Right.
I would say we've actually had a lot of debates over the years about this, and none of us have ever got it right. But I'd say the opposite end of the Tim Southee end is obviously south, if we're saying Tim Southee end north, but it's probably more of a southeast.
Yeah, so the prevailing wind is what, the easterly, is it, that comes? Westerly, okay. Is outside the off stump. We'll have a choice of 2.
Just find a compass for you boys soon, eh? The way you're going. I actually think that this ground is very difficult to see when you play at night. Bless Napier with the sunstrike that it gets there, and they've had to put some up there. But there is a period where it does come on the Tim Southee side, probably a wide mid-wicket, where the sun shines, and when it gets lower, it still goes between the buildings here, and it can be really, really challenging to see when you're out, especially when you're keeping from the far end of your fielding and slips are behind the wicket.
Stokes with sweat on his brow bowls to Williamson, Young rather, who plays into the offside. Beautiful shot. It's a chase there for Potts, who retrieves in another couple of runs. Lovely shot, and Young brings up another 50 for New Zealand. He's 51. 72 balls, 7 fours. Well done, Will Young. 42 in the first innings and now 51 not out in this one, returning to the New Zealand side for the third test. Many people, I think, justifiably saying after his man of the series performance in India that he should have been included in tests 1 and 2, and I think that we're seeing the reason why people have said that. Young on 51 not out. He faces Stokes again and outside the off stump. This is a real opportunity for Young to push towards 100. He hasn't got a test century yet. Highest score, I think, of 89, against India.
Yep, most definitely. And the great thing about him coming into this test is he does have a point to prove. He would have been extremely disappointed that he missed out on those first 2 tests. And as far as I can see, the way he's gone about his work so far, he deserves to be there, and he's played exceptionally well.
Just have nothing but admiration for him. I mean, you know, player of the series in India, not long ago, here's Stokes bowling, then Young plays to cover, and then left out of those 2 matches when everybody would be in his ear saying you should be in there, and it's only the selectors who don't think you should be. And, you know, you can get yourself out of form in that time, but he's come in here and been resolute.
I almost feel like for both of these sides there's probably more questions and answers in terms of selection. We've seen Ollie Pope take the gloves. You expect Smith to come back in when he obviously he's out of paternity leave at the moment, so there's question marks there. Does Bethel stay on the side? And the same for New Zealand. You've got Conway not on the team at the moment.
Is Stokes bowling and defended by Young. I think Smith comes back in, doesn't he? It sounds like England have been really impressed with him. Very good series against Pakistan and good series at home as well. He sounds like quite the find.
So then has Bethel done enough to stay in the side, or do you still say Ollie Pope, the vice-captain, he's done enough? He'll probably, if he does stay in the side, he'll go back to number 3 in quite a different position.
I would have thought that's what they'd look, because I think that's where Pope prefers to bat. Anton, you agree?
Yeah, I think leading up to the Ashes as well, I think they'll have a fairly clear plan on who they want there. And
defensive shot from Young sees the end of the Stokes over. 102 for 1, Young 51, Stokes none for 30 from 6.
Just continuing on from that, I think they'll have a really clear plan on who they want that to be there around that time, and no surprise that you see Stokes getting plenty of overs under his belt, because if there any chance of beating Australia in the Ashes, he needs to be firing on all cylinders. And Smith, yeah, he seems to be the player that they've gone with, and they've tried other guys. They've tried who have they had? The wicketkeepers. They've had
Folks was Bairstow.
There's other guys like Phil Salt who can keep, and he can play a brand of cricket that Brendan and the coaching staff would want. So they've got options.
Jordan Cox, who obviously broke his thumb in that warm-up game, so would be keeping.
I thought the mistake that they made last year, I went over and saw the Lord's Test in the Ashes, and I think England made a mistake by playing Bairstow as keeper in that series. Here's this ball pushed into the offside. It's 1-2 Williamson. He's 31. And the reason I say that is he dropped catches in the first test at Edgbaston. He dropped them at Lord's, and he gave away something like 48 byes. It was incredible. And, you know, those were critical moments in those matches. And I felt that Folkes was in talking to keepers, they think he's a better keeper and not a bad batsman either. And it just felt like by bringing in Bairstow for that they missed a trick. Here's Bashir bowling, and Young slightly troubled by that one as it turns.
Yeah, Folkes in particular, he toured here, was it nearly 2 years ago?
Yeah, 2022.
And he did a really good job. You know, he might not be as explosive with the bat, and one thing he does do is he gets his work done when he's wicket keeping, and he reads the situation well when he's batting.
Bashir bowls, and here's a reverse sweep from Young, and it's a beautiful shot. He's executed it perfectly down to the boundary for 4. That's a shot of confidence. Young 55, New Zealand 107 for 1. They lead by 311. Well, I just couldn't sort of work out why Folkes was not being picked, and you just feel he doesn't fit with I don't know, the vibe or whatever they want in terms of team makeup. But Smith really has been a find for them.
I guess it's just what they're looking for. It's probably more of a batting perspective, what they're looking for and what they can bring to the team, I guess.
Exactly, as Bashir bowls. This fella's being looked at for Australia, I had no doubt about that. And for the home series against India, that's turned into the onside. I just think, and I'm interested in your views, Katie and Anton, that the Indian series and then the Australian one will be a very defining 2 series really for the Stokes and McCullum era. They've had a lot of time building up for it, and people are really turning their minds to it now, as there's no shot on this occasion from Young. If it hasn't hit anything, it will be 4 byes, and it is. So it didn't hit his pads, so 4 more runs to the New Zealand total. Nelson is up 1-1-1 for 1. You agree with that?
Yeah, I think what team they need. Well, you've still got Jofra Archer to come back, Mark Wood as well, so I think their pace bowling stocks are in really good order. I think they're probably, just looking for what that spinning option is and who their number 1 is in terms of that. Haven't used Jack Leach for a while as well.
Very different bowler, isn't he? And it just offers different options. And here's Bashir getting a short delivery, which is pulled away easily by Young to the square leg boundary for 4. A loose one from Bashir. He's struggling with line and length at the moment. 1-1-5 for 1. Williamson 32, Young 59.
This is the part of Will Young's game that's really developed over the last 2-3 years. His play against spin has gone through the roof. He plays sweep shots, both reverse and hard sweeps, and it's really developed well.
His play against spin in India was very high quality, wasn't it? You always associate you see there are some very good players of spin bowlers. I've always thought Williamson's a fine player of spin. Mitchell has been good at times, but I thought Young was as good as any of them.
Yeah, it's just confidence. You can tell players that know how to play spin by the shots that they play, and generally it's positive options. Will Young reverse sweeping, that's the sort of shot that he's playing to try and change the field. He's trying to manipulate the field.
Stokes begins another over, bowling to Williamson. He's turning the ball into the onside. Crawley fields from the square leg boundary. 1-1-6 for 1. Williamson is 33. New Zealand's lead 320. We welcome listeners from TalkSport with the news that New Zealand are 116 for 1 in their second innings. England bowled out for 143 earlier today. So the difference between the two sides at the turn, 204 runs. Matt Henry picked up 4 for 48. O'Rourke 3 for 33, and Santner, the spinner, 3 for 7. Here's Stokes bowling, and Young is squared up by a delivery, playing back down the pitch. And then New Zealand batting in their second innings, 116 for 1. Latham bowled by Atkinson for 19. Young 59 not out. Williamson is 33, and the successful wicket taker Atkinson 5 overs 1 for 10. It's hard work for England in very hot conditions. 26 degrees in Hamilton at the moment. Not much cloud cover at all. And England have had a long day in the field, and a long period in the field yesterday, and then back in there today after being dismissed for a relatively paltry score. Here's another run for New Zealand as Young plays to mid-wicket. 1-1-7 for 1.
It's starting to look relatively easy for New Zealand as well. It's scoring at a slightly higher rate now, and they're not taking too many risks. The field is spread. It looks as though Stokes is trying to bowl as straight as he can, trying to get the New Zealand batsman to play a false shot across the line, open up LBW or bowl.
That's really what they're looking for, a mistake by New Zealand, isn't it? Rather than trying to blast them out. Those conditions have gone. They're good batting conditions, and here's almost a mistake, is it? As Williamson goes to get a thick outside edge. I might be being a bit unkind. He might have turned the face on it a little bit. Yeah, it's along the ground, and a lovely shot from the former New Zealand captain. 4 runs down to the backward point boundary. Williamson 37.
Yeah, well, Stokes there definitely offered width, and Kane Williamson a little bit of shape away on that one, but Kane Williamson just threw his hands on it. Call it maybe a quarter chance, because it did travel in the air past point, but
he wasn't completely in control, was he?
Realistically, he's getting nowhere near that.
Yep. Pushed his hands through it a little bit. 2-1 for 1. Stokes has toiled away 24 overs in the first innings. He's now in his 7th. He bowls again, and Williamson, that's more like Kane Williamson, just waiting for the ball and dabbing it down to third man. Williamson is 38 from 41 deliveries, so good clip from Kane Williamson. 1-2 for 1, and 1 ball remaining, and then it will be Neil Manthorpe joining Anton Devcich, former New Zealand white ball cricketer and Hamiltonian.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Bashir's leaked a few runs to start, and I'm only thinking that that might have been the reason why they held off, because he does go for runs.
Yeah, and I agree. As we see the last ball of the over is pushed back to the cover fieldsman. 1-2-2 for 1. Young is 60. Williamson is 38. Stokes at 7 overs, none for 37. And Neil Manthorpe will come in a minute. I agree, Anton. I think that the concern possibly for Stokes yesterday was that he felt that New Zealand might smash 30 or 40 off Bashir and get away in quick time, when the medium pace bowlers had them under a little bit more pressure and run scoring pressure, I guess.
Yeah, agree. Yeah. Opportunities where you can bring players in and give them opportunities for short blasts, and there were definitely opportunities yesterday, but England seemed to keep taking wickets at regular intervals, and maybe we saw Bashir warm up two or three times, and as soon as he was about to get a crack, one of the fast bowlers took a wicket. So understandable that he didn't bowl yesterday, but he's going to have to do a job here today, and he's going to continue to bowl from the Tim Southee end. He's bowled 2 overs already. Been expensive. They're gone for 16. But the positive part about it is he is getting turn and he is getting bounce, and he is a tall bowler. He just needs New Zealand to lose concentration, play a bad shot, maybe get a little bit ahead of themselves just to break this partnership. And to have a look at a left-hander in Rachin Ravindra next, potentially.
Well done, Anton. You're doing a grand job. Pushed away firmly, very firmly. It's a lovely shot, actually. It's extra cover, push drive. Wonderful stuff from Kane Williamson, who's looking at his sublime best. He reaches 40 from 42 balls. I think he was especially disappointed, wasn't he, when he played on to Matty Potts for 44, tried to kick the ball away as the ball spun back towards his stumps, and he either kicked the ball onto the stumps, or it was difficult to tell whether he actually did make contact with it and whether he just missed the ball. But it's a ground on which he flourishes. Average is 94 on the ground. It may have plummeted to 92 after that 44, but I mean, he's never going to get better situation to fill his boots here. Bashir in once again, and Williamson punches it out towards mid-on. It is perfect, isn't it? I mean, third morning, pitch probably at its best for batting on the third morning. If Williamson resumes on 50 odd, and he'll regard it as a golden opportunity, I'm quite sure, if he doesn't already. Again, defended, no run.
Well, the thing that England would be dreading is, regardless of the situation of the game, Kane Williamson has the same approach. He just wants to dig in and bat, and that can be the frustrating side of playing Kane Williamson, as he's so strong mentally.
Here is Bashir. Forward comes Williamson once again defending. It'll be interesting to get Steve Harmison's take on who were the most obdurate, who were the most disheartening batsmen. I told a story a couple of days ago about Dale Steyn when South Africa played India and Tendulkar came out to bat. Dale Steyn had given himself maybe 4 overs at Tendulkar, and Williamson comes forward and plays defensively again, and there's no run. The over comes to an end. After that, Steyn would drop mid-on and mid-off 10 yards back further and bowl a couple of full straight ones, give Tendulkar the single, because he said to his captain, listen, I can take 9 at the other end. I'm not bowling to this bloke. It's a waste of effort. And I know that Harmy had not a similar tactic, but a similar thought on occasion with Jacques Kallis.
Yeah, Kallis just he just never played a shot. Just didn't play a shot against me in 2005, and it was so frustrating. The guy averaged 70 in that series, and I was going well, in the world rankings, close to the top, and Kallis was an unbelievable player, and I just couldn't get him to play a shot. He was difficult. Chanderpaul was always a thorn in your side. Mohammad Yusuf, Pakistan, He was when he got in a bubble, boy, he was difficult to stop scoring, to get out. I did a thing for TV in India, and I bowled 99 dot balls at Rahul Dravid. 99 dot balls at the same batter.
Here's Stokes, short, pulled away, hooked and caught. There is a breakthrough. The trap was set. Ben Stokes set his leg side field, and it's been hooked out towards an interesting position, really, maybe 3/4 of the way back at deep mid wicket, and it's Will Young who has to depart, caught by Jacob Bethel. Very cleverly set field, I suppose. You used to be that you would describe that as a no man's land position, 3/4 deep mid wicket, and Will Young has fallen into the trap and is gone.
Well, that looks like a really simple catch, but trust me, where Bethel was positioned there through the gate is where the sun sets, and that's where the ball came from. It is very difficult this time of night to field over that side of the field, and that ball would have travelled straight through the sun. So although it looked like a very simple catch, that would have been extremely difficult.
Will, I mean, how's your luck, Will Young? Is it? I mean, he played 20 Test matches, highest score of 89. They're always the Conway. I mean, whoever gets, as Will O'Rourke comes out as. I mean, John Norman said a little bit earlier, one of the last people you want to see in the situation you're in is Kane Williamson. I'm actually thinking Will O'Rourke wouldn't be that high up on my list at this minute in time as well, the way he's blocked it so far in this series. I mean, he averages 3.5, but it takes an eternity to get him out. But to continue on with Will Young, he's absolutely smashed that. He's got the middle of the bat, the sound, because we've got the windows open here. The sound was beautiful off the middle of the bat. Jacob Bethel has not had to move. But 20 Test matches, a highest score of 89, 33 years old, only 3 Test matches in the next 12 months. I'm not sure Will Young's had a better chance of getting to them 3-figure scores and potentially saying in them next 3 Test matches and going forward, this is my place in the side now, and you know, you're going to have to work hard, Devon Conway or somebody else, to come and take the place off me. If he gets 100, he's got that tick in the box of, well, the reason why you're going with Devon Conway over me is because he gets big scores. You're consistent, but he gets big scores, a bit like England with ceiling level. I'm not sure he's going to get a better chance to get a Test match 100 is what he's had there.
So Ben Stokes then to the night watchman, Will O'Rourke, and he stands tall, watches the ball very carefully as he's become a specialist at doing, and steers it to Shoaib Bashir at backward point.
124 for 2 New Zealand, 328 runs ahead, having bowled England out for 143.
Is it 3 or 5 Test matches New Zealand have got in the next 12 years? It's 2 in Zimbabwe.
Is it
and
2
I
in
think
Zimbabwe?
3 against the West Indies at the end of the year.
Is it 3? Is it
It
5?
was going to be 2.
I thought it was 3.
Oh well, there could be a couple. I don't know if it's depending on whether they play a New Year Test. It's a bouncer from Stokes, and O'Rourke ducks underneath it. But I know, but it's 2 series. It's 2 in Zimbabwe, and 3 against the West Indies at the end of the year next summer. Either way, it's small change. It's not rich pickings, is it? Still, maybe they get to see Victoria Falls. That's in June, I think. That's that series, those 2 Test matches. Here's Stokes again, and O'Rourke leaves one alone that bounces quite steeply on him. Very well played once again.
This is a situation that Steve Harmison mentioned at the start of the day. Will O'Rourke gets his opportunity as a night watchman if he can survive the night and start batting early in the morning tomorrow. He might be able to discover a few of those shots.
Has either of you seen any indication from Will Young that in this series anyway that he might be caught at deep backward square leg or fly slip?
No. No. His concentration factor has been, there's one thing for sure, Will O'Rourke get caught there.
Oh, Stokes in, beats O'Rourke outside the off stump. He most definitely played at that. I don't know whether Stokes' frustration as he runs his fingers through his hair is that it was close to the outside edge or close to the off stump. I mean, the closest Will O'Rourke's come to a hook is maybe with a fishing rod. Honestly, it's a deep backward square.
Somebody annoyed him in the gym or the dressing room and he swung one on somebody.
Yeah. Still, I would take it as a compliment.
A hook or a shot.
Any shot. He's got a gentle push in the covers, into the covers, and he had an outside edge which went for 4, outside half of the bat. Stokes completes the over with a drop ball as it's left alone once again by Will O'Rourke. 124 for 2. It's a place to start though, isn't it, Harmy? I mean, if you had a number 11 with a really rock-solid defence, or a number 11 with the ability to smash big sixes but no defence, which way is it easier to work?
I think you've got to go for the big sixes. Yeah. We had Matthew Hoggard. He couldn't get a thing off the square at all. I mean, I think he hit one. I mean, he didn't hit many boundaries. He hit 1-4 off Brett Lee in that 2005 Ashes, and the only reason it went for 4 is because Brett Lee was bowling 95 miles an hour. There was the velocity on the bat rather than Hoggard hitting it. That was the only reason it went for 4.
Shoaib Bashir now continues to Kane Williamson. There's a long on, wide long on the boundary, and also a man sweeping on the cover boundary as Shoaib Bashir is in, and it's fielded for a defensive shot from Williamson by Joe Root. It is that Root under the helmet at short leg? Yes, it is. Yep, Joe Root again under the helmet. It's been a long day for England, a long and disappointing day. A very short day with the bat for them. Bashir in again and nudged to the catching mid-on. So there's a wide long on and a stationary catching short mid-on. That's Ben Duckett. Testing times in every sense of the word for the England team, who are trailing by 328, having been bowled out for 143. Bashir gives that one lots of air, and it's pushed down the ground, beats mid-off. Stokes applauds Bashir. It's gone for 4, but I think Stokes is saying to Bashir, that's what we want. Get him bowling, get him driving against the spin.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot from Kane. Slightly over pitched, but Bashir's put plenty on that. And Ben Stokes at mid-off, he is wide, so he is encouraging the drive, and he won't be too disappointed with that.
Here's Bashir turning once again from the Tim Southey end, our commentary end. Williamson pushes this one straight to Stokes at mid-off. Welcome to our listeners on TalkSport, by the way, joining us on TalkSport 2. You will be with us for the next 45 minutes, so throughout the remaining overs of the day, and also for the following on podcast, where you'll have a summation of the day's proceedings from John Norman and Steve Harmison, and indeed Anton Devcic. That one cut away by Williamson behind square on the offside. It's gone straight to backward point, where Gus Atkinson is down on one knee, and
Gus Atkinson didn't really want to dive. Somebody push me over, please. I mean, it was horrible. Fast bowler, being in the field for a long period of time. It's like, I'm going to dive for this because I don't think I can chase it.
And he didn't look like he was able to get up. That one is again defended by Williamson as far as mid-wicket, where Jacob Bethel does the fielding. 128 for 2, 29 overs gone. If you have missed the action, there was some... I'm phrasing this as a question, Harmy. Some very good bowling and some very poor batting. In equal measure is my question. Matt Henry 4 for 48. Will O'Rourke was outstanding. Right arm fast bowler 3 for 33. And Mitchell Santner wrapped things up, the left arm spinner. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 7. Very good bowling. All credit to New Zealand, but some modest batting.
Yeah, I think some modest batting. I think if you look at how New Zealand lost their wickets in the middle order, I would say England had to work hard, but I think they contributed. I actually think this time it was a lot of good bowling, constant pressure, aggression into, not only into length but into the body. I thought it was good bowling that made England make mistakes.
Here's Stokes determined to blast the night watchman Will O'Rourke out, and he's still got the fly slip and the fine leg. So 2 men very fine. The fly slips right in front of our commentary box, so he's actually positioned between the orthodox slip and the keeper, but on the boundary.
I wouldn't say England were reckless. You know what I mean? In times gone past, England get bowled out for 143. It's reckless. I mean,
Today
it's
it was more
kamikaze.
careless.
I think it was just it was good pressure, and it didn't withstand the pressure that New Zealand bowlers put on them.
Here's Stokes again, bowls to O'Rourke, and I think that hit him on the pad. Bounces out along the ground, rolls along the floor to Harry Brook, who got a first bowler today. As far as that England batting was concerned, promising start, 32 for the opening partnership. Zach Crawley drove Tim Southey for 4 boundaries in his first over. First over went for 16. England off to a flyer, or we thought they were off to a flyer, but after an opening sound of 32, they were bowled out for 143. So 10 for 111 after that opening partnership. Zach Crawley made 21. Top score of 32 from Joe Root. Here is Stokes once again. Bowls to O'Rourke and he's edged it. Caught behind by Ollie Pope. So Stokes has his man. Will O'Rourke's out for just the 3rd time in the series. The night watchman has failed to see out the evening and will not be able to resume, as Harmy was suggesting, on tomorrow morning and show us whether he could play a few shots, because he's edged it. Nice low catch from Ollie Pope, not one that he would expect to miss. Fairly regulation, but at the end of a very long, hard day, it was low down and he had to get down on his right knee to take it. And a 3rd wicket for England. New Zealand now 128 for 3. Ben Stokes putting in the shift here, Harmy. We talk about how Tim Southey's bowled the hard overs for New Zealand, but the England captain's doing the hard work at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely, and just rewarded as well. He got a few wickets at the back end of the game in Wellington that he didn't had to work as hard for the 3 at the end, but he's had to work hard for the ones that he's had in this Test match. And you're right, he has put a shift in. When his other bowlers needed him to stand up, he really has. Carson, Atkinson have played 3 back-to-back Test matches, and they look as though they've played 3 back-to-back Test matches. Stokes has been on the field for most of them and bowled in most of them, but not the amount of overs. But this Test match especially, it's the Stokes of old we've seen in this week. He's been really, really proactive with the way he sets his fields, aggression into the lengths he's been bowling, gone to the short ball tactic whenever he feel he needed to, and he really has stood up like he does normally. And he's leading this team from the front and leading by example. Got his just reward there. Good ball. Would have probably gone on to hit the top of middle stump. And William O'Rourke has just managed to get a fine edge on it. And yet, diving forward, regulation catch for Ollie Pope. The one he took quite comfortably.
So I just want to explain that Ben Stokes and this England team will be thinking to themselves, they will say to us at the end of the day, whoever speaks to us, we'll chase 400, we're happy to chase 400, we're happy to chase 450. They've already said that. Brendan McCullum has said we'll chase anything. Ben Stokes has said the draw's off the table. We back ourselves and they will believe. And do you know what? Such has been their achievements in the last 2.5 years, that who amongst us would say that they can't chase 400? I certainly wouldn't. What they've done, they've redefined run chasing. That's short and pulled by Rachin Ravindra down to one of 2 men considerably behind square on the leg side, Zach Crawley. 129 for 3, and I actually mean that.
Yeah, I mean, they talk about numbers and stats and batting stats in the game. I've been broken so many times in the recent past. If there's a team if there is a team that will chase 450 to win a game and break all records, it's this team. On this surface, the way they've gone in recent times, I think the wicket is at the moment quite placid. I think England will have to bowl New Zealand out very, very quickly tomorrow, because they need to be batting and getting set on the wicket when it's still playing okay, rather than by the back end of day tomorrow.
Stokes bouncer to Kane Williamson, ducks underneath it. Bouncer field is set for Kane Williamson as well.
I think by the back end of the day tomorrow we'll start seeing possibly the wicket breaking up, a little bit more spin and assistance. So whatever England have to chase, I think they'll try and chase it quickly, and that will open up So, well, it does look kamikaze and reckless, but I think this the way England plays. Let's get it quickly because we don't want to have to get 60 runs when the wicket has deteriorated so much. It's unplayable.
Stokes into Williamson. It's full and straight. It's a double bluff in many ways, and Williamson has driven it through the vacant mid-off area for 4. Gosh, he's playing some wonderful shots as Kane Williamson at the moment. 30 overs gone, 133 for 3. New Zealand's lead is up to 337. I absolutely bow to your knowledge of pitches, Harmy, but I put it to you that I'm not sure it will deteriorate and break up. I mean, not to the extent that where batting becomes treacherous.
No, not where batting is impossible.
It still looks pretty good.
It's a good pitch. It's still a good pitch, and New Zealand bowlers have been back-to-back Test matches as well. Saudi, Santner becomes key then. If England can take Santner down and don't let Santner bowl at them, then you'd say the others. Will O'Rourke's had a tough series. Matt Henry's had a tough series. I mean, Tim Southee last sort of innings of motion might give a little bit something different that he has been in this series, but England will feel as though whatever's put in front of them, they can chase it.
Bashir into Rachin Ravindra, guides that one out to the covers where Jacob Bethel does the fielding. The at the heart of the Bazball run chase revision of Test cricket was Johnny Bairstow. That's pushed away defensively again by Ravindra. Obviously he's not here, but the things he did, and against New Zealand at Trent Bridge, wasn't it? He scored 100 in the final session of the match.
Harry Brooks just getting the first bowler, so he's due, isn't he?
Bashir around the wicket again to the left-handed Ravindra, pushes it up to Duckett at short mid-off. But what I'm saying is that when England, and indeed in that Test match against India, they chased 370. The one that was delayed by COVID, the one that should have been played at Old Trafford, was played at Edgbaston in the end to conclude that series. They chased 370, and Bairstow's to the fore again, wasn't he? He made another 100. So did Joe Root. Those achievements, Bashir in again, Ravindra defends, 133 for 3. They stay with the team, and the personnel may change, but the records and achievements you sort of inherit, don't you? And when Ben Stokes says we can do this, you believe it. We've seen the effect that Ben Stokes has, and that Ravindra defends again. He said to you in that brilliant interview you did before the Test match that he was aware of how important his conduct was as captain, and the way that he carried himself, and the messages that he sent, and that's why he apologised to the team, didn't he, in Pakistan for being a bit grumpy. Forward comes Rachin Ravindra again defending Bashir, and there's no run, and so I think he's aware. Of course he is. He's entirely acutely aware of the effect that he has on the players, and when he tells them they can chase 450, they'll believe him.
Yeah, they'll believe him, and they've also seen him, when the team need him and the bowlers are a bit tired and weary. He's now into he's going to be his 10th over. Potter's bowled 6, had a good long spell in the first innings. Atkinson had a long series, he's won 5. Carter's done 6. His body looks shot. I mean, Atkinson and Carter look as if what they've done, which is have a good long series, and their bodies do look tired. So the captain has stood up, and he's led from the front, and he's into his 10th over, and probably in this Test match more overs than he has done in probably the last 2 or 3 years.
Here is Stokes again, bowls a bouncer to Kane Williamson. He's saying, come on Kane, it's the last over of the day, have a go. And that's why he's got a deep backward square leg, a halfway mid-wicket. Jacob Bethel, who's just taken the catch to get rid of Will Young in that position. Deep backward square, long leg and fine leg. Well, 2 long legs really.
I think the field is obviously set for the short ball and the bouncer, and England have been accused of having like a soft underbelly and having the dead rubbers that don't perform in them, and when the series is done. I mean, this spell of bowling by Ben Stokes tells you that's not true. I mean, Ben Stokes has had injury problems, he's so important. But in this eyes, he's got 10 overs now.
Around the wicket to Williamson. It's not a bouncer. It's just back of a length maybe, and tucked away to Zach Crawley at deep backward square, and they go through for another single.
So because of what his team needs at this moment in time, he's the one that's putting the hard yards in. So that can, as much as yes, England might lose games where the series is gone, there's no softness in Ben Stokes, and Ben Stokes is his 10th over here, and he's really having to bowl because of what the others have gone and done for him in the series, and putting him into a series-winning position. Because Carson Atkinson, I mean, their bodies really do look tired.
So now to Rachin Ravindra, Ben Stokes, and he's in. He's short, and Ravindra pulls it downwards, just past Joe Root, who's taken the helmet off at short leg and was at orthodox square leg. You know, I mean, Harmy, at the end of a test match like this, I've seen many a time where the bowling is not white flag bowling at all. It's not surrender bowling, but it is damage limitation bowling. We'll see a ring field, somebody just bowling length on off stump and just trying to get through some dot balls and some maidens and have an ice bath and try again the next morning. Do you know what I mean? Yeah,
that's exactly, and there's nowhere that England will do that. Brendan McCullum, he always says he wants the team the way they try.
Short and pulled by Williamson, just a single, and it's 50 for the former New Zealand Test captain Kane Williamson. Yet another one, Kane Williamson. 50 from 58 balls, just a single this time. Total moves to 136 for 3, and the lead to 340.
Yeah, well made 50 from Kane Williamson. Second gear, not got out of it yet. Batted beautifully on a wicket, which it is starting to get sort of slower, and it's an easy wicket to sort of bat and strike on, but the way he's rotated his strike, the way he's hit the ball down the ground, the boundaries he's hit 8 boundaries in that, 8 fours in that 50. Most of them are shots down the ground when England have over-pitched. It has been a solid innings from the former New Zealand captain.
Certainly the hardest day that England have had on this tour of New Zealand, on the cricket field anyway. I don't know what their coach journey was like from Wellington, but they did start. That's a bouncer from Stokes. The penultimate ball of the day, Rachin Ravindra leaves it alone. But it's certainly the hardest day on the cricket field. They've really been made to work very, very hard indeed. They didn't help themselves with some indifferent batting. Being bowled out in just 35 overs is, I think, Stokes would be the first to accept it or state that it is unacceptable. 143 all out. 20s, 21 from Zach Crawley, Ollie Pope and Ben Stokes himself, 24 and 27. And top scorer 32 from Joe Root. Last ball of the day. Here's Ben Stokes thundering in from the city end. He gets his line wrong and he looks heavenward, not out of relief but out of exasperation with himself. It was the last ball of the day. One thing he wanted to do was make Rachin Ravindra play at it, and he wasn't able to do so. So New Zealand lead by a mighty 340. It was not quite as mighty as England's lead was after 2 days at the Basin Reserve in Wellington, when they led by over 450. They batted on a little bit, just under an hour on the third morning, pushing that target for New Zealand up well beyond 500 to 550, with Joe Root completing his century. I don't know what New Zealand's plans will be, but don't expect them to declare any time soon tomorrow, particularly if the showers materialise in the afternoon. Not with Kane Williamson on 50 anyway, and Rachin Ravindra needs some runs. He's had a thin time of it in this series, but Matt Henry and Will O'Rourke take a bow. They were excellent for New Zealand today. Henry with 4 for 48, O'Rourke with 3 for 33, and Mitchell Santner, the left-arm spinner, only bowled 3 overs and took 3 for 7. So the England players remaining upbeat. It's a few high fives and a few medium fives and a couple of low fives being exchanged by the England players as they make their way off the field. They know they've been in a battle. They've taken some sun, and the sun does burn in New Zealand a little more fiercely than it does in other parts of the world. But there you go, at 2 days of unrelenting action, this time New Zealand dominating, as opposed to the way that England have dominated in both Christchurch and in Wellington.